I am live. I don't have any countdown or any I've tried countdowns before and I feel like people got annoyed, but you know what? I am gonna get an intro going so it gives people time to come in. What would you guys prefer? Like a song or do you guys like countdowns? Like I wouldn't do like a long one, just maybe a couple minutes or I'm trying to well Anthony was supposed to make me an intro and even that, I wanna try to get something where I can play at the beginning, so waiting for you guys to come in because, sometimes it takes a minute now with the algorithm all messed up, and I don't wanna start the stuff because nobody's in here to watch it, so then I'm over here rambling, and then some people don't like that, so, hey, Laura Luho, hey, True Crime Investigates, hey, Bernie, the case has taken crazy turn, believe. Kimber Yeah, so that's why I sit here and say hi for a few minutes because it does take a minute now for sometimes it takes a little bit for even one person to come in ever since my thing's all messed up now. But hey Raven, hey Dolores, Kimber. Um so today I thought we could go through um there's like a what do you guys see that where it's I'm trying to figure out which side that's on. It's on this side. Wonder why it does that. See, when I have my green screen on, that's where it's coming from. Oh, well. This green screen's about to fall. It's like you guys can't tell, but it's leaning like it basically my chair is holding it up, and I don't know why. Something happened, or I think it's broke or something, and so it's like when if I would move my chair, it would fall over. I keep waiting for it to fall on my head because it's big. Like, I don't it almost looks like it's gonna fall over. I have it up, like, over 6 feet, and I think it goes up 10 feet, but I don't need it that high. Um Okay, do you wait, True Crime, do you said you have okay, the only you have my other links, right? Are you just waiting for a Cash App? Or do you actually need me to send you the PayPal and stuff? It's all on my channel. If I could send it if you I know, I here's the thing, today I'm not gonna use it because I have green on my shirt, and I tried it, and it just is all looks weird. It's like it all, like, see-through, you know what I'm saying? So, when I wear which I have a lot of colorful clothes, so a lot of the times I do have green in it. I try sometimes if I'm gonna do my green screen, I try not to wear green, but I was like, "Screw it. I mean, this is what I'm wearing. It's just gonna have to stay." And so I tried it to see, and no, it just looks stupid when I have too much green on. So that's why I didn't use it today. I should pull this down, and I have that quilt that Diana made with my logo on it. Um, I should just do that. You guys remember that's what I started off with. Well, not started off with. That wasn't even still wasn't at the beginning of my channel. That was when I moved everything up here. It was probably like a couple years ago I had the thing. Hey Stephanie. But yeah, I can't if I wear green, right? I mean, there's no way to take that away, right? If you have green on. And I'm a colorful like my shirts are colorful and a lot of them are mixed colors and they have green in them. And sometimes it's like I really want to wear this though. So that's why if when I usually don't have it on, it's because I'm wearing something green. So I'm like, eh. Anyway, all right. So yeah, you remember? Oh, Kimber, you remember it? Really? Okay. Diana's excellent at making quilts. She's like so really good. And she even like the stitches have skulls and roses because I like skulls and roses from like the Grateful Dead. This is the Jerry Garcia band shirt. I'm like a deadhead type. But anyway, so they have this steal your face that so in the roses and stuff, so she like stitched in like skulls. It's so cool, she's so good at it. Hey Vincina. I know. I made a joke one day where I was gonna get a green blanket, like something green to put. Do you remember when Jenna Marbles did that? I don't know if you guys ever watched Jenna Marbles, but like where she like painted her face green and then she had like her eyes anyway, but I was just gonna get like a green blanket just to like see or like put it over my chair so it'll look like I'm just floating there, that I'm not sitting on anything. So, like, when I have whatever I have behind me, you won't be able to see the chair if I do gotta do it. Why not? Just, like, get a green sheet or something. We could have some fun with it. Um, but yeah. Hey, MA Shine. It's not you that has problems. The whole YouTube has been screwed up for about a month. Oh, really? Well, no, mine has been because of the couple things going on. Like, mine definitely has been. But I know, like, on and off, they're always been like, oh, algorithm problems. But this is like a huge thing when they demonetized me for I mean, I got it back, but it made me start like from the beginning. Plus, I was already hurting from the whole autopsy stuff. So yeah, and then that just took me way down to no. I mean, mine's is definitely like a real problem, but what are you gonna do? We'll work it back up. I just gotta work harder, work more, do more. Okay, so oh hey Bushi. All right, Adelina, what up? How are you? Okay, so I thought it'd be interesting to go through. Well, I went through them the other day. I was just editing clips and finding like old videos. So I put them all in order, the press conferences. So I thought it'd be interesting to go through the press conferences, watch them. Did you guys remember the first one before they when they first found the bodies? They're sitting down. It's they haven't even verified it was them. I didn't even remember watching it. So that'll be the first one we watch. Um, where they can't even they're like they found two bodies, but they can't say that it's Abby and Libby yet, and they do like a press conference. I don't think I ever seen that one. So that's I put them in order, so I thought we could watch them and just try to kind of like now with all the new stuff that came out, just kind of listening and seeing if there's like any hints of any truth, or if it comes across like, huh, did they say anything that kind of like, that they knew things, or like when as the years go by, as they do the press conference, just to see if there's anything interesting. Sometimes you catch things like when you know more stuff and then you rewatch stuff like after like way more information. When you first watched it, it's like it means one thing, and then when a bunch more information and you rewatch it, then it means a lot more. You could catch a lot more things. And remember, this is the law enforcement, so they had all the information. I mean, they had a lot more stuff, and now that we're finding out what behind the scenes was going on with some of the stuff. So it's just kind of interesting. Oh, cool, Bushi. Yeah. Oh, really? True crime? That's awesome. Really? Okay. Hopefully I have all of them. I don't know. I have this 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2022, I think. So if there was one 2021, I don't have it. So I'm not sure. I might not have all of them, but I don't know. I tried to get all the ones that I could find. And then I had two compilation news clips that I made a long time ago. I thought we could watch those. I also kind of want to play the video that I just uploaded about Richard Allen. Maybe watch that with you guys if you want. Um, okay, so I'm gonna play let's start the press conference because I think now it's probably about everybody that's gonna be here for a minute. So I think it's safe to start. No, okay. So maybe I do have all of them then, hopefully. Um, yeah, I know, because you know how like a lot of the times you can't hear the people you can't hear the questions because I hate that because they don't have microphones. So sometimes you're like struggling to hear. And usually when they do the live press conferences, the audio is so low and you're like, I want to hear. I try to turn up the volume when I edit it because I edit it, I edit them on editor. So I try to sometimes I would have to hold on a second. Let me just cancel the selector. Okay, sometimes sometimes things are really low that I would have to like throw them through my editor a couple times because it only does so much, but I just did it once. I think the audio is going to be plenty loud. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing, you guys. So we're gonna watch that new Richard one I did. And now that I was going through the Richard stuff, like the stuff that we went through at the beginning, it makes me wonder because I was looking at his Facebook, his wife took that down, but I got, I was able to get it, like, when it was up, and if you look at before the murders, you look at him and, like, and there's not a ton to look at, I know, but if you look at him, like, he seems all happy and, like, smiling, and he's, like, at the bar jumping around and stuff, and then you see him in the videos after, like, after the murders would have took place, and it just looks like he's thinking, like, he's always worried looking, and I like I said, I know we only have a very few stuff to go by, but it does make you wonder, and then when, Carter says, "Okay, this person would have told you, and if not, you would notice a difference the way they act," right? Like, it just looks like if she'll, like, pan over to him, and it just looks like he's just, like, thinking or worried or just not all there. So I'll see what you guys think when we watch the stuff. I wish we had more because he didn't it was her that was, like, always filming and posting, so and she's, like she is always just, like, happy, she's, like, a goofy lady, just seems, like, really funny, like, fun, his wife. I don't know, I wish I knew, like, if she had a feeling, like, if she because you can't say for sure if she knew. I mean, if that's your husband, sometimes you're in denial. Um, you would think so because she would see the guy, hear the voice, see if it is him, see if he had the code, if he, you know what I'm saying? I still don't know. I still think there's a possibility that he's not involved. I feel like there's a possibility he's involved, but there's other people. There's a possibility that he was like maybe the fall guy. Maybe he just got him down the hill and somebody else killed him. There's so many possibilities, but I still think there is a possibility that he's involved in some way. I really do. Especially like going back through the stuff. I'm like, you know what? He was there on the bridge. If you think about it, he was there on the bridge. Nobody said they saw this other guy. People said they saw this, when they described who was there, they saw a guy that looked like Bridge Guy, but nobody said they saw a guy that looked, you know what I'm saying? Well, Richard would have been the guy that looked like Bridge Guy, right? Because he said, "Hey, was wearing this, and that." He tells him that before he knows that the video or first the screenshot and then the video. So when he goes in to tell them what he was wearing, he doesn't think that's going to hurt him because he doesn't think that if this, let's say, if it's Richard that is Bridge Guy and he did it. He doesn't think that they're gonna know what the murderer was wearing because he doesn't know that Libby filmed him, right? So him going in like, "Yeah, I was wearing jeans, a blue coat, so a hat over my head," doesn't think that, "Oh, what's that gonna do?" I mean, that's not gonna, incriminate me. Little does he know that they have a video that shows the guy that was wearing the same thing. Now, I can't even believe they didn't put 2 and 2 together early on about that, but what I'm saying is, yeah, because some people were like, "Well, why would he go in there and say?" Well, because he didn't think that there was a video. He wanted to make sure if anybody saw him on the bridge that he had, you know what I'm saying? It would've been worse if he didn't come forward and say, "No, I wasn't on the bridge," and then somebody said, "No, I saw this guy that looked like that," or, "I know him." Maybe somebody that knew him that knew him from Delphi's a small town. "Oh, no, I think his name's Richard," or something, then he doesn't come forward, it's gonna make him look more guilty. So, no, I don't think it's him coming forward means he's innocent. I still am not 100% he's guilty, but I don't think that that means, "Oh, he came forward, so why would a guilty person say he was there?" 'Cause you would want to in case if somebody saw you, you would wanna be like, "Oh, yeah, I was there," but, act like you have nothing to hide, because obviously it worked. Look how long. It worked. If he's the guy and his thing is like, "Act like I have nothing to hide, just come forward," if I just act like, "No, yeah, no, I was there," they wouldn't think the murderer would, do that, and it worked. Look, they didn't suspect him. So, yeah, I don't know, okay. Well, he said he was parked there till 3:30. That's what Richard I think when I read through the arrest affidavit, I made a little video of me reading through that too, which I never uploaded it. I mean, I might do it later. But he said when Richard said, he said he was there between wait, was it 1:30 to 3:30? I think that is what Richard said when he did the interview. So he said till 3:30. Now, according to Liggett, right, he said it was there till 4. But I don't know if it meant that Richard was at the park till 3:30 and then it took him, a minute to get to the car. I don't know. I have to read few through that one more time and to get the specifics. I was it almost in my head, I was thinking he meant that he was gone by 3:30, but I don't know. But like I said, I don't know. I'm still not sure what I think, but I'm not gonna just say that I think he's innocent for sure, because I still think there's a chance he's involved somehow. Um, no, it shouldn't have. It shouldn't have. At least here's the thing, if he really is innocent, then them not, like, going with that tip, that coulda screwed him too, because if he let's say he is innocent, and then they would've been like, "Wait a minute, let's look into you further." Then they coulda cleared him way back then because you know what I'm saying? They would have been able to see, wait, there's no blood, there's no blood, no DNA. If he is innocent, then he might have been able to been cleared. But I don't know, guys. I'm still thinking that he might be involved. Wait. What type of business is the Mr. Steve's place that Richard Allen worked at? I don't know. Maybe Anthony knows. I'm not sure. I have no idea. All right, I'm gonna start playing the well, here, let me just say, Jamie, I don't condone that crap. He needs to have a fair trial. That's messed up because the thing is he could get the trial, what is the word for it? Like, if he's not if he doesn't get the rights like every person deserves, let's say, he's supposed to be able to talk to his attorney privately in jail about getting ready for the case. I mean, if he there could be like a mistrial or you know what I'm saying? They need to be careful because they need to follow the rules. So yeah, he needs to be treated nicely either way because this could be an innocent man that they're doing this to, you know? Um, and they just need to treat him like he's supposed to. He's supposed to be able to get time talking to his lawyers off, where nobody else private, you know? He's not supposed to be freaking abused in jail, you know? So I know. No, that's what I'm saying. The stuff that came out is just if that's true, I know it makes no sense. But then maybe Richard had help. I don't know. That whole blood thing and her wearing Libby's clothes, I'm so freaking confused about that. That's the one thing, the one of the bigger things that it's confusing. That why was she wearing her clothes? And if the defense isn't lying or exaggerating or perceiving, if we were able to look at the crime scene photos and get like, hopefully, if we looked at them, we would see the same thing and that he could tell that there's absolutely no blood on the clothes. He could, so because if there was blood on the clothes, then it could just be where he may for some reason makes, them take off their clothes and then makes, Abby put on Libby's or something. If there's blood on the clothes, then those clothes could have went on before she died. But if there was no blood on the clothes, that means they would have went on after she died, right? That means that would take a lot of effort, and that would be weird. Like, what would be the point of that? So until we see all that to see, just because like that F thing is not exactly how they described it. So I think we're just gonna have to wait till we see it with our own eyes to really know, guys. Um, from both girls in Deer Creek. Well, Abby's clothes. Yeah, that would make sense, Sean. That means Abby's clothes would be in Deer Creek. Libby's undergarments would be in Deer Creek, right? So, well, one of the Libby socks was under No, that was Libby's shoe, right? And then supposedly they took a pair of underwear in one sock. So there still could have been something of, I mean, yeah, there still could have been, I feel like. Do you do true crime? Okay. But think about this though, because if he would have made her dress in Libby's clothes, that means she wasn't dead yet. So how couldn't there be blood on the clothes? You know what I'm saying? Because that means she would have still had to be bleed out for her to die. So if she was still alive, then there would be blood on the clothes. If not, then that means somebody put them on when she was dead. But my point is I hope we looking at it would see the same thing as them, that there is no blood. Like what if it's just like, oh, you can't see the backside of it, maybe because you know what I'm saying? You can't see all the clothes, and and maybe there is some blood, and so that's why we can't know for sure till we see, because that whole F thing is a little bit off. I wouldn't see an F in it, but I'm still a little leery if how this person got the crime scene photos that was able to talk to the source that talked to court TV. I don't get that. Is that like, I'm still a little bit leery, are we sure this is a legit source? Because we know in the past with, like, the Koberger case and some of the other cases that sometimes these news sources end up not being real. I mean, and maybe they're real, but they don't end up having reliable information. There's been stuff where like, the information wasn't it didn't pan out to what they said. So, my point is, yeah, that F that they re whatever, redrew to what it looked like. Are we sure that that's coming from a real picture? If it is, yeah, I even admit it doesn't look like anybody painted anything on it because it would be smeared. But so I still don't know where that came from. Okay, so I appreciate it so much. Just trying to think out. Yeah, I mean, I know, Chris. I know. It's I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. There's why I can't why I'm still not sure and thinking like, I don't know, like, yeah, maybe not Richard because why? I don't there's still things that if it's true, it makes no freaking sense. But what I'm saying, if there's actually blood on Libby's clothes, maybe he made him get undressed for some reason, kill Libby, and then made Abby put on Libby's clothes for some odd reason because we know that there's some weird things in the scene. So he's doing making him do weird things and weird, it's he's not thinking right, or it's just a weird situation. So, but there would have to be blood on the clothes for that to be true, I would think. I don't know how she would be alive, put it on, and then not get blood on him, and then after she dies, that would be very hard. So that's what I'm saying. We have to see it. I washed her off, killed her. They did say that the only blood on her body was just around the neck wound. But then true crime, that means he put on he put on Libby's clothes. Why? Why wouldn't he have just kept her naked like Libby? Why take the chance of taking the time to get DNA on her, put on the clothes if it wasn't some meaningful type thing, if there was no reason behind it? But maybe there is. Maybe there's something in his head, it meant something and it's not Odinism. I don't know. Who knows? Libby's was not wearing jeans. Oh. Did it say jeans? You know what? Let's watch this press conference and then I'm going to go through. I also wanted to go through some of the last pages of that document because there's some things that when I was reading it, well, when I was even reading it with you, Anthony, the other day, I was like, well, how did I miss this? So there's some things I missed, but remind me, let me put that in the genes. So when we go through that, I'll put that in the word search and see I didn't catch that. And then we could go back and look at the picture from the Snapchat picture, see what they're both wearing. I know Abby was wearing jeans. I could picture her. I don't know why I can't picture what Libby was wearing for some reason. Is she, wait, do we even have, oh yeah, because we don't have a picture of her that day, do we? Why am I seeing a picture and only Abby's in that picture? Am I missing something? Do we know what Libby was wearing? I think Abby was only in that picture, wasn't she? I don't know. Yeah, and then here wait, here's another question. How did the defense know those were Libby's clothes? Is it said in the police reports? You know what I'm saying? Was it said like, "Oh, Abby is" because of their seal, we don't know all the details. Did it say, "Oh, Abby was found in Libby's clothes," or did they make that own conclusion by looking at it being like, "Oh, those look like Libby's clothes," or is it a known fact? That's a good question. I don't know. Okay. Is there a picture of Libby? Why am I, like, drawing a blank right now? I know for sure there's one of Abby. Oh, I've seen Libby wearing that tie well, I don't know if it's the same tie-dye shirt, but I've seen her wearing tie-dyes a lot. How do you know that? Yeah, they'd be different sizes, so maybe because that's what I'm wondering, but maybe because the clothes looked a little bit bigger? I don't know, so I really don't. But let's, see, is there a picture? But I know, like I said, I know for sure there's one of Abby, but I don't Anthony, is there one of Libby that day or no? I'm not I'm not picturing it in my freaking head. And, do we know that just from reports, or is there actually a picture? Wait, didn't Libby's sister give Abby one of Libby's hoodies? So what if it was just that Abby was wearing Libby's hoodie because at some point Libby gave her her hoodie or something? I don't know. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Are you talking about the thing that I read on that my video, one of the posts? I don't know. I want to talk to you guys about that. That's why I kind of want to watch that video I did with you guys so I could ask you what you guys think. I'm not sure. Okay. Oh, I'm sure she did, but do we have them true crime? That's my question. Have we been able to see the selfies? All right. Let me start um the video here. So it must have said that what she was wearing, if you guys all know that, the stretch pants and tie-dye, because no, here's the thing, in true crime, I saw pictures, so think about this. You were talking about, like, Crime Con, I would've been fine. Think about this. They had Court TV people there. Brian Enton was there. He free no, I would've been are you kidding me? I wouldn't have been welcome there. They would all been I would have felt so out the way that they're calling they've called me an evil monster. I embarrass the true crime community. I'm evil. Are you kidding me? And I show up there. I don't think I'll ever feel comfortable there. I mean, think about it. Those are all the people that are there. Those are the ones that were mainstream media that were saying like I'm evil. Not that I just made a mistake. That I am this evil person bringing up CP charges. I walk in there. Yeah, right. I'm never gonna be welcome there. Unless if people realize that I'm not this evil person, but yeah, yeah, so it's not gonna happen for me. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna play yeah, and they would've looked at me, I would've felt so weird, they would've gave me a dirty look, they wouldn't no, they think I'm this evil person, which is ridiculous. I don't think deep down they do because, I mean, I'm not, so just one little mistake, they can't really feel that way, but in public, of course, they're gonna have to act like it because what they said. I really don't think they really think that because there's nothing I've ever did that's been evil, you know? So, I mean, I don't understand how anybody could think I'm evil. You can dig on me and nobody will you'll never come across anybody that says I'm a bad person or I'm evil. You could go back to my old friends. They would say the opposite. I'm very generous. I'm not too nice. So, I mean, I don't but I'm just saying I think publicly they would. But anyway, um, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna start this now, but God, you guys I'm actually enjoying discussing this with you. You guys bring up some good points. And I tell him to go suck Yeah, but you see with how I am anyway, like, I'm very, the type of person that's worried about, like, I don't want people to feel, like, weird or awkward or, like so I wouldn't wanna put people in that position. I just would not have fun there. It'd be a waste of time. Like, I would just be miserable. I'd feel embarrassed. I'd be scared to probably go in. It just would never happen the way I am. Um, even though, I mean, it's not I don't I know that I'm not guilty or anything, but it's just the fact that I'd be in there with all those people that have to, like, hold up this persona that's you know what I'm saying? This fakeness that it's like, "Oh, let me pretend that what she did," even though we had a girl on our channel that did the same thing, and we let her come on our channel and do a big video with us, and yeah, anyway. Alright, I am going to play it now. I don't wanna get all into that because you know who is watching all the time. I'm sure they already have a live ready. Um, oh, yay, Emily, good. Hey, Colette. What's the question, true crime? Hey, Kaleido Hope. Yeah, it would. It would just wouldn't be fun for me, so what's the point? It'd be an expensive thing for what? To be treated weird? Nah, not gonna happen. I'm okay. Yes, thank you. Because I already know Enton didn't watch it because he was asking me to send it to him, and I was out of town and I didn't have it, and I was going to until I saw what he did. I thought he was gonna be fair, and I was, like, really like, "Yes, he'll be fair about it," and then I was just, like, my mouth's open, like, "Did he really? I thought he was really neutral, he'd be fairer," and then I was just so surprised. I'm like, I'm not gonna reach out to him when I go home." Yeah, he didn't see it, though. You're right. They would be like, "Nope." Alright, hey, McKay! Alright, so you guys ready? Let's watch, uh, the press conferences. Okay.
Indiana State Police, I'm the Public Information Officer from the Lafayette Post.
Steve Mullen, Delphi Police Department, Chief of Police.
Topalize and be Carroll County Sheriff.
Basically, we're going to make this, it's going to be short and sweet. We don't have that much at this point in time. Basically, what we've got, we have found 2 bodies. Is that the Sugar Creek?
Deer Creek.
Deer Creek, sorry. In Deer Creek, about a mile east of town. We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play. We have not made positive identification of the 2 bodies, so we're not going to be releasing any information on them at this point in time. We've got the Indiana State Police is assisting the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and the Delphi City Police Department in the investigation here. We also have the FBI Crime Scene Investigation Group here out of Indianapolis. And one thing the family asked us to do is to thank all the communities around Delphi and the people here in Delphi for assisting in attempting to locate these the 2 young children that were missing earlier. They just wanted to say thank you to those people, and thank you. They were just wanted to express their gratitude toward the hard work that was done in helping search for these children.
Has the search been called off for these 2 teenagers?
Not officially, because we have not positively identified the bodies at this point in time.
Do you have people still searching the woods and creeks and fields?
We still have, there's still people out looking, but it has been scaled back. Let me just put it that way.
Are the bodies of the 2 individuals recovered, are those of young female children?
I'm not at liberty to give that information out as of this time.
Who found them?
I'm not going to say at this point in time.
Why do you believe that there is foul play?
Just the way the bodies were found, that's about all I can say at this point in time.
Were they in the water?
They were on the edge of the water, from what I understand. That's about the best I can tell you.
Any outside injuries?
I'm not going to make a comment on that at this time.
What time were they found?
That I'm not sure. 12:15?
12:15.
About 12:15 this afternoon.
Are there any either suspects or persons of interest being questioned at this time?
We have not gotten that far into the investigation, so I cannot comment one way or the other.
Sheriff, you are from this community. Talk about the toll this search and this apparent recovery has taken on your county.
It's been a long several hours. It's played tremendously on the emotions of the community, but the plus is, the positive is the outreach of love and support for the families involved. And I think that's been fantastic. It speaks highly of our community.
You've talked to the families. There's been no identification, but we could hear that this was a sad meeting.
There is some sadness, yes.
How long do you think it's going to take, of what you know so far, how long do you think it's going to take to positively identify these children?
I can't speak for the coroner. He's the one that will take care of that part. That's not something I can give you that information at this point in time.
How far down was it from the bridge? Downstream?
Probably more than a mile, or less than a mile, rather.
I'm going to say somewhere between half and 3/4 of a mile, I'm guessing. The road curves back in there, so it's really hard to tell as the crow flies how far it is, but I'm going to guess about a half to 3/4 of a mile back there.
It wasn't that far from where the search started. You mentioned hours of searching, hundreds of people. So were they not in plain sight in that area, that it would have taken a long time for you guys to find them? Were they?
We really don't want to comment on that at this point in time.
Are there any
We don't really want to put out too much information at this point in time. Something I will do, if you follow me on Twitter, I'm going to probably put tweets out approximately every hour on updates. It may be as much as that I'm just going to say we have nothing new at this time, but I will try to do that for at least the next 4 to 6 hours.
How do you suspect, do you presume that these are the two people you were looking for?
I really can't comment on that at this point in time.
Were there any visible injuries or other signs of trauma to the bodies that were discovered?
We're not going to make any comment on that either. I know we're not giving you much. I understand that, but I mean we're at the baby stages of this case. At this point in time, I cannot release really much more information. As soon as I can, I will be more than happy to put stuff out.
Who's the lead investigator?
Carroll County is actually the
Sheriff's
lead.
Office.
Is it fair to say the search has been drastically scaled back?
Correct. I will say that, yes.
Sheriff, are you classifying this as a homicide investigation at this stage?
It's a death investigation with unknown sources.
Chief, you have not said anything yet. This is your town. Talk about the impact this has had on your town.
It's had a terrible impact on our community. The people who participated in the search, the people who have participated in all the efforts to try to find the victims in this case are very much appreciated. But I know that it's had a terrible effect on our people, and we are grieved that this sort of thing would happen here in our community. I am pleased to see the community come out and help us the way that they have. I'm very pleased to be part of a community that has done everything they have done to help us out in this case.
Going forward, you're going to do everything, obviously, you can to find out who was involved in this. And earlier when we talked, pretty much all the law enforcement's been holding back tears because these young girls and families and the whole search has really taken a toll on you. So are you going to do everything, exhaust every option, just like you did in the search, to find out who was involved in this?
Yes.
Anything to say to the community?
Huge thank you.
Yes, thank you for all their help.
Should people in the community be afraid right now, based upon what you've seen and you know?
I think people are smart enough in our community to draw their own conclusions about what they should feel and shouldn't feel. Our people are very smart. We have a very good community, and they are very strong. And they are able to draw their own conclusions about this whole situation, I think, quite successfully. Thank you for the question.
And the reason I ask is I hear the words foul play suspected. And people might be wondering if there's somebody running around this community preying on people that they need to be afraid of.
Mm-hmm. I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Should they be?
I do. I think people are able to draw their own conclusions about this situation, and they are smart enough to figure out that what the situation warrants them to think. So that's all we have to say about that.
And you said you scaled back the search completely, so the hundreds of people, even they were coming up a little bit ago, can I offer my help? Can I get back out there? At this point, do you guys not want more people heading out in that area? What's the advice for people who do want to be involved in the search?
They can continue to help in the way we need the assistance at. I am not at the scene, and I'm not aware of what's going on out there at this point in time, so I can't really say what we're going to use them for. We may be just telling them we thank you for your help, and we may just be sending them back. So, again, it's we believe what you believe what you can, and then we got to go with the truth that we have. So that's what we're working at.
One final thing. You started off with a statement about finding the bodies. You said Shrewsbury. Can you say that over again with the right creek in it?
Oh,
Deer Creek.
the bodies were found in the Deer Creek area, just east of town, about a mile from the 3/4 to a mile east of the, what is that? The
Freedom Bridge.
Freedom Bridge. I know I didn't help you much there, but
It's not from Freedom Bridge or the Monon
High Bridge.
High Bridge?
I'm not sure which bridges.
They're two separate bridges.
I know, so
Yeah.
which,
Freedom Bridge is on the Heartland, and
Okay.
High Bridge is the
It's
bridge that's farther
back.
up that used to be the
Yeah.
railroad
so how
bridge.
far from High Bridge? I think that was the last known location.
Within probably 3/4 of a mile or so.
Okay, and how close were they to the area where they were supposed to be picked up by the relatives?
Within that 3/4 of a mile, so.
Okay.
Is that with the flow of the creek or against the flow? Of
It
the
would be
creek?
upstream.
Upstream.
Upstream, against the flow of the creek.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
That's really all we got right now.
Okay, good morning.
Hold on one second. I want to give the dates because I have them all written down here. Hold on a second so you guys know. So that one was February 14th, the one we just watched. This next one is February 22nd of 2017. So it's so how many days would it be? Like 8 days, like a little like 8 days after they found them is when this one that we're gonna watch now. Okay.
On behalf of Sheriff Tove Lisadby of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, who is the lead agency in this investigation, Delphi Mayor Shane Evans, I would like to welcome you to Delphi, Indiana and Carroll County. If you would allow me a little bit of latitude here before we get into the meat and potatoes of the press conference to give a couple of thank yous, I would like to do that now. We volunteer because we care. Again, we volunteer because we care. I saw that on a fire truck here in Delphi, Indiana yesterday. And I believe it's a way of life here in Delphi in the Carroll County community. Because the way this community has wrapped their arms around this investigation and provided not just resources for officers as they're investigating this case, but also their willingness to give us information and anything that we have asked, including this church.
Hold on one second. I hate when the audio gets off. Sometimes since I left the screen, let me just take it off and try it again. I hate when it does that. If I like leave the stream and StreamYards, like I can't even do anything on my computer because if I leave the window, it glitches. If I'm playing a file, it glitches out. If I'm playing anything, it just glitches out and I can't do anything on it. It sucks. So it just got off because I left. Hold on one second. Usually if I take it off and then put it back on, it's not off by that much, but it just bothers me. All right, let me try.
Today for the press conference that Pastor Todd has given us. And of course, we want to thank the Delphi United Methodist Church for this facility today. Again, I would like to thank everyone who's given donations and any general support to this investigation. I would also like to thank in advance the person who's going to call our tip line and give us that tidbit of information that's going to lead to the arrest of the murderers of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. And I would like to thank the media for their patience. I understand there's information that you would like to get to your subscribers, get out into the media. But as you know, we have information that is germane to our investigation that we have to keep close to the vest because this investigation is too important to make any mistakes and give out the wrong information. So again, I thank you for your support and your patience as we go through this case. There are a couple acknowledgments I must introduce today, a couple of folks, department heads that are here. we have Delphi Mayor Shane Evans, Carroll County Prosecutor Rob Ives, Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby, Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge Greg Massa, and Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police. Obviously, the reason we are here today is to give out information in the double homicide of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. On February 13th, Abigail Williams, 13, and Liberty German, 14, went on a hike at the Delphi Historic Trails. On February 13th, they were reported missing later in the afternoon when they failed to return to a pickup location as a family member returned to pick them up from their hike. After organized searches on February 14th, one of those search parties unfortunately found the bodies of the two teens. Evidence in this case has led investigators to believe this is a double homicide, and that's what we're investigating at this time. Also shown in front of me is an enlarged depiction of a person believed to be the suspect in this case. We are actively looking for this person. We believe this person is our suspect, and we would like any information, regardless of how small or minute you might believe that information to be. It might be the one piece of a very large puzzle that helps us get this person in custody. So please call our tip line, 844-459-5786. And again, I would like, as we go through this press conference, to remind the media there's going to be information that is germane to our investigation that we're not going to release today. But at the end of the press conference, we will have time for question and answers. So as we go through our speakers, I ask you to please hold your questions to the end of the press conference. So at this time, I would like to invite Indiana State Police Superintendent Douglas Carter to the podium.
Words tend to escape during these periods of times, and I've only had a couple of other situations in my lifetime where I'm able to stand before you and say that. Why Libby? Why Abby? Why Delphi? Why Carroll County? Why the region? Why the state? Why even in the nation? I say that because this is a classic example and a clear example that evil lives amongst us. To the family, to the community, the region, the state, as a leader of the Indiana State Police, I say I am so very sorry. Resources. It's unlikely that any of you will ever see, nor will we ever see or experience again, the level of resources that are attached to this investigation. To the media, my gosh, all I can say is to give you my sincere thanks. See, this isn't like TV. There's a perception that this can be solved very quickly. Anything that we do can be solved very quickly, but this is a testament that it can't, and we need you. We've needed you since last week, we need you today, and we need you tomorrow. And likely we'll need the media all across this nation. So from a simple guy like me to you, I say thank you. To the people dressed funny like me and those that represent the law enforcement profession, please understand we're human beings just like you. I'd stand anywhere in the nation with people standing behind me. And I would suggest to you that every time something like this happens, a little piece of us dies as well. But I also want you to understand how committed we are as a collective one, and we will continue. This has been briefed all the way up to the director of the FBI, Director Comey, and Greg Mass is going to talk a little bit about that. I've had an opportunity to speak to my boss, Governor Eric Holcomb, a couple different times about this situation. And every time I do, I see this look that comes over his face, just like yours in this community's. And that's the unfortunate experience of experiencing evil. We're not stopping. The poster in front of you. Someone knows who this individual is. Someone knows who this individual is. Is it a family member? Is it a neighbor? Is it an acquaintance? Is it an associate? Or maybe that one guy that lives over at that one place that just kind of not right. Maybe it's his jeans. Maybe it's his jacket or his sweatshirt. Maybe it's his shirt tail. Maybe it's his posture. Maybe it's the right hand in his pocket. You see, even with technology, we need human intelligence. In other words, we need you. I'm not suggesting that science, that everything that we can do as science has been done, because we are just getting started. Abby and Libby deserve us. They deserve every single one of us, and not just the people standing up here on the stage that have given so much of their lives to not just this, but to this profession, but each and every one of you. Each and every person listening, watching, or seeing this in some form, we need you. Libby and Abby need you. Please do not rationalize tips away. Rationalize what you think that might not be important away. By thinking he would never do that to another human being. Or think, what I know doesn't matter. Let folks like the people that are standing behind me with such incredible passion and commitment and dedication to this profession make that determination. Tips are anonymous. Some might not want to talk about it because they don't want to get involved, because they know the individual. Again, he may be a family member. Probably has family. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. There's not an agency on the planet better than helping us facilitate this than the FBI. And they're as entrenched in this as anybody. No one will know. As poor as this picture is, somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you. Who's next? I hate to ask you that question, and I'd give my life to not have to. But I know you've asked yourself that very question. We must recognize it. You see, we're all the same. We're all human beings. We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby, for this community, and frankly, to ensure that good trumps evil. And it will. You're going to hear more in just a minute about what we know. Do not discount the voice that you'll hear. We will stay committed with resolve, very rarely exhibited with human behavior until this conclusion. Please be patient. Become our partners and communicate with us as often as you can. And now, from a very humble servant, that's the most blessed guy on this planet to represent the profession that I represent. to Abby and Libby. It's my hope and my prayer that you're now experiencing God's promise of eternal peace.
At this time, I would like to invite Greg Massa, Assistant Special Agent in charge for the FBI, to the podium.
Good morning. As the Assistant Special Agent in charge, my role is to supervise and lead the FBI's criminal investigations across the state of Indiana. 9 days ago, we had an agent that was participating in the search for the missing victims, and from that moment until this morning, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our law enforcement partners here. The FBI plays an important support role in this investigation, this joint investigation. I'm very humbled by the response that the resources that are under my direction have brought, and hopefully the contributions that we are making. On any given day, we have 20 FBI agents that are here providing investigative help, whether that's running down leads, conducting interviews, helping with lead tracking system, providing intelligence analysis support, providing technical assistance. Every night I update our FBI headquarters to our Deputy Assistant Director, and as the Superintendent mentioned, this has been briefed to the FBI Director on 2 occasions. So whatever resource that the FBI has available, whether it's here in the state of Indiana or nationally, we have brought those resources, and we will continue to do so. We were committed to working around the clock, as we have been over the last 9 days, and will continue to do so until this case is solved. To the members of the community, when I met with our behavioral analysis unit and in their expertise and their experience, it is oftentimes even unwitting that a member of the community may have information that is germane to this investigation. And I'd like the community to go back 9 days and go back to the afternoon of February 13th, Monday, February 13th, and just think if you had an interaction with an individual who inexplicably canceled an appointment that you had together, or an individual called into work sick and canceled an important appointment or a social engagement, and at the time gave what would have been a plausible explanation. My cell phone broke, or I had a flat tire on my car. But in retrospect, that excuse no longer holds water. That may be important. Likely so are behavioral indicators that this individual may have exhibited since the afternoon of May 13th. Did this individual travel unexpectedly? Did they change their appearance? Did they shave their beard, cut their hair, change the color of their hair? The superintendent mentioned the clothes that this individual was wearing in the photo. Did they change the way they dress? Did their behavior change? Did their sleep pattern is different now? Did they start abusing drugs or alcohol, whereas they would not have?
I just want to make a comment on that. So as far as from the Facebook post, it doesn't look like his appearance changed much. Richard, I'm talking about. He did end up gaining a lot of weight because he, like, around that time he was kind of thinner. Not real thin, but like maybe because BG, you could tell he has stuff in his coat and stuff. It's not really like a real big guy. So I don't think he really changed his appearance, Richard at least, but I feel like he did end up gaining weight. Number one, who knows if he started drinking, or I don't know about any of that. But like I said, I want to point out that it seems like he was more smiley before, at least from the few Facebooks that we have, than after. So I don't know if there's something to that. But I just want to make a comment on somebody who commented, sees through. You said, this is very interesting to me. You said, Richard Allen's friend asked a news outlet to remove the BG picture, saying he had spoke to and cleared. Wait. Richard Fallon's and asked a news outlet to remove. Okay. So he obviously recognized the photo as Richard Allen. I'm sure if he did, his wife did. Yeah. So I wonder if okay, let's look at it from 2 different aspects. Him being guilty or him being innocent. Okay. Let's say he's innocent. What if he sees that it is him, let's say BG is him, and he's like, yeah, that's me, but maybe the voice, because we know the audio isn't at the time, it's a different time. They just overlap the audio with obviously, they put it so the audio is after. So do we even know that that guy is the one talking? Since they won't show us the whole video. Or does Libby put the phone down and you don't even know if that guy is the one that walked up? What if somebody came up behind him? What if that's Richard Allen walking on the bridge, but then he would have seen somebody come up behind him then? That's true. But I'm saying, like, what if it was a few minutes and he ended up turning around and is not looking, and this person comes up behind him? Hey, guys, down the hill. Or comes up from the side or whatever. And let's say Libby only films right there, and then I heard her phone, like, I think I heard rumors maybe it was in her pocket, or that you could only hear the audio for a while. So like maybe she put the phone down, so they just assumed that guy is the one that came up to him. But what if they don't even know? What if they don't actually see the bridge guy coming up to them? What if he turned around right there? Somebody else came up right after. It's a possibility, right? Unless if they do have a video showing that is the guy, but I'm not convinced that they do. I don't know. I know they have more audio, but I don't know if they have a ton more of the video, like we're of him. Do you know, Anthony? Okay, so that's a scenario if he's innocent. Let's say he's guilty. He might be wondering, okay, he knows that, well, no, because he wouldn't know what she had on the video. Never mind. So I don't even have really a scenario for if he's guilty. But yeah, you're right. His friend probably is like, oh yeah, that's you. Oh, because they put the picture up, the screenshot before they did the audio. Right? So what if he was like told his friend, like, oh yeah, that's me. They, I already came to him. I don't know why they have it up. Yeah, I was on the bridge that day, not even knowing that they had audio too. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, it's confusing. So I want to know more about that though, see-through, because I want to know if the picture, if like you're saying that Richard told that guy to have him remove it, or you're saying Richard asked the news? Like, how did that work? Is it just that the guy just was like, oh yeah, that looks like Richard? Or was it like a thing where it's like, yeah, Richard's like, yeah, he asked me to ask them to remove it. I don't know. But I never heard that. That's crazy. Because I do think it looks like him. I don't think it looks, here's the thing with Brad Holder. I know we can't go by like for sure the post on his Facebook that just because those pictures around that time, does that mean that those are from pictures of that time? Most likely, but sometimes people post old pictures and it's not. So we can't say for sure that those are actually him in that time, because they could have been another from a year ago, months ago, and then he just posted them that day. But if they are him at that time, that body is not the same. He's a lot thicker, and it's not the same build. Like I don't think that Brad Holder's bridge guy. But I'm not saying that I don't think Brad Holder's involved, because if I believe this route, if I'm that theory, there would be multiple people. So one of the other guys could have been bridge guy. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think Brad Holder is, because of his body build. Like it doesn't match. And then the beard, but like I said, I mean, we can't say for sure that is him then. It appears that it is, because it looks like from his Facebook post, it does look like that he's posting like current pictures. Hey, I just got done working out. So his beard is a lot longer. It doesn't look like bridge guy has like a long beard like that. But the thing that gets me more is the build. Like he's a lot thicker. He's really like, bridge guy's not that thick. I mean, he's got stuff in his coat, and he's got like I feel like he's more built like Richard was at that time. Because Richard was like a little bit, I don't know, he just had that body style. But I just hope they're right, that they know for sure that bridge guy is involved, and that they're able to tell that he walked up to him from that video, Okay. Considering that new sketch, when they give that new sketch and say, this is the new guy, disregard this. and then it doesn't look anything like the guy in the freaking video, so you're like, "Whoa, alright. Alright."
Have they been anxious, nervous, irritable? Have they followed this case and what the media is putting out with a sense that is not normal? Have they had ongoing discussions regarding their whereabouts on that afternoon or thereafter? Please, if you have that information, call that into the tip line. After this press conference, the FBI will be putting out a series of these indicators on our social media, so it'll be available not only to the citizens of this community, but across the state of Indiana and then nationally as well. We'll also be utilizing digital billboards, and in any way we can spread this message, we will. I'll just finalize my remarks just to say that to my law enforcement partners behind me, to the community at large, 9 days ago, the FBI stood shoulder to shoulder with you. We're not going anywhere. We will be here until this case is solved, and I am confident this case will be solved. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to invite Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police, to the podium.
Thank you, Tony. We do have some new information for you today. It's in the form of an audio file from the cell phone that Liberty German had with her at the time. We're not going to play everything that we have, but Liberty had the presence of mind to turn on her video camera. Again, we're not going to be able to share everything with you, but we are going to share this audio clip with you momentarily with the hope that somebody will recognize this voice. And I want to be very clear that what you're about to hear is just 4 short words. Excuse me, 3 words. Down the hill. You're going to hear this played 4 times. The audio quality is not superb, but there's enough there that somebody could recognize this person's voice. And as Superintendent Carter said, not to rationalize away. If you hear this today and you think, my God, that sounds like fill in the blank, call us. Make an anonymous tip. Tell us who you think it is. Let us investigate it. If it's not the right person, they'll just be out a little bit of time and they'll be cleared and they can go on and they'll never know that you called. But you may tell us who the right person was. And you could be the person that helps us to solve this horrible crime. Micah, play the clip, please. Could you play it one more time? So that audio clip later today will be available on the Indiana State Police website. You can simply go to our website and add the extension /delphi.htm. There will be information on that website that talks about the reward that is being collected now. Sergeant Slocum will talk more about that, the amount of money that's been raised towards solving this case. And really, money shouldn't be what drives somebody to help solve this. Just a sense of community and wanting to help and to get this person off the street. The image that you see there of the suspect, that came from Liberty's phone. I think many of you had speculated that before. We weren't prepared to discuss that at the time. We have more video. We're not releasing it. It's germane to our investigation. And it's important that we spread that person's voice far and wide for somebody that will recognize who that is and will call us and tell us. I also want to tell you that there will be a tip line. There's an email tip line. I'll spell it out for you, and it'll be on the website later, but if you want to copy this down, tips can be emailed to ABBYANDLIBBYTIP at CACOSHRF.com. So that is Abby and Libby Tip at CACOSHRF.com. Phone number, email, call the Delphi Police, call the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, call the state police. Help us to capture the person responsible for these murders.
As I started out, we volunteer because we care. I believe that's a way of life here in Carroll County and the Delphi area. As Captain Bursa indicated, we now have monies for a reward. I believe we're in upwards to around $41,000, with $25,000 being donated by the FBI, $10,000 by the Indiana Packers, a local business. The Andersons have donated $5,000. Indiana Lafayette Savings and Loans has donated $1,000. They do that because they care. We need to solve this case. We have every resource that we can think of to prompt people to give us information. We need to get the murderer of Liberty German and Abigail Williams into custody sooner rather than later. That will be the end of our press conference. As far as speakers at this time, we will entertain questions.
Or the assistant special agent, Bruce and I crime watch daily. We're wondering, do you have any indication to believe that this suspect in these images is local or was passing through? Do you have any indication as to where he might be from, if he's still in this area or not?
Would you like to come up here?
Why don't we go? Okay, we'll both go. Joint partnership.
Yeah. Is there any specific information that says the person is local or from far away? No. Could this be a stranger crime? That's a possibility. Could this be somebody that knew that the girls were going to be there at that time? That's a possibility. Nothing is off the table.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The only thing I would add is where the FBI can come involved, and if it does lead interstate or multi-jurisdictionally, we have that capability to stretch it further outside of this immediate community across the state or across state lines.
Let's go one at a time. I'll let you do your follow-up, then I'll come to you. What's your follow? Go ahead and do your follow-up.
How long after Liberty posted to social media did this crime happen? Did the murders happen immediately after, or was there time for someone to see them on social media and then meet them on that trail?
As a special, we know that there are going to be lots of questions that we specifically cannot answer because there are things that we do not want to tip our hand to the person responsible for this. That kind of information we're keeping close to ourselves. Is it reasonable to think that that's an area, one of two things happen. That was a chance encounter. That's possible. Don't think it's likely, but it's possible. Or that person knew that they were going to be there. That's possible as well. Those are things that we're looking into. Question over here.
Online communication with this individual? Has there been any evidence of that from the girls with this person?
Similar to what I just said, there's specific pieces of information that we're not discussing. The best example that I can give you is if somebody is a victim of a burglary and then they're murdered, everybody wants to know how they were murdered. If we go into the details and we say they were stabbed twice in the back and they were shot in the head, then everybody hears that. And then we get tips. People tell us that, and the tip is useless. We're keeping information that will only be known by the person or by who that person told. And when that's shared with us, it will set off the alarm bells and we'll know.
Captain, based upon what you have and other other investigators have seen of this crime, do you believe this individual has killed before, and what makes you believe he will do it again?
Greg, I'll let Agent Massa address that.
There has been no indication right now that this is a part of a serial murder, if that's what your question is. So as of the facts that we have collected at this point in time, we have not tied it to any other known homicides.
After you played 3 words, you have an extensive volume of video and audio. You're not sharing it. I mean, is there more?
We have other information that we're not sharing, and specific to your question, Raphael, keep in mind that there is the likeliness, the possibility of more than one person. We're not saying that the voice that you heard is the same as this person here. This is all very complicated, very involved, and as much as we would like to tell you everything, more importantly, we want to solve the crime.
Can you clarify those? So you just said that is not the voice of the person in that picture. Just clarify that statement.
That could be or could not be.
So where's the audio from them? So this is
The audio is also from Liberty's phone. So again, she had the presence of mind to have the phone on and to capture video as well as audio.
Can you talk about how long that video clip is, even if you can't share it?
No, I can't.
And to be clear, is that a loop that you're playing several times?
That is a loop that we played 4 times for purposes for you to hear it.
The cell phones were found with one cell phone. Did the suspect or suspects leave anything that you can talk about at the scene?
No, there's nothing I can speak to about the scene investigation and collection of evidence.
And Rusty, did that photo come from one of the girl's cell phones in that recording?
Yes, and thank you for asking that, Paris. To clarify, the image that you're looking at here came from Liberty's phone.
Is it longer? Are you holding some that you can see how he walks? Is there any more of this image of this possible this suspect?
There's nothing that we are prepared to release at this time.
Can you, I guess, reconcile, this is believed to be the main suspect, the voice is believed to be a suspect. Can you say you believe that's the voice of that man in that photo?
No, I can't say that because we weren't there. We know that voice was captured from her cell phone. We know this image was captured from her cell phone. Keep in mind, all of you are in the television business. What do you see out of the TV? You see this. You don't see what's over here. You don't see what's over here. So there's lots more that we're looking at.
But the question is that's what I was just talking about. Do you see the guy talking? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we get that, like, if you can't see the guy talking, I mean, you wouldn't know where it was coming from, but I mean, can you see him when he's saying down the hill, or is he even in the picture? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, I mean, obviously they're not going to answer. They don't tell us crap, but I just wonder how long after the video after is the odd. You know what I'm saying? Do you hear him saying guys down the hill? You know, and how close do they see him walking up? Hold on. I wanted to give you guys hold on one second, the date, because I didn't. Or yeah, I did give you the date on that. We're still on that one. Never mind. That one's the longer one. Okay. There's something else I wanted to say from one of you guys' comments. Hold on one second. What evil victims place mocking tarot cards. I don't know. I'll play. I forget what I was going to comment on. Yeah, I know, Shay. And then like the guys down the hill, like we don't know what's in between that. How much room is in between that? You know, what I don't understand why they couldn't play more of the audio if there was more of him, the guy talking, or anybody talking where it could help verify the voice. I don't understand why they wouldn't play that for the public. So I don't know what's all on that. How long is it, Anthony? Do you know? I feel like I've heard different things, but I mean, it's definitely longer than what we've had. I heard a couple things. First of all, I heard one thing that you can't hear, like you could only hear, you know, him guys downhill, and then you could just hear, like, it's hard to make out much else. I don't know if that's true. No, actually, I never heard that you could hear more of the guy talking. I just heard that somebody said, like, that it was, the rest of it's, like, it almost sounds like it maybe it was in her pocket or it's really hard to hear, but I don't know how these rumors started or whatever. I just feel like there's gotta be more of him talking than that. I forget what the number of minutes was it 7? Oh, it's only 43-second video? Oh, I thought it was longer than that. Are you sure? Why was I thinking, like, minutes? That must have been another rumor that wasn't true. So 43 seconds. So we're getting, like, what, a couple seconds? So what's the other, like, 40 seconds? Or you know what I'm saying? So you think that maybe there's no other, sound of him talking maybe? But if there is, that would make me mad if they didn't release it so people could, help, uh, identify the voice. But maybe there wasn't. Maybe there wasn't. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm looking up, well, let me press play while I'm looking it up. I'll let you guys know. Hold on.
Kathy, how was it determined that he was the main suspect? Can you go into detail on that?
As I indicated before, the reason we believe this is a suspect is based on the totality of the evidence that we've gathered thus far. That has led us to believe this is the person that at least participated in the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams.
The picture that you guys have, as we mentioned before, it seems like it's enhanced, and we talked about that a little bit yesterday. How enhanced is this picture? Did it come from a Snapchat photo that she had saved? Was he in the background corner? I mean, how far away was he from a picture that she might have just snapped on that bridge?
Now, we're not going to release that part of the information, but it did come from her phone, which entails that even though we enhanced it, it's the best we have. That's the image we're giving. And just because you and I do not recognize that photo, there, as indicated earlier, a person that works with what appears to be a male white in that photo might recognize him. Again, a family member might recognize that. Unfortunately, it's the best we have, and that's what we're going to go with at this time. If we decide to go other routes later, we'll let you know.
Just to clarify one point here, do you believe that based on the evidence you guys have, that Libby turned her cell phone on and started recording specifically because this person seemed suspicious or was creeping her out in some way? And if so, what's your reaction to a 14-year-old having the presence of mind to do that?
This young lady's a hero. There's no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate the video system on her cell phone to record what we believe is criminal behavior that is about to occur. As far as the first part of your question, that's something we're going to keep close to the vest as part of our investigation. But there's no doubt in our minds that that young lady is a hero. Well, unfortunately, when you're in the law enforcement business, there are crimes that occur in this nature. As far as the time frame and different things, in my experience, are unique to my career. But there are a lot of smart people standing behind me that will probably have a different answer. But again, rest assured, we're using our resources to put the person and/or persons that murdered Liberty German and Abigail Williams into our jail here in Carroll County.
The only thing that I want to add to that is all of you have more questions than we can answer here today without compromising the case. I think we all can agree there's one thing we want to do. We want to capture the person or persons responsible for this crime. We wanted to get the audio clip out to you. We wanted to confirm to you where that image came from. We've accomplished those two things here today. We encourage you to play that audio to your audiences frequently over the days to come so that we can develop a tip to that tip line or to the email address that I gave you or to the website information that will be on the State Police website at 10:45. At this time, we're going to conclude the news conference. Thank you all very much for coming here today and to helping to spread the word. Thank you.
Okay, so the next one is from, hold on. Oh yeah, I'm not on mute. Okay, the next one is from, oh wait, hold on. Oh, I just had a blonde moment. February 18th, 2018. That's, hopefully I wrote that right. February 18th, 20. I mean, it's definitely 2018 February. I think that's right. February 18th, 2018. Okay.
This is him coming in. Everybody ready? Good afternoon. I want to thank you all for coming today. Today we're going to talk about the Abby Libby case. Some of the people standing behind me is Superintendent Doug Carter with the Indiana State Police. You got Detective Deputy Sheriff Kevin Hammond over here. Over there. You got Sheriff Tove Lesenby with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. On this side, FBI Special Agent Mike Peasley, and then First Sergeant Jerry Holman. They're going to discuss today the things that have been going on over the last year with this case. Superintendent Carter will do most of the talking, and at this time I'll turn over the podium to him. Thank you.
Well, first of all, welcome. I didn't really know what to expect when I stood on this trail just a little bit ago, over the course of the last 15 minutes, but it's a very uncomfortable feeling. We're a year today. I would be remiss to not talk about the people that have made this whole for the first year without an arrest. We talked about Sheriff Linsonby, who stands behind me to the left, and Kevin Hammond, Mike Peasley with the FBI, Jerry Holman over my right shoulder, Steve Buckley, the new prosecutor Nick McClelland here in Carroll County. What I've seen over this course of the last years are memories and times and comments and things that will stand with me and live with me for the rest of my life. The very best of humanity in the very worst of times. I was able to see from afar this community in Carroll County in the city of Delphi come together and support not only law enforcement, the people that were here that have given so much of their lives to this case, but also to the families. And I just wanted to say I am forever humbled. I don't know what you expected today, but I came to plead and implore you to keep this out front and center. I've said before, and I'm confident I'll say again, I hope that one day when we all meet Abby and Libby that they tell us you did well. That's my hope. We cannot allow evil to prevail. Our world is completely out of balance, and we cannot allow that to prevail. I've said all along that we, as an agency, will be here as long as I'm breathing and as long as Governor Holcomb allows me to continue to stay in the position that I hold. I have the opportunity to brief him regularly. This isn't about how many hours we spend. It's not about how much it costs. It's about every single asset that the ISP has we will give to this sheriff, this community, and to each and every one of you. Because I refuse to accept evil as a standard bearer in American society, not here. People have oftentimes asked me, why is this so personal to you? It's personal to me because those two young girls were everybody's daughter. in this beautiful place that represents the very best of humanity. And look what happened. That's why it's very personal to me. And I just hope that one day I can look into the eyes of a murderer and ask him why. And I believe that we will. I believe that we will. I know you have a bunch of questions for me. But please understand, if the question has to do with the investigative process, tactics associated with the investigation, what only the killer would know, that we know, I can't answer your question. And I just ask you to ask for you to please understand that when we open this up. Many people have said, did you think it'd be a year? I don't know. I don't know. How do you answer that question? I believe we're one piece of the puzzle away from figuring out who this individual is. Then the real work begins. Over 30,000 tips. Thank heavens the FBI was engaged with us, with the Orion system and the expertise that the FBI brought from all over the country to allow us to manage that kind of data. We've had inquiries and requests for discussion from agencies all over the country, not only because this is such a high-profile case, but because of the complexities associated with the time since we found their bodies a year ago tomorrow. As I close my comments to you, I want to say thank you. I've had the pleasure of having relationships with our local media and our statewide media and even our national media for more than 30 years. I appreciate our partnership. I've had the opportunity to travel to the East Coast and the West Coast with Mike and Becky and the families to continue to perpetuate this message if somebody out there knows who this individual is. None of that's possible without you. It's really, really important that you understand how important and what the importance of the role is that you play. Technology is wonderful, but technology can also challenge us. I would ask that folks not continue to compare photographs on the internet. Please, if you have an idea of an individual, of a comment, of a phrase, of a name, that you send it to us. It creates lots of complications when that analysis is done outside of the purview of the experts that I happen to be able to represent that are standing behind me today. So I hope you hear me loud and clear. If you're watching this and you're responsible, today may be your day. It might be tomorrow, but I can guarantee you your day's coming. We've got to perpetuate the relationship that we have, and we've got to not stop. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen detectives that have given their lives to this case, that have held off and discussed holding off retirement, that have canceled family vacations, that work nights, weekends, and holidays, so that we can explain to you one day and to this incredible community and to our state what happened. So our commitment is longstanding. It's real. It's as real today as it was 365 days ago, and it'll be as real tomorrow as it was today. We are not going away. We are not going away. With all that said, the floor is yours.
Superintendent, how do you speak to that one individual who said it may be just a tip away? So how do you encourage that somebody, whoever they may be, to provide you with that information that you need to put the pieces together to solve this?
That's a great question. And the answer is each of you. I talked about that relationship. You see, in all of my career, I don't ever remember having the photograph of a person that we believe is responsible. I don't ever remember having the voice of a person that we think is responsible, or having a sketch of the individual that we believe is responsible. So, if all of you closed your eyes for just a moment and you thought of a family member, but you didn't think of them from the neck up, you would know how they stand and the clothes they wore and their posture. You would know that voice. I would know it if it was my father, just like you would know it if it was yours. Somebody out there knows who this person is. And fortunately, I'm not going to say unfortunately, fortunately, we have such a relationship with you that you've kept this front and center, because we couldn't do it. We couldn't do it. But you guys are. I don't think there's multiple pieces to the puzzle, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's one piece. And it's having one individual with the strength to say, that was my brother, or that's my dad, or that's my cousin, or that's my neighbor, it's my coworker. That's all we need. And I think we're one piece away. One piece. Good question, Raphael. I appreciate that.
Superintendent, how do
Yeah.
you measure progress, and how much progress has been made in the last year?
Yeah, so another good one. How do you measure progress? How do we how do we know if we're making progress? Tips. I think if we do this mathematically, it's over 30,000 tips. I've heard this guy say to me multiple times, Superintendent, when we're out of tips, we're going to start all over with the ones we got. There's this notion that this is cold. It's not cold. This is not going to be cold. I'm not sure where that comes from. So as those tips continue to come in, we'll continue to work them the very, very best that we can. We'll bring detectives in from all the posts around Indiana that I'm responsible for. And the local law enforcement entities that have resources, we'll bring them all together and we'll go out after the tips that we have. That generally leads to more tips and then can lead to more tips. So we will continue to manage those tips, and when we're all done, we're going to start all over because that piece of the puzzle's in the pile someplace. Yes, sir.
Daniel Nations has been called a person of interest. What does that mean for the Indiana State Police when you say someone's a person of interest?
Well, I think the inverse to that statement is until there's somebody arrested, we're interested in almost everybody. But we as you all know, we went out to Colorado and we spent a little bit of time with him. And he's not a person that we care a whole lot about at this moment in time. And that's all I'll say about Daniel Nations.
Now that a year has gone by, do you guys have a new path when investigating this case, or is it still relying on those tips? Is it, what you've been doing every day for the last year?
Yeah. I think that repetitive nature is going to reveal something that's right before us, and we just don't know what it is yet.
Superintendent, you have been on the national TV programs. You have harnessed the resources of not only your agency, but also the solutions of the FBI in Carroll County. Is there something that you have not done, sir? I mean, as you look at your checklist, what have you not done really possible already to look into this case? What is that? Is there something you haven't done?
You're going to get into my soul a little bit with a question like that.
We'll take your soul.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you why. I want to tell you why. Because of what my eyes have seen and what the eyes of these fellows behind me have seen that you haven't seen. About 3/4 of a mile from here. There is not a day goes by at the end of my day that I don't think is tonight the night that I'm going to get a call that something bad happened to somebody that I represent, an Indiana trooper someplace in Indiana. Or is there something that we haven't done that we could do? Is there a level of support that I have not given to this sheriff or Jerry Holman and the multitude of resources that we have here in Carroll County? What are we missing? You see, we're human beings just like you. And this continues to play in our minds. Every single morning I wake up and I realize my phone might have rang, but everybody's okay. But is today the day in Delphi? Is today the day in Flora? It comes to my mind every single morning, and sometimes in the middle of the night. So I appreciate the question, Raphael. The answer is absolutely yes. I can speak for myself, and I can't even fathom what the folks standing behind me must think and the way in which it's affected their lives.
Okay, so I want to stop this here because See-Thru emailed me a video. I took a couple screenshots about that Richard Allen thing about the friend or whatever. So I will show you the ones I have. Now the one I can't see what it says here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So this video they were screenshot. It says there was an update last night that they're still looking for him to ask questions. So he has not been found yet. It says if I were him and not guilty, I'd sure turn myself in to clear my name. So I think they're talking about because they're like, oh no, his friend's trying to have him take that down because they already talked to him. But this person's like, no, I mean, there was an update last night that they're still looking for him to ask questions. And then this says, it's been a minute since we asked for initials of your POI, person of interest. Has anyone changed? Has anyone's changed? Somebody says RA, Richard Allen, question mark. Says Channel 6, you need to let everybody know that they have talked to this man and released him. WTHR updates this a while ago. He went to the police. They have released him. He is not a suspect. So that's what the post. So that must be his friend saying, hey. So, see through, you said how the friend said that he was, and I remember hearing about that he was with him on it was February 14th, the day after the murder. He was at the bar playing pool with him, and he said that he told him about the conversation with the law enforcement, that he went in and talked to him and stuff. And um I forget what else your email said. Hold on a second. I feel like I'm missing something. Hold on. Played pool with him. He told him about his chat with Dan Doolin. I tried to get it removed. When the photo was released, his friend tried to get it removed as he recognized it was Richard. So he went, played pool with him. Oh yeah, I was there. So then I think it's this guy just ends up seeing him and then knowing, oh yeah, that's my friend Rick. Yeah. Oh, he told me he already talked to him. So, go ahead and remove that. They already talked to him. So he's thinking, oh, they already talked to that guy, that he's going to be cleared. He's fine or whatever. So I wonder, my question is, what did he think when they still kept saying that this guy's the one involved? This guy, we're looking for him, and they linked it up with the audio. So wonder what his friend was thinking. You know what I'm saying? Because he's like knowing that that's him, but then for years they keep posting that picture. This is him. Do the video, the audio. We need to talk to him. We believe he's involved, and yet what? And this guy knows that at least the guy on the bridge, he could tell that that's him. Is he just thinking like, "Ooh, they screwed this up"? I mean, you would think he would then go into law enforcement and be like, "Wait a minute, that's my friend Rick. He said he talked to you." Because then wouldn't it make him feel like, wonder if Richard is lying to me and he didn't talk to him? Because why are they saying that? Even though, I mean, we know he did, but you would think it would make him want to go and talk to law enforcement. Like, hey, I know that. It's my friend. He said he talked to you. And then it should have like rung a bell maybe to them to go back and look through it way back then. I don't know. It is weird. And then see through, you make a point. If he noticed that was him, then his wife would have recognized him, right? So that's weird. Anyway, it is interesting. I didn't realize he asked him that. It just brings up many questions then, right? You guys following? That's like, how did he just not say anything then? Very strange. All right, let me see. I'm behind in chat. Sorry, I was looking up Reddit stuff because I was trying to find well, let me take this down. I was trying to find the information about that video. So you were right, Anthony. It says it's 43 seconds. Why was I thinking 7 minutes? I don't know where I had 7 minutes in my head. Was there anything that was going around that's about 7 minutes? That would have been a lot. That'd been a lot of time. But yeah, so this says, wait, where did I find it? It was talking about it's 43 seconds. And then there's people like hearsay of what people are saying. Like we heard it's the girls talking about stuff. Wait, where does it say? Something about the end of the path. So it makes me think then it was probably the beginning of the audio more that you heard them talking about this other stuff. And then the guys down the hill would have been like towards the end of it. Because at that point, I'm sure they weren't talking about, oh, the whole thing, he has a gun. I remember hearing that. I think that did that even come out recently? Showing a man walking towards another girl who says something to the effect, he has a gun. That the man says, guys down the hill, and maybe the gun is visible. That is the stuff nightmares are made of. Okay. Oh, wait, I thought I had this shared. I was just going through some of the Reddit. He's down the hill. Yeah, so I swear I read something about. But thanks for sending that, see-through. And Anthony, I never got an email yet. Well, I'll check. Let me check my chat for one thing. Hold on, I just want to find a couple more things I read, and I'll look at chat. Nightmares down the hill. Where did it go? This one says, which I'd like to see that interview. Does anybody know about an interview? It says, remember, you got to take this. There's a lot of like stuff people remember or post, and it ends up not even, it's like, they're not I don't think they're purposely trying to lie, but it's just like they're not remembering right or whatever. So this is just Reddit, so it might not even be true, or they might have remembered something wrong or heard some hearsay that wasn't accurate. But this says Detective Jerry Holman said in the early interview the phone was 15 feet from the girls. Anybody know that? Yeah, 6 minutes. Okay, yeah, I did hear that. Yep. And I remember always thinking, gosh, that's so long. But so my point is that that new information said it was under freaking Abby, under Libby's shoe, under Abby's so the shoe was under Abby, and then the phone was under the Libby's shoe, which was under Abby. So I would like to find that interview where if he does say that, because then that'd be interesting. Then one of them's lying. What whole video, Alan? What whole video? I don't know what you're asking. What whole video? Or maybe you're probably not talking to me. Yeah, probably not at all, since I haven't been in chat for a minute. All right. Let's see. I don't think no reason. Okay. Yeah, I think that's about all. So I just wonder what. And video ends when they begin to proceed down the hill. It says page 2, the affidavit spells that exactly. BG walking behind victim, a victim mentioning a gun. Oh yeah, did that come out now? I forget what came out and when some of the new stuff came out. I feel like we did learn some stuff. I'm having trouble remembering what is hearsay now and what actually ended up coming out. But this is BG walking behind a victim mentioning a gun, a male being seen and heard saying guys down the hill. Video ends when they begin to proceed down the hill. Was only heard, not seen. Says I always heard that BG was only heard and not seen talking to them. But the PCA says otherwise. Wait, now that's making me want to go to read the PCA because I don't remember the PCA saying saying that the video showed him talking to them. Because they may have seen and then heard, man, if they have a video close enough of his face to see him actually says the words down the hill and didn't release that picture, then something is beyond wrong with these police. Yeah. Or was BG was walking towards them makes the video even more impressive. 1.2 second video clip that was released. Phone. Okay, so I'm going to bring up the PCA for later because video stopped. Because I don't remember them saying that you could see him saying it or whatever that said. I don't think it said it like they made it seem like that you could see him on video somehow saying. Okay. I don't know. All right, I'm going to do this and then I'll catch up with chat, but I'll continue playing that press conference.
Like you mentioned, you have the killer's voice, you have this picture, you have a detailed sketch. That's more information than a lot of the cases that you guys have passed and solved. 1 year later, you have all that information. How much are you going to have to do it?
Answer the question for me. I wish I could answer it. I've said locally, statewide, and even nationally that sometimes our citizenry doesn't trust us. And I acknowledge that and recognize that we are not without sin. I know that. And I would just like to think that the person that might know about this maybe doesn't trust us and doesn't want to tell us. Maybe they don't think we can protect them. Oh, yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. And we've got to work to regain that community's trust, these community trust. And I think we're getting there. That's not $1 million question. That's $1 billion question. And I'd give my life to be able to answer it.
Have you been able to clear anybody in this case?
I think that the people that we have talked to at this point in time, we feel confident that there was no involvement.
Sergeant Carter, months ago, it was mentioned, why haven't you released more of the video to give an idea of his gait, how he walked? And I think the comment was that you weren't comfortable at that time, you weren't at that point of doing that. 1 year in, are we now considering doing this? Is there more to work with?
No, we are not. We think that we've released enough now that if there's a possibility of identifying the killer based on that photograph, we'll be able to do that. And that's all I can say about the video and audio that we have.
Still serving search warrants and subpoenas. I know she said these guys work every single day. You see them here, always checking our records and making phone calls. But there are still subpoenas and search warrants happening right now in Carroll County.
As needed, absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. That's an investigative process that will continue to perpetuate itself over time.
Can you say anything more about this suspect that you have a picture of? You know, do you believe he was a transient? Is he in the state? Is he anywhere in this country?
$1 billion question, isn't it? I don't know.
Would you say the case has slowed down? Obviously, not cold by any means, and so many tips still coming in, but has it slowed down a little bit? Maybe not as many leads, or?
As with any major case, it ebbs and flows, right? I mean, the rhythm, it ebbs and flows. And this one is certainly no different. When it does slow down, it gives these incredible servants standing behind me an opportunity to take a breath. Then about the time they get that breath, something else happens and they fire right back up into high gear. I have no indication to believe that that's going to stop or slow down.
Detective Pan, you wouldn't mind answering a simple question. You wouldn't mind saying.
Yeah.
You made the mistake of smiling at me. I asked the question. How are you holding up? How busy are you? How are you handling this with your work?
Physically, I'm handling it fine. As Superintendent Carter says, I think about this every night I go to bed. I lay in bed thinking, what could we have done today? Who do we need to follow up on? It's a never-ending with me. Weekends, I'm still working on it. There's weekends I've come into the command center and just do stuff on my own, just to get stuff done by myself. So it's 24/7 almost for me.
Having your local relationships with so many people here, and you've been on this case since the beginning, has that helped you and helped Indiana State Police?
It's helped a lot. A lot of the state police that come in from other posts don't know the area, don't know people, so they'll come into me or even Detective Liggett, who's also helped. We help them out, get them to the right people, and follow up where we can.
Detective, people are trying to find something to do. They want to be part of the solution. So what do you suggest that they do as we enter the second year? Besides giving you that call that you need, what can the public do to help you get this case on the right track so you can talk?
As far as local, the public's been fantastic. The support has been fantastic from Carroll County, from food to snacks to beverages. Just every time I go to a local store, they're, hey, we're thinking of you, we're proud of you. So the local support has just been great. But just stay vigilant. If you see something, let us know. I mean,
Is there a gut on whether this suspect could be local? And if so, is there a concern that this person could track you?
it could be local, could be distance. At this point, we don't know. Again, always be visual of your surroundings when you're out and about.
How is this case treating you as a person? You guys talked to here with Superintendent Carter talks and Toad talks. Every single investigator, you can tell it's really taken a toll.
It has.
So, I mean, seeing the family, having to give updates, where sometimes they're non-updates at this point, how does that affect you? So you go home, you can't get it off your mind.
It affects me because I have children at home too. So I am more vigilant with my own children than what I ever was before this had happened.
We had that very conversation. and having, well, was it going to be in town? Was it going to be at the city building? Was it going to be at the old office on the courthouse square? I was pretty adamant, in my opinion, was that it's where they would last were. And they walked right here. They walked right where I'm standing. I thought that's why it was significant to have it here today. And the response was, "What if it's snowing?" And I said, "Who cares?" So I think everybody would agree.
Your platform that you got to do in connection with the Patties and the Williams, so many different talk shows, national talk shows. You're able to get your message out there to so many people. That garnered so many tips. Is that something you're going to continue?
Listen, every single opportunity that we get to throw this out to the front, whether that be in a newspaper in small town southern Indiana, or whether it be on a national stage, Dr. Phil was 135 countries and I think 20 million people. Absolutely, yes. Again, it resonates with the relationship with all of you. Please understand the importance you play and how important it is that you're here. I didn't know what to expect when we flew in, but I looked down and I saw this line of cars, and I'm so grateful, so very grateful to you. It's my hope that the murderers, killers watching us. It's my hope.
Take two more questions.
He is, whether there has been speculation on social media, whether he's watching now on TV or online. He may think it's a year, I got away with it. Your response?
Keep thinking that. Keep thinking that. Yes, sir.
That local state and the FBI.
Yeah.
It's been a year and over 30,000 deaths.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that people cannot identify him by that pixelated image. I just don't think it's possible. Is that what you guys are depending on? Is somebody turning in a tip that identifies that image?
That's one piece, of course, and I agree with you completely, but that would be one investigative step for us. The other investigative step might be a hunch, might be a notion that someone has. It would be great if someone came out and said, yeah, that is this person, first and last name. I know it is. But
it has to come from an individual.
Likely, very likely, from an individual, yes. Yes.
Still no update at this point, though, on the scientific element, as you refer to, not specifically saying DNA, but anything you could be still waiting for the labs, nothing updated?
No, the science piece of this, I'm going to keep very, very close to the vest. Very close to the vest.
Oh, Jeremiah, I wanted to answer you. I don't know about a pharmacist. Like I said, I was a pharmacy technician for, over 3 years, and I didn't have to give my fingerprints, but I wasn't a pharmacist. I wouldn't think so, though. I really wouldn't, but who knows? Let me see here. Sorry, guys. I feel like I'm missing a lot of chat, but I'm back in chat now. I'm going to be reading. All right, let me press play.
Thank you very much for coming today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you all very much.
So the next one that I have is April 22nd, 2019. Yeah, April 22nd, 2019 is this next one. This one's a little bit shorter, so. Hi, Eddie. They all eat candy. Oh, we can't answer that at this time. Oh, yeah. So it's like they don't really answer anything good. Like anything that we would want to know, they're not allowed, which I understand, got to keep the integrity of the case or whatever. But for most parts, press conferences are pretty pointless in a way, because besides like saying what it is, like we arrested this person for these charges, like the basics, which you could just read in a freaking like article or something real quick. But yeah, for the most part, like any good question that you really want to know, they're not allowed to answer it. But the thing with this case is after so many years, it's like they still didn't give you anything. So I feel like they should have just, like, when they realized their way was not working, I feel like they should have maybe given a little bit more, but I feel like they were exceptionally like private with this case. But yeah, I agree, serendipity.
Wasn't sure quite what to expect when I walked out, but I got to say to the Delphi community, how grateful I am. You inspire people that you don't even understand, and you don't even understand why. Information is being released today is the result of literally thousands and thousands of hours of extraordinary investigative efforts by Delphi, Carroll County, the FBI, the Indiana State Police, and countless other agencies. This community surrounded us some 26 months ago, and you did everything you could to support us, but most importantly, you surrounded the family of these two little girls. Gosh, I'll never forget it. After you hear what we're going to release today, I'm going to ask for your continued support, your continued understanding, your empathy and compassion as we move forward to find out who did this, and we will.
I want to know what's going on in Lesenby's head. Like, so he's just sitting there. Carter's being, all dramatic with these heavy breathing and faces, which, like I said, I don't have anything against it. I would just be curious of like what he's, seems like a good guy. I always took it as a positive thing, but it's very dramatic and animated and stuff. But anyway, you'll see Lesenby will just be he's standing his hands on his back and see him just keep looking over at him. Oh, it's just, I wonder what he is he thinking he's just so much different than Carter. So wait, and for you, Anthony, I got your videos, but are you saying they all have music? Because I have it on my computer, which I can't hear it. I'm not able to hear it. So all of them, I'll have to play muted. Okay, I'm going to continue.
We're seeking the public's help to identify the driver of a vehicle that was parked at the old CPS DCS welfare building in the city of Delphi that was abandoned on the east side of County Road 300 North next to the Hoosier Heartland Highway between the hours of noon to 5 on February 14th, 2017. If you were parked there or know who was parked there, please contact the officers at the command post at the Delphi City Building. We are releasing additional portions of the audio recording from that day. Please keep in mind, the person talking is one person and is the person on the bridge with the girls. This is not two different people speaking. Please listen to it very, very carefully. We are also releasing video recovered from Libby's phone. This video has never before been previously released. The video shows a suspect walking on the bridge. When you see the video, watch the person's mannerisms as they walk. Watch the mannerisms as he walks. Do you recognize the mannerisms as being someone that you might know? Remember, he is walking on the former railroad bridge. Because of the deteriorated condition of the bridge, the suspect is not walking naturally due to the spacing between the ties. During the course of this investigation, we have concluded the first sketch released will become secondary as of today. The result of the new information and intelligence over time leads us to believe the sketch, which you will see shortly, is the person responsible for the murders of these two little girls. We also believe this person is from Delphi, currently or has previously lived here, visits Delphi on a regular basis, or works here. We believe this person is currently between the age range of 18 and 40, but might appear younger than his true age. Directly to the killer, who may be in this room. We believe you are hiding in plain sight. For more than 2 years, you never thought we would shift gears to a different investigative strategy, but we have. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you.
So I wanted to point out when he said, so the person would be between 18 and 40, but Richard would have been 45. But he did say he could look younger. But I thought he was saying between 18 and 40, but he might look younger in that age range, but might look a lot younger than, what he looks. But I mean, so he's 5 years older than what they thought, if it is him. And then there's just the fact it's kind of weird where he said, we probably interviewed you, which they did. But like I said, that if it is indeed Richard is the guy. Okay.
We know that this is about power to you. And you want to know what we know. And one day, you will. A question to you. What will those closest to you think of when they find out that you brutally murdered 2 little girls? 2 children. Only a coward would do such a thing. We are confident that you have told someone what you have done. Or at the very least, they know because of how different you are since the murders. We try so hard to understand how a person could do something like this to two children. I recently watched a movie called The Shack. And there's also a book that talks so well about evil, about death, and about eternity. To the murderer, I believe you have just a little bit of a conscience left. And I can assure you that how you left them in that woods is not what they're experiencing today. To the family, I hope that you all will give them some time, because we're going to be asking that there's no media inquiry or no media response for at least the next 2 weeks, and I hope you understand why. The family found out about this information this morning. I just want the family to know that when I take my last breath on this earth, I'll be thinking of them. There's going to be a tremendous amount of questions. I know that. Never in my career have I stood in front of something like this. Please be patient with us, please. We're just beginning. We are just now beginning. And I can tell you on behalf of the sheriff and the police chief, so many other partners that have stood with us over this period of time, that we will not stop.
I just unveiled the person that we believe responsible for the murder of these 2 little girls. So I invite media to take a look at that now. It's not up. Kim. We're also going to show you a video not previously released that superintendent spoke to, and also the audio that's additional to what's been previously released. There's only a slight change in it. So give Sergeant Riley just a second as he gets that up and ready. Stand by for the video, please. There is no sound of the video.
So I do think, I mean, I think this guy on the bridge, I do think that is Richard, but I just don't know if, you know, what part he plays in it. But I really do. I mean, this isn't a good thing, but if you look at a better, you know, quality, I feel like you could see, I feel like it, I know it's, you can't say with absolute certainty, but I feel like once we saw that picture of Richard, it's like, yeah, I mean, I think that is him, and especially because he described wearing the same stuff. Now, I just went through the PCA, and I don't see where it says so you were talking about the or was that I just reading on Reddit? Did somebody in chat say it was in the PCA? No, that's what I was reading on Reddit. I don't see where it says that they seen him talking, and then basically saying that, you know, they could tell the video that guy was the one talking. Maybe I'm not reading the right, maybe it's in a different document, but I just read through it again and I don't see that saying that. I'm gonna try to find the search warrant one, because that has more stuff in it. So what do you guys think? Do you think that that's a good poll? If you think that this is that at least that bridge guy is Richard. Now that doesn't mean by answering that yes that you're saying that you necessarily think that he's involved, because I just don't think they have, like, I don't think that they have a video of him talking. Like, I feel like they have that video, then it's after the voice is at the end of it, and you don't see what this guy does. Not meaning that that's not him. So, but my point is if you say yes, you think that that's him, you're not you don't necessarily have to mean that you think he's involved, if that makes any sense. But you could think he's involved. I do. I mean, I'm leaning more towards I do think he plays some part in it. Because he was there, and I'm pretty sure that's him. So, you know, the recording, at least he had to be pretty close to when it happened within less than a minute, because you know what I'm saying, the video, and then guys down the hill. So, I mean, how wouldn't he have seen something? It's just, there's too many things. Now, what if he was like, what if it was like some initiation and he was like, he was supposed to get him down the hill and maybe he didn't take part in the murder? I mean, that could be a possibility. But then why wouldn't he, you know, turn everybody in? I guess he'd probably be scared of his life, especially if the guard, let's say it is this big Odinism thing, and then the guards are like threatening him, and then he's afraid if he does that something will happen. I mean, it could be, there could be a lot of factors here. So, but yeah. So, okay, yeah, let me do a poll for that. Yeah, we can. I think I did one. If not, let's do it. Yeah, I can. I was listening to his voice on that thing the other day, or when we play my other video. Okay, so night decals of sheriff squad. Yeah. All right, let me now I forget what I was just gonna do, guys. What was I gonna play here? I'll finish playing that, but I was gonna do something. Dang, I don't remember.
As Superintendent Carter mentioned, he is on the railway bridge. You have to take different steps to get to it. This information later this afternoon will be on the State Police website. For the community that's here, we have 100 copies of the news release. If you put in that URL, you'll be able to get to that site to play it. And we also have that same release for you in the media. And the rest of the state will get that release in about 15 minutes. So we appreciate those of you that came here. This concludes our announcement. Thank you for your time, patience, and courtesy.
Where you talk about tagging me, I have the PCA, and that's what I said. I just got done reading it when I was watching it, and I don't see it on there where it says. Maybe I overlooked it. I'll read it again. I didn't see where it made it seem like they saw him, the guy, actually saying it. But maybe people were just drawing their own conclusions. But no, I have that document. I actually did a recording of me reading it the other night. I don't know if I'm going to upload it or not, because I know people have already read it a bunch. So maybe I will. I was going to include it in my Richard stuff that video I made today, but I never did. I just like, you know what? It's might be boring for some people that already read it. But yeah, I'll read it again while we finish watching this. Maybe I overlooked a part. Okay, so the next one is from it'll be the last one. It's from August. Wait, what is the date? August, or not August? April. No, not April. Hold on, November. Or wait, hold on. October. I'm sorry, I have all these dates for these videos that I was doing. I write them out so I know the dates. No, it's October 31st, 2022. Halloween. I love Halloween. It's like my favorite freaking holiday. All right, I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna read skim over that again.
Just that video with no audio, or would it be audio as well?
But no, that's what I wanted to make comment. My main point, I wanted to talk about this right here, that sketch. That's why I paused it. I got sidetracked. So that sketch, did he already say to disregard the old one? I wanted to point that out when he says that. I missed it. Like exactly what he says. Let me see. I think he already did. Let me just see if I can find it. Right. I think it's, hold on. We won't listen to all of this again. I just want to find that part real quick.
I believe you have just a little bit of a conscience left. That how you left them in that woods just now beginning. And I can tell you on behalf of the sheriff and the police chief, so many other partners that have stood with us over this period of time, that we will not stop.
Or maybe it wasn't him. I thought it was Carter that said it. Or maybe it wasn't on, maybe it's in the, did I miss it? Or they say something like, to focus on this one and disregard that.
I just unveiled the person that we believe responsible for the murder of these two little girls. So I invite media to take a look at that now. It's not up. Kim? We're also going to show you a video not previously released that Superintendent spoke to, and also the audio that's additional to what's been previously released. It's only a slight change in it. So give Sergeant Riley just a second as he gets that up and ready. Stand by for the video, please. There is no sound of the video.
Yeah, so I just read that part of them. They don't say that. Yeah, they talk about the gun and stuff. I wasn't talking about them not saying that. I was talking about them not making it seem like that they were able to see this guy saying guys down the hill. They just said that you could hear a guy saying, guys down the hill. But you know what I'm saying? I don't think that I don't think it's that you could see him when it's being said, basically. So, like, what if it is somebody else saying it? I'll read exactly what it says, but yeah, it's still the same thing. I mean, I'm still coming to the same conclusion. It's Do you think they'll at the trial, you think they'll play it all? Yeah, they probably will, right? No, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if they don't. You think that they would show everything at the trial, but dang, the way this investigation's been, I don't know. I'm not even convinced they will. But I mean, I think they should, right? Isn't the whole point they don't want to show, because of the integrity of the case, but in the trial, they're supposed to lay everything out. They still feel like they're going to hold back. I don't know why. Probably because the secrets, they're hiding things that they're not being totally upfront and honest, I feel like. Regardless of who did it, I feel like they just haven't been. This makes me mad. But I'll read that part after this.
As Superintendent Carter mentioned, he is on the railway bridge. You have to take different steps to get to it. This information later this afternoon will be on the State Police website. For the community that's here, we have 100 copies of the news release. If you put in that URL, you'll be able to get to that site to play it. And we also have that same release for you in the media. And the rest of the state will get that release in about 15 minutes. So we appreciate those of you that came here. This concludes our announcement. Thank you for your time, patience, and courtesy.
Should it just that video with no audio, or would there be audio as well?
There's just the video. There's no audio.
Video, no audio.
What we just played.
Yep. Roll that again.
Yeah.
Roll that again. Go ahead.
Here, I'll show you one of the parts that. So, let's see. It says a male. So you would think if they were so sure that it was that male, they would be like, that male is seen telling the girls, right? So I just don't think it was on him when it actually, the audio came. But maybe the way it all happens, that it is kind of obvious that it's the same guy. It might be. I wonder how close they see him getting to her on the video, like them. I mean, to know for sure. Okay, he definitely approached. Let's see how it's worded again here. Sometimes, like reading it, as you read it more times, you see it different. Where are we at? Let me start right. The video recovered from victim 2's phone shows victim 1 walking southeast on the Monon High Bridge, while a male subject wearing a dark jacket and jeans walks behind her. As the male subject approaches victim 1 and victim 2, wait, I just want to see. Wait, wearing a dark. Okay, victim 1 and victim 2. One of the victims mentions gun. Near the end of the video, a male is seen and heard telling the guys down the hill. The girls begin to proceed down the hill, and the video ends. A still photograph taken from the video and the guys down the hill audio was subsequently released to the public to assist investigators in identifying the male. So. Oh, yeah. So here's that part where it says there was a .40 caliber unspent round less than 2 feet from victim 2's body, between victim 1 and victim 2's body. So that goes, so that whole thing where somebody heard Holman saying 15, I mean, that's not true. I mean, well, maybe he did screw up and say it, but yeah, this clearly says between the bodies. So yeah. I still think because, the way they word it, a male, they're not, they can't confirm 100% it's the same guy. Which, I mean, chances are it probably is, but if there's other people involved, what if somebody was coming up from behind them too, or from the side where the video doesn't show? If there's multiple people, you would think they would have, they would have worked together, but I guess it just depends on what you guys, what you guys think happened. If you think it was one or two, or one or multiple people. Okay, so let's finish. So we're down to the last press conference. Like I said, which is what? No, October 31st, 2022. All right.
Yeah, we'll run the video for you again.
Thank you, that's right.
I agree. His body.
Self that very question.
Oh shoot. I accidentally skipped. His body's way thicker, Brad's, and at least if those are current pictures, the body is different. And then the beard problem. So I don't think it was him either because of the body style mainly. All right, let me get back to where we were. But that doesn't mean that he's not involved, just because he's not bridge guy doesn't mean that somebody else can't be involved in some way, because look at that other sketch that doesn't appear to be bridge guy. So, somebody was thinking that guy was involved. And I know we've got mixed stories of, is that guy the same guy and is bridge guy and is supposed to be a combination of the both, or even what they said, Lesenby said, oh, it is two different people. So even some people in the law enforcement, I believe, think that they could be two different people that were there that looking suspicious. So I just think there's a chance that, they're missing somebody. And then listen to what they say this last press conference. They even make you feel like they think that there's a possibility could be other people involved with what they say at this last press conference, this is the press conference about arresting Richard. All right, hold on, let's go back to, all right.
Good morning. My name is Sergeant Jeremy Piers, Public Information, Police Lafayette Post. I'd like to thank you all for being here and thank the Delphi United Methodist Church for allowing us to use their facility. This morning we're going to provide an update on the investigation into the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Before we get started, I'm going to introduce to you our speakers, Superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter, the Carroll County Sheriff, Tobe Lesenby, and the Carroll County Prosecutor, Nick McClelland. I'd like to remind everyone that this continues to be an active and ongoing investigation. At the conclusion of this press conference, we are going to answer a limited amount of questions out of respect to the investigation and the process that will follow today. We will not discuss evidence that is related to this investigation. On behalf of the Delphi Double Homicide Task Force, thank you all for your continued support. I would now like to introduce to you our first speaker, Superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter.
Give me just a second here. Seldom do I have prepared remarks, but today is different because I do not want there to be any confusion or ambiguity with what I will say. Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation. First, I'd like to speak directly to Anna, Mike, Becky, Kelsey, your extended families, along with the entire Delphi community that certainly has grown and now includes our nation and even many countries around the world. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day, and an arrest has been made. Thanks to literally hundreds of media outlets that have been steadfast in reporting and keeping the memories of Abby and Libby front and center. Many of you in the room.
Wait, what are you talking about, Bushi? They not the one I just read. You didn't hear anything that was said in the last. In the last what? No, I don't believe they said there was 2 different voices. They said it was 2 parts. Same guy. I thought they said it was the same. Well, I know that's what they said. They said it was the same guy. It was 2 parts. I'm not saying I know 100% that it is, but that's what they're saying. Thing was, how did they word it? I wish I knew what timestamp so I could play it again. So it was 2 parts put together, but they didn't say 2 different people. They said it was the same person, 2 parts put together. I've already listened to that. I was listening to it last night, or was it last night or the night before when I was putting it together? So yeah, I might have missed it just now, but I just listened to it the other day. I don't know. Yeah, 1 voice. Yeah, I know. They released them different. They released them at different times. They were released down the hill, and then on this one, when they released the second sketch, they added the guys. But they said it was the same guy saying both of them, is what I'm saying. But I don't know why they like. It's funny that they just the first time they didn't want to give us the guys. They just wanted to give us the down the hill. Like, why not just do it all? Like, what was so special about the guys part that they couldn't give us the first time? I mean, I don't get that, but yeah, they definitely said 1 voice, but oh my God, Unsolved Cases and News, where have you been? Nice to see you. I haven't seen you forever. All right, I'm gonna go get, I think I need more coffee, yeah. I'm gonna go get some coffee and we'll finish watching this. And then after this, I wanna play that Richard Allen video that I made. Or I could do the news clip compilation. I'll let you guys decide what you want. I wanna put up a new poll. Hold on, let me look at the results to the last poll because I wanted to put up a new poll. Now I forget what I wanted to say in the new poll. I had one that dang it. I had a really good one I wanted to do. Shoot. All right, let's see the result of all that. Whoa. It's gonna be okay. So the last poll is, do you think Richard Allen acted alone? 26% said acted alone. 50% said had help. And 24 said is not involved. So if you look at that, that means 76% of you guys think that Richard was involved in some way or the other. If basically, at least 76% of the people that voted. So, okay. Let's think what was I gonna do? What poll should I do next? I'm gonna put one up before I play and go down and get my coffee. I feel like I was gonna do something about Carter, but I could put, do you Dang. I don't know. So we talked about Richard. Oh, yeah. Do you think Richard is the guy on the bridge guy? That's what I was, remember I was talking about it? That's what I was gonna, I want to do that. So like I said, just because you say yes, you could still think he's bridge guy and doesn't have anything to do with it. So just keep that in mind. I still think there's a possibility and a theory that you could think it's him and then he just, wasn't involved. But okay, so I just put, do you think Richard Allen is BG? I almost don't know if I should put it undecided, because if you're undecided, just don't vote, because I feel like it'll throw off the thing. Because obviously, if you don't vote, then you know what I'm saying. I'm not even gonna do undecided. If you just don't know, then just don't vote. If you don't have a thing, because then that's not really gonna help the poor or anything. Okay. Oh shoot, where did that go? All right. Alrighty. All right, I'm gonna press play. I'll be back.
Developed relationships with me personally, and I always have a personal perspective, and today's no different. But from a very personal perspective, you all have provided inspiration and support, even while oftentimes frustrated with us and me. You continue to encourage the efforts, and you too believe that one day we would all be here participating and sharing this news. To the entire law enforcement community, which includes all local, state, and federal agencies, which are far too many to specifically mention today, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to continue a very methodical and committed approach to ensure that if any other person had any involvement in these murders in any way, that person or persons will be held accountable. Since the murders of Abby and Libby 2,086 days ago, the daily investigative team has worked tirelessly and is certainly worthy of mention today. Specifically, Sheriff Linsonby, the Sheriff of Carroll County, Detectives Tony Liggett, Detective retired Kevin Hammond, former Delphi Chief and now the prosecutor's investigator Steve Mullins, State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman, Detectives Jay Harper, Dave Vito, and Brian Harshman, along with members of the United States Marshal Service, specifically Agent Jeremy Clinton and Agent Bill Colfers. With them today is Dan McClain, the U.S. Marshal, appointed U.S. Marshal. Our state police analyst, our scientist from many different disciplines within our laboratory division, Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail, and to so many others that I know I've missed. I really believe that Abby and Libby would be proud of you for standing strong, even in the face of immense pressure and perpetual criticism. Some of these individuals have postponed retirement, passed on promotional opportunity, have dedicated personal time away from their families, given up nights, weekends, and holidays, all while in the pursuit of accountability for Abby and Libby. I know that today's announcement will not diminish your resolve, and I hope you have found just a bit of peace in this most complicated world. This is really important. While I know you are all expecting final details today concerning this arrest, today is not that day.
Today's not that day. This investigation is far from complete, and we will not jeopardize its integrity by releasing or discussing documents or information before the appropriate time. Prosecutor Nick McClellan, of course, will share additional information about what we can and cannot say, and also explain to you why the probable cause affidavit is temporarily sealed by the court and not available. And by the way, he has been a tremendous asset to this team. I am yet again asking you for your patience and please your understanding while our system of due process works. Also remember that all persons arrested are presumed innocent. All persons arrested are presumed innocent. You all will have an innate desire to subjectively interpret and then report what you think. We in the law enforcement realm cannot, and you should never allow us to, talk about what we think concerning facts, but rather discuss and share at the right time what it is we know. The time will come when additional details can be released. But again, today is not that day. It's about Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet. The prosecutor has been very clear with law enforcement about what his expectations are, about what can and cannot be released, shared, or discussed. So we will, of course, comply. If you choose to be critical of our silence, be critical of me, not the front line. These are the folks that have committed their entire lives to a successful conclusion. In other words, a guilty verdict. As we move to the next phase of this investigation, I will continue to offer all resources that the ISP has to not only the investigative team that I anticipate growing, but also to Prosecutor McClellan as we prepare for the coming months. Again, Nick has been very resolute and very clear, and I'm most grateful for his leadership. And it's going to be really important as we move forward. Please continue offering tips that you would like to share. The many avenues to report will remain open and will be available to all. Please continue doing that. In closing, I stand before you in this church and very place where we held our first briefing nearly 6 years ago, and just hours after the murders of Abby and Libby. Right here. Pulling in today, I wasn't really sure what emotion I would experience. But peace came over me. And I didn't expect that to happen. And I hope all of you, with all the different responsibilities you have from around the planet today, have felt some of that as well. But remember, we're not done. I think what we all have experienced proves that together there's nothing we cannot do. But more importantly, giving of ourselves, all of us, giving of ourselves matters more than what we could ever receive. Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be. I would now like to introduce to you my friend and the Carroll County Sheriff, Tom Ledsby, for his remarks. Sheriff?
Hey, real quick, where does anybody know how to point me in the direction where it says what Libby was wearing? Because I want to see if that part about Abby wearing Libby's clothes, I mean, it's confusing me. So I just want to see if it for sure shows, and then go back to that document and see if it says that Abby was in Libby's jeans or something that somebody said. I'll just like search the word in the document. But I don't know where to find where it shows what Libby was wearing. But why put clothes back on him, Miracle? Why would you? I mean, he left Libby without clothes. Why take the chance of being seen, getting his DNA on that? You know what I'm saying? Why even take the chance of putting the clothes back on her? What would be the point of that? Because why did you even make him take them off? Or so why even put them on? So, I mean, the thing I was wondering is maybe if it was indeed like a ritual, maybe it had something to do with that. But I don't know. It's weird. Hey, Patronus, what's up? Yeah. So, okay, I want to make a comment about Carter. So I remember he sniffs like every second, but maybe he was just crying or something. Because I don't know. I don't have really anything against Carter. He just he's very animated and like dramatic. But I mean, this is a big thing that he went through. I mean, to see, you know what I'm saying, to be in charge of a case that I'm sure he saw some stuff, and he has kids. So I'm not saying, I don't want to say anything negative, but it's just, it is interesting. All right, so we're almost done here with these press conferences.
I believe in a God of justice and righteousness. Today, I believe that same God has provided us with justice for Abby and Libby. As Sheriff of Carroll County, Indiana, I want to publicly and sincerely thank each individual who played a role in helping us during this 5.5-year investigation. Whether it was in an investigative capacity, providing tips, cards or letters of suggestions or encouragement, phone calls, and thousands of other countless ways of communicating. I earnestly thank those who prayed for this moment in time. We now move forward through the Indiana criminal justice system, allowing the system to provide its due diligence and process in providing that justice which is owed Abby and Libby, their families, and this community. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Nicholas McClellan. I'm the Carroll County Prosecutor. And before we get started, I want to reiterate some of the things that Sheriff Lesenby and Superintendent Carter stated. I first want to thank both of them. They've been a great support to my office throughout this investigation. They've always been there for a phone call and always been willing to help a hand or a line of assistance to me and my office during this investigation. I want to thank the team behind me. This is the Homicide Task Force team that we've put together. Thank them and thank their families for being so understanding for the many nights they've worked away from their families, away from their children. There are many dates in a lifetime that you're going to remember. The date your children are born, the date you're married, the date you buy a first house, the date Abby and Libby went missing. One of those dates was last Friday, October 28, 2022. At that time, we had gathered evidence to formulate a PC that we submitted to the court, and the judge did find probable cause for an arrest of Richard Allen. He's been charged with 2 counts of murder for the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. This investigation is still very ongoing. We're keeping the tip line open, the tip email open. We encourage everybody to continue to call in tips, not only about Richard Allen, but about any other person that you may have. For that reason and for the nature of this case, the probable cause and the charging information has been sealed by the court.
See, I mean, that makes me feel like they do think there's probably somebody else involved, right? And then what Carter said earlier, I didn't get to point it out because I was getting my snack. I wanted to point it out, but oh well. But he said something like, how did he word it? But basically, like, they're still looking, and made it seem like that they do think that there could be another person involved. So keeping the tip line open, talking about maybe another person. If they believe that, can't talk right. If they believe Richard is BG, and they really believe the BG is the voice on the audio, then what is making them think that that there's somebody else involved? Could it possibly be the freaking scene? How the scene was, and how it'd be hard for one person to do some of the stuff, and could it be something like that? Could it also be the connections to what like Elvis said and Brad and stuff like that? I don't know, but it makes you freaking wonder. Because I remember when this happened, I remember I did a live stream, and then we talked about it. It's like, oh my God, they totally think somebody else is involved. Like, they kept it so open where you were left like, wow, I think they think that, that there's somebody else too. So, and here's another thing, like he ends up saying that after this, he also goes on to say, like, they're keeping it sealed because, it's still an open investigation. But isn't all cases still open until they go to trial, right? So sometimes, they're not always sealed. So just because it's an open investigation, I think it's because it's, they do think there's somebody else involved, and also because maybe that Odinism stuff that would have got out. Because that's in that's in all the stuff. That would be in all the, right? Well, that would be the whole discovery, actually. Man, I wonder if they're gonna what are they gonna get into that in the trial? Are they gonna? Well, yeah, because the defense is gonna bring it up, all the Odinism stuff. I bet I think that's the defense they're gonna go with. So we'll be able to see it, you guys. I mean, I'm sure, unless if the court, they try to get it, where they can't show it in court, they can't use it. So we'll see. I hope the judge doesn't rule like, oh, it's not admissible in court. Like some of the Odinism stuff, or then like, what if they don't let the Elvis's sister's polygraph exam and stuff like that? What if they don't let that into court? Then we'll never be able to see it. Or they don't, I bet you they won't show us the crime scene photos. They'll show the jury, but then I bet you they won't show the public. So that means we're still going to wonder, is it really what the defense is saying? What else? I'm trying to think if these things will get it dismissed from. So you got Elvis's sister. What was the other things? Brad's ex-wife's statement, Joyce, I think her statement, wonder, got Elvis's interview, Richard's interview. Oh, I love to see Richard's interview. That'll be very telling, his interrogation when basically his interview, when he first went in to tell him he was there. I mean, I would love to see that. Like, what was his body language? How was he acting? Did he seem nervous? Obviously, he did a pretty good job because they didn't suspect him. You know what I'm saying? He must have did a pretty good job when he went in there as far as, like, nerves and stuff, because for them to just not even look more into him and to be like, "Oh, you were there, okay, no big deal." And then even after, well, obviously it didn't click about well, it should've, that was only a couple days after about him what he was wearing, and then wait a minute, see, I'm not buying this. The more I think about it, they had the freaking the video and the, audio, but that's the video, more importantly. They had that right away. So you're telling me that when he comes in, you know who you're looking for, and he comes in and tells you what he was wearing and he was there, and it doesn't click that that's exactly the suspect you're looking for? How? How? I don't get it. Like, that is your job, the investigation, like, that it was a huge clue, and he comes in and says that? I'm still so confused how that wouldn't be like, "Oh, wait a minute," and then bring him back in and be like, "Hey, is this you on the bridge right here? Because you said you were wearing a blue coat, jeans, something over your head." And then just get his right flat out, get his reaction, show him the video. Is that you, or a screenshot or whatever? And just, you know what they could have done? They could have been like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, the girls were taking pictures and stuff. I think they caught you in one of the pictures. Act like it, not, that it wasn't connected to the audio or anything. Be like, is that you at the bridge? So we could, and he'd probably be like, oh yeah, that's me. See, I was there." And then bam, at least they'll know that he is bridge guy, which I mean, I think he is bridge guy. But you know what I'm saying? And then start asking, oh, really? Well, look at this. She has a video, and they could lie. Investigate. I mean, they could lie in interrogations. It's not illegal. So they could have been like, oh, and then after he admits it, being like, okay, well, we have a video. Libby took a video of you, basically coming up and forcing him down the hill. We have a video of it all. Flat out lie, and then get him to confess. Like, dang, they missed so much opportunity. If he indeed is, you know what I'm saying? And if not, then, but
I've been very clear to everybody that per the court order, we cannot talk about the evidence that's in the probable cause or the evidence that's in the charging information. That will become evident to you at some point, and it'll be released, but right now is not that day. Today's about Abby and Libby, focusing on them. Mr. Allen has had his initial hearing. He's entered a preliminary plea of not guilty. The matter's been set for a pretrial on January 13th at 9 a.m., 2023, and a trial date of March 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. He is presumed innocent. We will have an opportunity.
but wait, but you're saying that guy didn't report that to the cops? I'm talking about if they would have caught on to what he said, and that being wearing the same thing. I'm talking about calling him back in once you realize, oh, wait. You know what I'm saying? So you're telling me that he never reported that to the cops? I don't understand what you're saying. This Dan just kept that to himself? Is that what you're trying to say? That would make no sense. I thought it was they were aware of him saying he was there. Law enforcement. You're saying that they never even got that? You don't think that he told any of the investigators, you're saying, hey, this guy was here, this is this. I mean, you would think the investigators would have at least everybody that was there that day, because there wasn't that many people. You think that they would at least make sure they get all of that information, right? If not, then that's really messed up, because those would be the top people you would want to they should talk to. Okay, he was there, these two girls, this girl, you know what I'm saying? These are all the people that were there. This is the people you guys need to interview or look at, right? If not, man, then that guy probably feels like a freaking, he really screwed up. Yeah, someone did. Maybe it was the Dan guy. I thought it was the law enforcement that screwed it up. But if he never told him, so he would have, okay, so he would have gave it to them like in reports, right? Maybe he just didn't vocally tell them and then they just didn't look at it. But you would think everybody that was there, they should have at least went over that stuff because there wasn't a ton of people there. Yeah. I mean, it just, either way, I don't care. It is messed up. Yeah, he confessed to his wife in jail, they said, but they said it might not even be admissible because yeah, exactly what you said, Wolfpack. They might not even be able to, I don't think if they'll be able to use it because of the circumstances and stuff. So that might not even come in. I don't know. We'll see. The thing is as far as jury, like, are they really going to be able to find a jury that hasn't heard about anything and hasn't heard about that? I don't know. So, because once you get that in your head, it's hard to take that out. So hopefully, I mean, I was wondering, it's me, hi. I was wondering when I was watching these the other day, I was wondering, and then you know how Carter's always like looking up and like he might be, might be in the room or whatever. I was wondering if he ever went to any of the press conferences. Have you guys heard if he did? Oh, so if he put his name wrong, that means, you would think then they would have tried to contact this white man and realized it's the wrong person, right? And then how did they figure out who the right one was? You know what I'm saying? If they have it marked down as the wrong name, years later, how would they be like, oh, nope, it's Alan if they had it? You know what I'm saying? So that makes no sense. It had to be right somewhere because how did they end up figuring it out? Because if it was Whiteman, then it would still be Whiteman years later. And then how would they be like, how would they know? So it had to be, there had to be somewhere where it was right? Working a volunteer, taking tips. He wrote it on a tip paper, turned them all in. Someone filed it wrong. What was why Doug said the answer was in the stack of pink papers. Richard was probably wondering, like, why isn't anybody coming to ask me questions then, We will hear the call. Who cares what he wrote or who filed what? We will hear the call. Oh, I mean, what do you mean? Who cares what he wrote or... I don't understand. What do you mean we will hear the call? Who's going to hear the call? It does kind of matter who did it. I mean, well, I guess it doesn't. I mean, there's nothing you could do about it now, but whoever it is, I mean, they're probably kicking themselves in the butt for that.
Opportunity and day in court when we can present the evidence that we have against him. But until that day, he is presumed innocent. I want to open it up to a few limited questions from the audience. But again, keep in mind, we are not going to talk about the evidence that we have in this case or about the charging information. We cannot. Those things have been sealed by the court. And so I want to open up a few questions.
Prosecutor, when did Richard Allen become a suspect, and do you think he acted alone?
Again, that's part of the investigation, so I'm not going to talk about those things. What I can say is that we have probable cause established by the court for his arrest, and he is in custody. He's being held currently without bond.
How long has he been a suspect?
I'm sorry?
Is Mr. Allen connected?
Again, that gets into the evidence we have of the investigation, and I know from everybody it's frustrating. I know everybody, not only reporters, but the family, everybody wants to know more information. I understand it's frustrating, but my goal is to maintain the integrity of this case.
Superintendent, Superintendent Carter, you had said that you believe that you had spoken to the suspect or the suspect's family 2 years ago. Is this man one of those people?
Again, I appreciate the question, but we're getting into the timeline of events, and today's not the time to do that.
Can you talk about how rare it is?
In terms of the family, I know you've had a lot of conversations with them, and we were almost in tears pretty much when we started off this press conference. Can't imagine how emotional it is for everybody that's worked on this case. What was your conversation first like with the family, Matt, when you were able to tell them you finally got the suspect?
It was a very personal moment for me, and I think it was a very personal moment for them, for all of us that have had interaction with the family. We developed a relationship that I think is going to last at least one lifetime, and maybe a second. So it was.
Yeah, Justice Jane. No, we know that. We've talked about that multiple times here. Our whole point is they said that might not be admissible. So they're still waiting. The defense is trying to have it like thrown out, where they can't use it. So that's all we're saying is that, yes, we'll hear it if it's admissible, if they let it in. But yeah, no, that's a big thing. That was definitely big news when it came out. So what was I gonna say? I don't know. I hope it is. I mean, do we know for sure? Did the judge already rule on that or not? I know the last I was reading that they were talking about how like they're gonna try to throw it out, but I don't know. Hopefully it'll stay. What do you guys think? Do you think there's a chance that they won't let it in? You do? Okay. I don't know. I have no idea what the judge is gonna do.
It was a very, very, very sad yet a very humbling experience.
Superintendent, you asked for tips, detective work, there was a reward for $325,000. Did this all come together to make this nexus? Is that the combination of all three things that led us to this day, or is it one or the other?
Well, eventually you'll be able to see what led us to this day, but again, today's not that day. To include the reward, you mentioned that, Raphael, about the reward itself, and again, very premature for us to talk about that. There's still a tremendous amount of work to do.
What would you say that Abby and Libby have taught you in depth that we can remain to continue on with?
I think probably resilience and understanding the value of each and every day. That today was the day, but I didn't anticipate they ever thought today would be their day. And
but wait, that's not true, Jeremiah. At least from what I understand and always known, all prison calls are always recorded. When I was in jail for, well, yeah, I already told you my situation, what happened to me. If you don't know, I mean, I've talked about it multiple times in my videos, but there were signs everywhere, like you're being recorded, like like when you make a call, it is so well known that it's recording. Like when you're in jail or prison, I mean, your phone calls are recorded. You have no privacy except when you're talking to your lawyers. So that's what's messed up. You're supposed to, when you're preparing for a trial, you're supposed to have that time. But I always thought, yeah, that's just everywhere. That's what it is. So that wouldn't be illegal. Am I wrong? Oh, I thought it could because I thought the whole point is it can be used against you. Like that's why you got to be careful because anything you say can be used against you. I remember there were signs up even like be careful even talking to any of your cellmates and stuff. Like don't talk about your case because you're constantly being heard. You know what I'm saying? So I know I think it's definitely something that can be used against you. Like they are allowed to use it, I thought. But the whole thing is that they're saying that they're trying to get it thrown out because it's like, his mental, basically how they're treating them and what's going on in jail. So, but yeah. And like if he's an altered. So do you remember reading which document was it in where they talk about how like right after the phone call where he admitted to his wife, shortly after that, he started acting really like he was insane, like he was out of it or whatever. Just acting so different. So the state thought it was like a purposeful type thing. So therefore they could act like, oh, Yeah, they could get that thrown out because, oh, he wasn't in the right mental state when he told his wife that. You know what I'm saying? But they said, at least the state's saying that. I mean, we don't know who to believe. That before that he was fine, and then after that he wasn't. So they're thinking he just did that, where he was acting like that, so then they couldn't use it. And he could be like, no, he just was not right, rotten mental state or whatever. Well, I forget what document that was in, but I think we read that together. So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I feel like I've known him for a long time.
Is somebody else involved in this case?
Excuse me?
Do you assume there's any other individuals involved in this case?
We haven't closed the door on the investigation, and so that's why we keep the tip line and the tip email open. And so we're not presuming anything at this point, but we're going to continue to take tips, continue to take any information anybody has, and as we've done with all the information we've gathered, we're going to look at that and examine that and see where it leads us.
Mr. Prosecutor, can you explain the law? You've asked the court, based on this investigation, that these documents should remain out of the public view. Can you explain, without getting into the details of what's in the documents, well, this is not regular. Usually a public hearing is held. We should be able to see all the documents, right?
Sure,
but
sure.
You made a decision. Can you explain your decision as to why you believe that maybe for the next 30 days, no one in this room should have access to those records?
Sure, it is unusual. We don't do it very often in all the cases that we handle here in Carroll County. We did it in this case because the investigation is still open. And while all cases are important, the nature of this case has some extra scrutiny with it. And so my office, felt it was important to seal those records. There will be a public hearing on whether or not those records are going to remain sealed or not. There'll be public notice for that hearing so that everyone can attend, but there will be a hearing to determine whether or not they're going to stay sealed. But for now, to me, it's about protecting the integrity of this case. I want to have an opportunity at some point to have an opportunity in court to explain the evidence and for that not to be tarnished or tainted or anything like that.
Well, I'll wait till
Again, he's presumed innocent. And so it was important for me in this case to do that.
Okay. But I thought Miracle, he confessed it was all in one phone call, and he confessed 5 or 6 times. And I'll have to see how they worded that. I feel like I was reading it the other day, and it sounded like the way they worded it is that it was like 5 or 6 times in one phone call. Or are you guys thinking it was 5 or 6 different phone calls? I thought it was just one. Let me see here. Where was that exactly? I feel like I have it somewhere where it's just highlighted somewhere. Do you guys remember? Do you guys think that's what they said? 5 or 6 times in one? Oh, I think I have it in my video, my Richard Allen video. That's where I was, I think is where I was just reading it recently. Hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, it's right here. It says, well, I don't know. No, they keep it pretty. So it says the defendant has admitted that he committed the offenses that he's charged with no less than 5 times while talking to his wife and his mother on public jail phones available. No, it is multiple times because they say wife and his mother on the public jail phones. So it's multiple. Yeah, I don't know. But do you guys remember us reading which one was it in? One of the documents where they said that, but of course it's the state. They're trying to, build their case and make it strong against him. So they were saying how he started acting weird right after he confessed. But now my question is, if it was multiple times, I'm trying to think of, I'll try to find that for next live to see if they specify, when, like which time or whatever. Is it like right after the first time? Probably. I'm thinking they met. He started acting like he wasn't all there. But then I wonder how far apart he confessed. I don't know. What if they were posed this way to throw people off? Yeah. But so Patronus, so do you think you're saying maybe that Richard posed him to throw him off, like, to make it look like Odinism, but then how would he even be aware of well, I guess it is kinda sounds like it's big in that town, and it's a small town. I don't know. But, I mean, take that time to would you have time to do it? Take the time to do it, risk being seen doing all that. I guess the sticks I mean, if the sticks were around, that wouldn't take very long to do, but the blood issue and, you know, where was, I guess, Abby where was she killed? Because he said there's no blood in that area. They moved the bodies and then the clothes and why did Elvis say that to his sisters? I do believe he said it to his sisters, but why? Was it more like he just was, like, wanting to look, like, cool and tough? Or I if he's not involved, why would he even say that to them? Because the fact that when they were responding to people, never once did either of them deny that he said it to them. So you would think that would be their if that wasn't true, like, Joyce would be like, "No, they're lying. He never told me that. I never told the cops that." Or Elvis would be like, "No, I never said that that spit would be on him, or I never said that I made horns on him. They're lying." But never once was that the defense that they said. But that would be what people were waiting to hear. That's the main thing. So I do think he might have said that. Now, doesn't maybe necessarily mean he did. I mean, maybe he just was he is slow mentality of what, like a what they said 7th or 8th grade, or did they say 7 or 8-year-old? I don't know. Now I forget how it would be 7th and 8th grade or 7 or 8-year-old. I know it's like 7 and 8. Now I can't remember how they worded it. But he's very slow. So, um, I'm wondering if there's another reason he just but no, never mind. How would he know the horns? Yeah, never mind. It goes back to how would he know that? How? Unless if he knew somebody that was there that found when they found him. But I don't even think the people that were there, I think they were so far away. Or, you know what I'm saying? I think some of the people, like that one guy, I think he was too far away to maybe even see the horn part. And then the other ones, I mean, they're probably like, and so like, I don't even know if they would have noticed I don't know. I don't know. There are some things that need some answers. They're gonna need to, I'm sure they'll try to bring them up for up on the stand. I'm sure the defense is gonna have they're gonna subpoena Elvis, I'm sure. They're gonna subpoena Joyce. Um, if I guess Mary's dead, right? Elvis's other sister that passed a polygraph. You guys were telling me, I guess she died in a fire, so they can't subpoena her. Hopefully they, are able to use that video of the polygraph. And then what else? Um, Brad's ex-wife, Amber, I'm sure they'll try to get her to testify. Um, right? I mean, would they be allowed to do that? Would that be wait, I don't know. I'm trying to think. If this is a trial against Richard Allen. So would they be allowed to subpoena Elvis? Yeah, right? It wouldn't have to they wouldn't they would be allowed to subpoena a witness that would just I'm trying to think how that would go because would it have to have something to do with like if Elvis was saying something about I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if the people that they're trying to say did do it, do they get subpoenas to the other person that's being charged? I'm trying to think of other cases, if that's just something separate and if they're allowed to do that. Does anybody know? I probably sound stupid right now, but there's a lot of rules in court and stuff, and I'm trying to think because the defense is trying to say it's these group of guys, but this is Richard Allen's trial. So would they be allowed to bring these guys up to testify? Because I don't know, maybe not, because maybe only if they had something to say that related to like Richard Allen. I don't know. They can? Okay. I didn't know if they had to like have a new thing. Okay. I hope they let it. I mean, I hope, yeah. Then if they're allowed to, yeah, then I'm sure they'll try. But that's the thing. I don't know. Since Elvis is so like, slow and stuff, I wonder if they're gonna would he be, is he gonna be allowed to? Yeah, I mean, you would think he would be allowed to, but I mean, can you imagine them asking him questions? Dang, this is gonna be a good trial, man. Man, I guess wait, can you plead? Yeah, I guess you can. Yeah, but then why wouldn't everybody that just didn't wanna talk? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could. Yeah, wait a minute. See, that's what I'm saying. This is where it gets confusing because they're trying to say the defense is gonna be trying to say it is Elvis and Brad. So are you sure that they could make him go up on stand? And they don't have and they're not allowed to plead the fifth. You know what I'm saying? They're not allowed to say no because they're accusing them. So that's why I think it gets tricky right there. Because think about it, if you're like on trial for your like let's say Richard, the defense, the prosecution can't make him go on the stand. You know what I'm saying? He has that option. So do you see how that gets tricky? Because they're accusing Elvis. So how can they make Elvis go on? I feel like only if Elvis had something to show, like that it wasn't Richard, or you know what I'm saying? Something to help. I don't know. I just think that's tricky. I'm not positive since they're saying it's him. They could probably bring his sister, but I don't know if they'd be able to bring the actual person because I don't know. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a case where it was like that, where they brought that person that they thought was him and made him testify. It seems a little bit like, yeah, because then he could just, okay, he could just plead the fifth because I mean he doesn't have to. If that was the case, for other cases, they would make, all the state would make their person like go up there. You know what I'm saying? The people that are being charged, and that would be kind of the same thing because they're even though Elvis isn't being charged in this, but I think I don't know. I don't think that gets into some tricky stuff. Okay, so, but like I said, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. It just seems like there's more to it than that. Is anybody a lawyer in here? Now, I'm not saying that they can't bring that up. Like, they could probably, I'm sure they're going to bring that up because a lot of the times you want to have a different story and a different suspect. So, of course, they could bring up that whole theory, and I'm sure they will. That's their defense. But as far as bringing up the person that they think it is and making them testify, I don't know. I think that gets into some tricky area. But I think they could probably bring his sister up, right? I'm thinking that would be okay. But she's not going to want to. But I guess sometimes, yeah, you don't have a choice. But wonder, can she plead the fifth? No, I don't think. Why do I don't think they can though. Because think about when people are up there and they're like, they don't want to answer, and then the judge like answer the question like they have to almost, right? I don't know. Yeah, they would have to be a lot of. I think they would have to be very careful on how they question him. You know what I'm saying? I think there would be a lot of rules on like they would have to find something somehow to be able to do it, I feel like in a way. Like I don't think they could just bring them up and be like, "You were there." You know what I'm saying? Maybe they could be like, "Well, you said this." But then why is it then when some people are up on the stand and they don't want to answer the question, the judge will be like, "Answer the question," and they have to. I'm trying to think if I heard anybody just, I guess you could say, I don't know, but I mean, yeah. They'd be like, no, you got to answer the question. And it's like they don't want to. I don't know. The idea of justice in America is a lie. So if I were on a jury and they tried to use that audio, I'd set the man free. Wait, you try to use what audio, Jeremiah? If I were on jury and they tried to use that audio, I'd set the man free? Can you explain what audio you mean? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, I see, that makes sense. So you're saying if, let's say, yeah, but still, so you're saying if, let's say it's the defense witness, they call somebody up. If they are going to answer to the defense and be their witness, then they have to get cross-examined. But if the defense calls a witness, they subpoena somebody and they want to remain silent, then that means they can, but then nobody gets to ask them anything. Is that what you're saying, T3X? That makes sense, I guess. That makes a lot of sense because I know you do hear you have that right. So, but then I'm always confused because it's like, I kept thinking of instances where the person didn't want to answer, but they had to. So yeah, it was when they were cross-examined. Okay, I think you're right. Just let me know that I understood what you said right. Pull my tongue and make me talk, LOL. What, A Sparky? What? We are currently at a point in history where there's much mistrust. All right, let's finish watching this one, and then we're almost done with this this last press conference.
Hold on just a minute. We're not going to comment on that right now as part of the investigation. Again, we just encourage everybody to continue to call in tips if they have them about anybody, and we'll examine those tips.
If you didn't hear, they just asked about Keegan Kline, is what that reporter just asked.
How does it feel for you guys to have searched nationwide for nearly 6 years, going all over the place, only to find your guy, down the street from your office?
That's a hard question to answer. It's a mixed emotions. I've been watching the news all weekend like everybody else has, and I think a lot of the members of the public said it right. It's bittersweet. It's a step in the right direction. It's concerning that he's a local guy. So I think just different emotions. Again, this is a step in the right direction. This is the first step into getting into court and having a trial. And so.
Has Mr. Allen been cooperative?
All right. That concludes our press conference today. Shortly, I will be releasing a press release that will have his photo and a couple more details that'll also be here for handout. That'll also be on the Indiana State Police Lafayette Post Facebook page. Right after this press conference, I'm going to send it out. There's also hard documents in the back. Thank you all for taking the time to be here today, and be safe as you travel home.
Doug, talk about one thing that you said. You stood up there and you said you weren't sure what kind of emotions you were going to feel today.
Yeah.
And talk about that. You pulled up and it just hit you.
Well, I got up really early today, and I didn't really work all day yesterday, and in my mind about what was happening, and I just decided to take the long way here. And I was going to get here early, and I decided not to, so it was about a 2-cup trip, and I just disappeared into the rural areas of Delphi, from Delphi to my home, and it was a bit surreal. And then when I pulled into the parking lot, it was really surreal, and it was just peaceful. I just felt, weird. I didn't expect that.
You were visibly emotional up there. Can you talk about that? I mean, you've always said this was personal.
It is personal. It's personal to all of us, and to be able to participate and see the raw emotion, and to see the commitment and the dedication of not just from the state police, but from, the sheriff's office in this county has 12 deputies, I think. The city of Delphi is very small, but it's a wonderful, wonderful community. And just to see the level of commitment at a time when most people would have just walked away is very powerful to me as my career comes to an end. It's very powerful.
Are you confident this is your guy?
The judge signed the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen for 2 counts of murder. Yes.
Do you think there are other people involved?
I'm not going to go there.
There's still speculation out there that investigators should still continue to look, even though he's passed away, at Ron Logan, where the bodies were found.
We're going to keep doing what we've done until there's nothing left for us to do. We're going to keep doing it.
I was looking back at my old notes from, I have notebooks for 5.5 years. So I was reading back on the time when you guys searched Mr. Logan's property, and Kim Riley, was it Kim's? And he was saying it was because some things didn't add up. Are we still looking at Mr. Logan as possibly involved?
At everything and all of it. We're looking at all of it. We said when this happened we were going to start all over.
So you never cleared him, Mr. Logan?
We haven't cleared anybody.
Talk about the decision to keep the PC closed.
Well, that's a part of this entire process. This is not a typical, usual homicide investigation. They all matter. But this one is different. And Nick McClellan, the prosecutor here, has been a really good partner and made the decision to attempt to do that, and the judge agreed. So that's all I'm going to say about it.
Can you talk about what brought you to Mr. Allen?
No, I can't.
Can you talk about if he's related to Kevin Klein in any way?
Talk about any of the facts associated with the case. Emily, I can't.
The Patties confirmed to us that at one point Mr. Allen processed some photos for them at the local CVS and didn't make them pay for them. They there was a rumor out there, and they said, "Yep, that happened." Did you know that happened?
I didn't.
You always said, I mean, gosh, in every press conference when you brought up the video and the audio, and you addressed the killer several times and said, if you're here, do we know if he was ever in any of those rooms when you talked? Are you going back and looking at video or trying to see?
We're going to do everything we can possibly do.
The command center, that's long been closed, but are we going to reestablish a new command center
now? There's one there now. We moved from the big facility back to the city building and now to another facility near the square in downtown Delphi.
And so is that about to get even busier now?
We'll give them any resource they want. I'm not going to get involved in the production of a process from an investigative standpoint. But there will be no questions as to why. If they ask for a resource, they'll get it.
Who's the lead investigator, though, on this? Is it Carroll County? Is it you guys?
Yes.
Is it everybody?
Yes, it's a task force. We've been a task force from the very beginning. This event happened in Carroll County, of course, but we've been unified since the very beginning, and we'll maintain that.
FBI too? Are they still involved?
FBI and all federal agencies continue to be available to us.
How many, over these past 5.5 years, where I was trying to find out overall how many tips before today had come in? Was it like tens of thousands?
70,000-ish. I should have gotten that this morning. I've said that a couple different times, but I think we're somewhere around 70,000 or just above that.
How about the reward? What was that up to?
Yeah, I think it was 340 or 350,000, I think, and we'll work through all those details as time goes on.
And to have come to Mr. Allen, is anyone in line to get any of that reward? Is there
we're going to continue to work through those details.
Okay, so in other words, you can't say. Anything else that you want to add? I was reading last night in an interview, you said, this is the first time in a case that you could recall that you had audio, video of the person you thought was responsible. Do you think Mr. Allen is the man on that bridge?
The judge signed a probable cause affidavit for the arrest of him. I can't wait to tell the story, but today's not the day.
When do you think you can tell that story?
We're going to let the courts decide.
In other words, let them decide when they can release that PC.
Well, and then remember, even then, when the PC is released, due process is still a piece of all this puzzle. And this isn't over until it's over. And that's where the conviction of him.
You said when I interviewed at the 5-year anniversary, when we finally charge someone, that's when the real work is going to begin. That basically you have to start all over, essentially?
That's what they'll do. I can't think of a case in my lifetime in a long, long career that had that much information, that much data associated with one case. So the right thing to do is to go back to every one of them.
And you go back through all the tips you've gotten?
Exactly what they'll do.
Every single one since day one?
Yeah.
And maybe you already answered this. Do we know if you ever interviewed Mr. Allen in the past?
I'm not going to talk about Mr. Allen.
Okay. We've gotten several calls this week, since this broke, that, hey, what about the little girls in Flora? Are you still working on that case?
I wasn't going to say this today. I've said it to a couple of networks, but when I took the long way here today, I stopped in Flora, and there's a gravel lot across from that house where those 4 little girls died. And I said to myself, I hope that one day we're doing the same thing for them. Still alive and well.
Anything else you want to add?
I'm tired.
What's your expression, your thoughts to this community, the people that are out walking the street? They're just going, man, finally, something.
No, I love that question, and I'm just going to make some assumptions, but I hope that they're not on edge anymore. I hope they don't have to looking around anymore, that they're afraid of going out to the High Bridge or to a park or getting on their bikes and taking off down a street or an alley or whatever that might be. No, give it to us. Give it to us. And we've been encouraging that, but it would be probably very unlikely for them just to say, okay, the sheriff's office and the city PD and the state police have this, we're not going to worry about it anymore. That's not what I'm asking them to do. But maybe today is that first step towards that next place of peace for them too, and I hope so.
It really changed the community.
It did. It did. Yeah. And this is, I think, one of the reasons this has such a global interest is because this is every small town in America. Yeah. And that's true. So we've tried to always remember that and talk about that and not forget the value of this work, no matter what color the shirt you're wearing. Yeah.
Very. Why? He's so weird. Oh, he said, I don't know, something about like his expressions. It's silly. No, it's not. Like I said, I don't think he's a bad guy necessarily, but he's kind of strange. I just hate how they can't tell you anything like ever for what? Well, that would have been like what 5.5 after they arrested him. Almost 6 years when they arrested him, and they were still like, nope, I can't tell you this, can't tell you that. I don't think we learned barely anything new that whole time, besides like how they slowly put out the screenshot of the video with down the hill, and then they put out the second one with the guys down the hill. So the probable cause affidavit, think about this. After reading the probable cause affidavit, why was it so important to keep that sealed until, like, I mean, why? What harm would it have done to let us see it when they arrested him? How did that, why would that have hurt to have it unsealed? You know, after like reading it and seeing, like, why is that a big deal? Like, why couldn't we have seen it when they arrested him? I don't get it. Why? What do you guys think after actually reading it? Like, okay, what would have hurt if it was unsealed when you arrested him? Why seal it? I mean, it's not going to hurt the investigation. If anything, it could help with tip. You know what I'm saying? It could help, like, oh, he was here. You know, it could just help with tips because it gives more information where people could, go back and think, oh, it was this time, or he was walking right over here. And otherwise, it would just give us information. The other stuff is just the people that were there would have been the only ones to see it, right? Still doesn't make sense. It does, because having it sealed makes your mind wander, and then it makes, everybody come up with all these different theories instead of just tell us. Especially after they arrested him, there was no reason why the probable cause affidavit had to be sealed. I mean, after reading it, it's like, why? Like, when they arrested him, they would have been fine to just let us read it. But oh man. Yeah. But I mean, I'm glad we got to see it. But now the rest of the discovery, like all of the stuff, Um, I'm trying to think of what cases, if ever, when you order like the files. I'm trying to think if you always have to wait till the trial to see it. I feel like there's cases, no, not necessarily. Like, you could do a public records request on some cases. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes there's cases even after the trial, you still can't get anything. Um, I'm sure with this, we'll never be able to get any. I mean, whatever's at the trial, I bet you we won't even be able to get it after. But um, what am I saying? I just have a feeling though that the trials are going to not let a lot of it in, like a lot of this stuff that we really want to see, and then we're not going to ever be able to see it, which is going to suck because I don't think that you'll be like, we'll be able to like order it. A lot of times you have to buy, pay money. I don't think we'll be able to buy it and get the files. Like, let's say, oh, we want to see that video, the interview with Elvis's sister. Let's say they don't play it at the trial, or Elvis's interviews, or Richard's interview. I mean, what if they don't even play that? Or what if they just play? I'm sure they'll play both of them. Or no, they don't have the first one. Yeah, that's right. You wouldn't have had the first one, right? Well, at least we'll be able to see. Yeah, I'm sure they'll play that, though, the one they have. But I'm sure there'll be a lot that we won't be able to see, right? And then I don't think we'll be able to order them. I don't think that'll be one of those cases where they don't let you. I mean, I can almost bet on it how secretive they've been. So I feel like I don't know. I hope not, but I'm afraid after the trial we're still gonna have more questions than answers, which will suck. That's kind of how I feel about the Idaho one too. I'm worried that after we're gonna have more questions. And oh my god, look at my hair! I look like a homeless lady. I gotta take a shower after this live. Oh wait, what's wrong with Dixie? Oh, oh, you're saying you're 10 and okay. No, don't no. That's funny, not funny, but the cloudiness, yeah, that's the thing when dogs get older. But I'm telling you, I could already see it in Zeke's eyes, and Zeke's only like 7. Wait, he's not gonna be 8. No, hold on. I think he's gonna be 7 November. I hope he's not gonna be 8. But I saw it like a year ago on his, so I think sometimes you could see it earlier for some reason, or maybe I'm just being paranoid. Um, so all right, I'm trying to debate if I want to play the news clips or if I want to play my Richard Allen video. Because I don't think I'll be able to do both because that'll be too long, I feel like. I don't know. What do you guys want? I mean, of course, you could just watch my Richard Allen. I have it uploaded, but I feel like I don't like my pre-recordeds don't get really watched very much. That's why I was like, oh, I could play it during a live so people could see it. I don't know if they don't get recommended or you guys just like lives, but they used to, but after, like I said, after I got everything happened, they don't. So I'm wondering, I'm debating if I should just play that or not play it since it is uploaded and you guys can watch it, or play the news clip compilation. What do you guys think? What would you guys rather watch? Let me see what the poll says for that last poll that I did. Let me also see how that video is doing. Well, I guess it's not doing too bad. It does have 790 views, which is actually a lot for me lately for a day. Or yeah, even for total. So maybe what do you guys want to watch? A like news clip type compilation of stuff about this case, of course. Oh wait, no, we have to do. Hold on, we're gonna look through the document with the jeans. Remember? I almost forgot. Let's do that first, and then hold on. Let me see what the poll says. Let's do a poll. Do you think Richard Allen is BG? We have 56% says yes and 44% says no. Okay. Wow. All right. So I'm gonna pull up, and you guys saw they responded. The state responded to that motion for to suppress. I did a video on it, a pre-recorded. I think it was yesterday. I did it. And then I forgot, if you guys are wondering if you watch that video, and some of the parts where it has like the little like the parts where I cut like a part of the document, and then when I cut it shorter because I wanted, like, in those parts I want to add like some kind of visuals, pictures or whatever to it, so it's not just all the documents. And then I forgot to do it. I didn't realize it until after it was uploaded. I'm like, oh my god, I forgot. So you just have like a half a screen of like, but that was my plan for that. If anybody wondered. All right. So I got. Hold on. Highlight a memorandum. Let me share my screen and we'll see what we could find. Wait, that's not. Oh, hold on. I have to share my whole screen. I forgot I was just sharing files that whole time. All right. Let's go through this real quick. But no, you guys never told me where can I find where it says that what Libby wore anyway, because this isn't going to help until we could see. I mean, I know you guys said what the sweatpants or stretch pants, but I would like to, see it written somewhere so we could see for sure. But nobody told me where I could find that. Okay, let's just look up jeans first. Right, because all right, we got the blue jeans, so that's with Bridge Guy. Libby's okay, yeah. Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. Well, are you 100% sure? Because if there's not a picture of Libby there, the sweatshirt wouldn't be that weird for her to have Libby's sweatshirt on. Because how do we know that Libby didn't give it to her? The weirdest thing, though, is if there was absolutely no blood on it. That part, what would that mean? They redressed her, or they she was like hung upside down or something where the no blood would have dripped down on her clothes. So either way, that's like, okay, there's got to be more than one person, right? Unless, if, like I said, they're not perceiving it or making it seem like how they see it. Oh, there's not any no blood at all on the clothes or any, just like right, basically anywhere on her, and maybe it's just you can't even tell. I don't know. I don't know what to make out of. What do you guys think? Are you 100% sure that she was not wearing jeans? Libby is all I want to know, and where I can find it. Let's see, because he is 5'4" mid range. Wait, what are you talking about? Not else's. Oh, yep, I do cloak. Hold on. I'm trying to find something relating to this. How do people think he's not Bridge Guy? Yeah, I use that kidney. Okay, so nobody's answered yet. Well, I don't know, you guys. I don't know how to prove that Libby wasn't wearing jeans, because let me see if let's see if I could find it somewhere. I want to bring up that photo that we do have. Where is it? Well, 1 second. Okay, here's that. Here's the one from, hold on. Let me pull up there's the of Abby. So Abby has jeans. And I'm sorry if she was wearing those jeans though. I mean, they would know those weren't Libby's, right? Because those are very form fitting. So either they're knowingly deceiving us by writing it, or maybe Libby was wearing jeans. Or maybe they thought they looked like jeans but they were like sweats or something, and they could tell because they were like bigger on her maybe, and then they just thought that they were jeans. I don't know what to make out of it, but I still want to see somewhere where it says that Libby was wearing sweats, guys. Nobody afterwards wouldn't mean that it couldn't have been jeans. Put in a pair of jeans over another pair of jeans might be wait, what? No, Abby wasn't wearing Libby's. No, Abby wasn't wearing. I would. Somebody's clothes were in the river, in the Delphi. So either the jeans were Abby's, and they weren't Libby's, and then it was Libby's pants and Abby's top and sweatshirt, I guess. I don't know if or whatever of Abby's clothes. There was stuff found in the river. It didn't say that Abby was wearing two pairs of jeans. It just said Abby was wearing Libby's jeans and sweatshirt, two bras, but it the way it's worded, it doesn't seem like they're saying she was wearing Libby's bra. I mean, it seems like that's what she was just wearing. Like she was wearing like a bra, and then like a sports type bra over top, and then like a t-shirt or something, and then a sweatshirt. So no, she wasn't wearing like two sets of clothes or anything, just the two bras. But I think it was just how she wore. But I don't know. I don't know where to find what Libby was wearing. So we're not going to be able to totally. I believe Abby was dressed in the clothes she had on the bridge. Yeah, I don't know. So are you saying that you think it was a mistype, that that's not even what they meant? Let me see. No, because they said Abby was dressed in Libby's sweatshirt. Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. Oh, maybe they meant Abby was dressed in Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. Yeah, might be. I see what you're saying. You're saying it was just badly worded. They were just saying that it was Libby's sweatshirt, and then the jeans doesn't go along with Libby's. But let me see what else they said. Hold on 1 second. No blood appeared on Abby's clothing, meaning that she was likely murdered while naked and then dressed by the murderers after she expired. After the blood stopped billowing from her neck, Abby's hands were clean, no blood. Abby's feet were clean, no blood. Other than blood found around Abby's neck area where the murderers had inflicted the fatal wound. Very little, if any, blood was found anywhere else on Abby's body or clothing. The juxtaposition of the spots and streaks of blood found all over Libby's body with the lack of blood on Abby's body, undergarments, overgarments, is stark. Wait a minute, hold on. The murderers appear to have gone to great lengths to keep Abby's body and clothing clean from blood. Abby was found on her back, like Libby. However, unlike Libby, Abby's elbows were bent with her right arms. Okay, so yeah, with her right and left arms both placed on her chest. Let me see here. Yeah, so that doesn't necessarily, you see what I'm saying? They might just meant Libby's sweatshirt and then jeans. So it could be Abby's jeans, maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe we kind of, but maybe they worded it like that. So people did maybe like think that in a way, but in reality, it could just mean, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that might just be what that is. And then, but look, another thing, see, it's always good to read this stuff back through because look, It says no blood appeared on Abby's clothing. Could be. There still could be some on then. No, this isn't the PCA, My Three Sons. This is the defense's memorandum to suppress the search warrant. This is the new documents that came out. So I don't know, guys. I mean, I could see that maybe that Jean's don't go with Libby's, even though I know that wouldn't be grammatically correct. But you know what I'm saying? Think about these documents. Sometimes they're not. So I just wonder if it was just Libby's sweatshirt and the jeans were Abby's. And if you guys could send me, nobody's telling me where I could find what Libby was wearing. So if you guys want to email me later and let me know if you find it. I think I'm going to work on another case after or tonight. So I'm not going to probably look more into this tonight. I mean, so yeah, if you find it, let me know. But the fact that, yeah, they said, I thought it was much more strong, like where they said like, no, absolutely no blood, but they use the word appear on Abby's, which leaves it open that I guess there could be some on her clothes. I don't know. Weird that there was no, Abby's hands were clean. Because, I mean, you would think, remember, they said Abby died a slow death. Whether that's true or not, because the artery that was cut, it would be a slow death. So therefore, I mean, think about it. If her hands aren't bound or arms aren't bound, you're naturally likely to, like, you know what I'm saying, to probably, if she was cut, you know what I'm saying, to basically to have blood on your hands. So that makes me think that if this is true and her hands were clean, they probably did wash her body in water for some reason. But you know what though? Hold on a second. Maybe that's not so weird if he washed her, because maybe he was thinking of DNA. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was thinking, "Oh, water here. Let me wash her. Let me like wash them in the water." So, well, they didn't have Libby, but let me wash Abby in the water so to wash off the DNA. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense out of this. It's just weird. Everything's weird about this. I mean, Abby's feet were clean, but she had her shoes on. So why is that weird? They said she had her shoes on. But I guess because the point is they were saying that she was naked when she was killed. But how do they know that? Oh, because there's no blood on her clothes. Yeah, okay. Unless, wait a minute, you guys, think about this though. Unless he had her laying down and she was laying down when he cut her on her back, didn't let her get up off her back, and then the blood would just run. But I guess they're trying to say that there's not enough blood at the scene. So what if he did it at a different spot on her back? The blood ran out and then he moved her so it wouldn't necessarily get all over her body. I mean, I think it's a possibility. Oh, I know it's hard to think about, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to look at it from all angles because there's still a possibility that it is Richard. So just trying to think of, like, if it was, how could he have achieved all this, you know? So maybe her clothes never did. Maybe Abby's clothes never actually did come off, though. Maybe she was just on her back when she bled out, and it just so it just went around her neck, and then he just kind of dragged her up, so it didn't go on her clothes. As far as, like, at least the front of her, and they're saying it didn't appear, so they probably didn't see the back of the clothes. Maybe, I don't know, unless if they have Well, they probably did look at pictures where they take the clothes and then take pictures of the front and back of the clothes, so I'm sure they did look at those. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, there's some of their clothes were. So the rest of the clothes that Abby wasn't wearing, Libby wasn't wearing any supposedly. So the rest that Abby wasn't wearing, yeah, they were in the river. And then supposedly, I guess they couldn't find one pair of underwear and a sock that they think he kept for a trophy. So yeah, I know. I was wondering about that. I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna have to read this again because I feel like if just for example, reading this over, I see it more clearly. I feel like it'll help to because you read something the first time and then you sometimes it takes a couple times and you miss things. Um, let me see here. I want that erase. See if wait, hold on. I want to see what this is one more time. Hold on. Sorry about the blood because I want to see. Hmm. Mm. So it says the defense provided the court with 12 crime scene and autopsy photos marked as exhibits 5 through 16. These photographs support the descriptions provided in the previous paragraph, so it was to show what they were trying to say. Okay. Um Okay, let's see. Rich guy was found on the fire. Provided 3 photos. So what would you guys rather watch, the Richard Allen video that I made or like one of the compilations for like a news clip compilation thing? Just trying to see if there's anything. Under Abby's left lower back, a shoe was found. The shoe is believed to be Libby's shoe. Under the shoe, the cell phone. Later determined to be Libby's phone. The bridge guy was found on the phone, yeah. Like the marks of exhibit 21 and 22. I never did play Anthony's video shoe because I was a little bit confused which ones he was saying that had music and not. I don't know why I'm still confused about that. And I have them downloaded on this computer and I won't be able to hear it before I play it. So dang it. I knew I always forget something. Not a result of coordinated abduction. Okay. It's the end pages. Hold on. These were the ones that I don't think I read all of them. I don't think I read all of them that day when we were reading them together. This is like, okay, so the Betsy Blair's, her description of the man, young man with brown poofy hair. So if we're to believe the Odinism angle and it's this group of guys, okay, because I know there's a lot of people that are looking into that, that angle. Like I said, I'm still up in the air, but who would this guy be right here? The younger man with the brown poofy hair. Which is the second sketch, right? I think is who they're describing, but she described his hair as brown poofy, and he's the young guy in his 20s, maybe early 30s. Out of those people. Now, here's the thing. All out of those guys that they labeled for that Odinism angle, the youngest one is Johnny Messer. He's 36. And that's the only one I have not been able to find a picture of. Does anybody have a picture of him? Does he look anything like that sketch? And does he have brown poofy hair or anything? Because I couldn't find him. Anybody find him? Let me see. Does anybody know what he looks like? Here, I'm going to just do a poll. You know what? I kind of want to just play mine. Yeah, I'm just going to play mine. But see, mine is it's going over just Richard Allen. So you remember when it first came out, they first arrested him, and we were going through like the videos, the pictures, the little video that shows him wearing that blue coat, and it just goes through all of that. And then people like post. There's a couple of Reddit posts. There's okay, yeah. Let's play that. But like I said, if you guys ever want to watch it after that, I uploaded it. All right, I want to play that. And then all right. I just want to see one thing. I want to see what the last page, and then I'll play it. I want to see what the last page says. For some reason. Okay. Who is this man with the tan coat that Sarah saw? That was the one that's supposedly muddy and bloody, but just muddy. Who is that? I can't wait to hear. They're going to call these people up for witnesses, right? Betsy and Sarah? I hope, because I want to hear actually what do they really say. Liggett, huh? Did they go with your story? Are you guys being truthful? But here's the thing. They're not, the defense could call them as witnesses. If they're going to say something different than what is in the report, the state's not going to want to call them probably. What if they kind of threaten them or intimidate them because remember in the Darley case, now I wanted to do a Darley video, but even if you think she's guilty or innocent, it doesn't matter. Regardless, those nurses have different notes than what they testified to. So, you know how they said they had these meetings and it's almost like they agreed and they colluded okay, we're going to say this and that. But in actuality, that wasn't true. Some of the stuff wasn't true, but they got on the stand and just went along with what the state wanted them to say. So my point is the state sometimes is very powerful and they could kind of almost intimidate you in a way to make you say certain things. So I just wonder, what they're going to say, Sarah and Blair. But, the defense and cross-exam, if there is documents that support that in their interviews where it says, oh, Sarah saw a guy with a tan jacket and what was the other one? The one where it talks about what was the other hold on. The other one that was wrong. Oh, the timing of the car, the Comet versus the Ford Focus, or something else, I feel like. But I'm sure the defense will bring that up in the record if there really is a record of it and be like, here, you said this and that. And then, well, it'll be up to the jury to decide who they believe, you know? So, but I just wonder, I pray that if they really did see a certain way, that they just are honest and they say it, you know? But you never know. People lie on the stand all the time. Okay, so let's play the video now. Oh, you have a picture of Johnny Messer? Hold on. I gotta see. Hold on a second. 1 second, guys, and I'll play the video. I just want to see because I haven't found him yet. I don't have an email, Petty. When did you send it? Why does my email suck? I hate that when people say, and I believe you guys do, but why don't I get it sometime? It's zavgirl@protonmail.com. He should have a mugshot. It wasn't in the Truth Finding mugshot, but yeah, he should because he was the one that had he had a he had a record. I think I read it, some of it during one of the lives, but all right, let me check my email again. No, I haven't got it. Dang. Send it again. How long ago did you send it? I did check my spam. Even Alsay always asks me about spam. I know. I always check it. I checked it. Hey, hi, Alsane. What's up? I saw you a couple minutes ago. I meant to say hi. Let me check again. No. You got me anxious, Petty. Where did you find it, though? Are we sure, like, it's him? It's the exact, the right Messer? All right, I'm gonna. Yeah, there is a limit, but I have to pay. You know, it's not a free email. I have to pay for. Patreon. Proton. Why did I say Patreon? Proton. Yeah, because the free version you only get so much, and I was going over it, so I like pay. I'm pretty sure I had to go a step up. I had to pay, like it's a payable one or a subscription you had to pay. But yeah, and I should have plenty of room. Oh. Is it saying it's sending? All right, I'll start the video, and then I'll just keep checking it. Does he look anything like sketch number 2? But Petty, either way, you're gonna have to send me it. You know what I'm saying? Either send me the link or the picture. Either way, but yeah, send it to me. Because I don't think it'll let you send a link. I don't think it lets people send. Does it let people send links on live chat? All right. So I guess I'll play my video. Which one is it? It does have a news clip right at the beginning. Now remember, this is me talking in the pre-record. It won't be me talking now. But I don't think the link will show up, Patty. I think right, yeah, I think mods could just send them. That's what I'm saying. So either way, you're gonna have to email me it. Nothing like him. Okay. Man, I still didn't get it. It just sucks because I feel like I'm missing good emails sometimes because sometimes these emails never come through. And I only realize it because I'll be in a live stream and they'll be like, I sent it, and then I never get it. Like when I was in Anthony's, when I did that first collab with him, somebody was trying to send me an email, and I still never got it to this day. They said I think they sent it twice. I never got it. Make sure you're typing it in right. There's no spaces, no capital letters. It's just zavgirl@protonmail.com. All right, I'm going to start this now.
What those little girls felt. And it haunts me. It haunts me to this day.
That haunting is what Superintendent Carter says drove him and his investigators for the past 5.5 years. He called this the most complex case he's ever seen.
We're going to be very methodical, we're going to be very purposeful, and we're going to be very direct in everything that we do.
While it's been an emotional few days, Carter says the one thing he hasn't processed yet is that the man they've arrested was living in Delphi the entire time. We asked him if there are any regrets.
Anybody that looks back on their life and doesn't have some regrets probably is not being truthful. Of course we do. But one thing I can guarantee you, everything we did with a purpose. And I will defend them until my final day.
When we asked about his confidence in their case against Allen, Carter doubled down.
Once a judge signs that probable cause affidavit, it changes everything. And the judge wouldn't have signed off on that probable cause if we didn't have probable cause.
With more than 70,000 tips and mountains of evidence, despite an arrest, Carter says the work is just now starting.
Well, I've never been a homicide detective. I have a pretty good idea that these detectives are going to reset. And they're not going to leave a piece of paper unattended.
Even though the case against Allen remains sealed, Carter says he believes people will understand once it eventually becomes public. His wish going forward is that everyone remembers the human aspect of this terrible ordeal.
I really hope that people will take a step back from this and understand the value of every day. Mike and Becky and Anna and Kelsey and the rest of the Delphi community deserve that.
So I thought it'd be good to talk about Richard Allen now. So I know we all have been talking about the Odinism angle and all the new stuff that came out, but I was thinking, why don't we go back and look over the stuff that we know about Richard Allen? Because there's still a good possibility that he's involved. Don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of another reason why they would have picked him to arrest him. And if it, let's say the whole bullet was that when they got the search warrant, they got a bullet from his house that went through his gun. So, and they used that, and it really wasn't his bullet at the scene, and that whole thing. And then why did they target him? I still think there's a good chance that maybe he is involved, and maybe there's just other people involved. I don't know. I don't want to ignore that angle because, I mean, I still believe there's a possibility that he's not involved too, but I thought it would be kind of interesting to go back through, just see what, when they first arrested him and we were going through this stuff and just see what's out there. Okay, so first we'll go through some of the stuff that was on Kathy Allen's page, which is Richard's wife. So she has some stuff with Richard. Okay, before I get into that, I got yours, Jeremiah. I got your email, but I still haven't got yours. Who am I talking to? Oh my God, I just went blank. Patty. Oh my God, Patty. I still didn't get yours, but Jeremiah, I got yours. So wait, which one is he supposed to? Yeah, none of those guys look 36 though, except the one guy in the upper left-hand corner, possibly. But God, life's been hard for all of them. Let me look at it again real quick. But yeah, thanks, Jeremiah. And Patty, I'll keep looking. Oh, I just got yours too. Okay. Oh, you sent me the same article as what Jeremiah sent me. You guys both sent me the same thing. Okay. Let's we'll do this real quick. So I'll show you. So here he has to be this one because this is the only possible one that could be 36. There's no way he's 36. So if this is the right Johnny Messer, let's see how top row. If this is the right Johnny Messer, are we sure this is the right one? Probably. It does say Rushville. An investigation into counterfeit money in Rushville led to the arrest of several people on drug-related charges. Oh, this is from 2017 too. Look, according to court documents, 2 fake $100 bills were used at Rushville business on November 24th and December 23rd. So this would be months after the murder. You know, almost a whole year after, really. Not quite, but I mean, yeah, quite a few months after. But okay, investigation into counterfeit money led them to Johnny Messer, who was spotted on surveillance video at the Village Pantry. He's also accused of using fake $100 bill at Rushville McDonald's. On January 6, 2018, officers obtained a search warrant for a home in North Harrison. Investigators were specifically looking for counterfeit cash, lottery tickets, printers, paper, ink, and other items. Rushville Police Department, blah, blah, blah. Indiana executed a search warrant at 9 p.m. However, a large amount of drug and drug paraphernalia left in plain sight became the focal point of the investigation. Court documents said police obtained a second search warrant. They conducted a complete search of the home, found methamphetamine, drug paraphernalia, and evidence that the people at the home were involved in illegal distribution of narcotics, specifically methamphetamine, according to court documents. They also found a handgun. Investigators said 7 juveniles were inside the home, which police described as very cluttered and disorganized. Drug paraphernalia was within reach of the children, police said, including drugs, pills, razors, and several methamphetamine pipes. 2 people hid in a closet during the raid because they thought they were being robbed, according to court documents. It says 30. Oh, because then he would have been 30. Okay. Yep, it's the right guy then. Possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, possession of controlled substance, possession of hypodermic syringe, dealing methamphetamine, possession of methamphetamine, neglect of a dependent, and possession of drug paraphernalia. That's what he has for arrested 5 people. Okay. So actually, this reminds me of something else I wanted to show you really quick. Hold on. Let me, 1 second, show you something just really quick. And then watch that video. I just want to show you. Here. Oh, I wanted to read Richard Allen's letters too. I meant to put those in my Richard Allen video. Dang it, I forgot to do that. I knew I'd forget something. Okay, so wait, where's that picture? Oh yeah. So this was in one of the groups. I missed this picture, which, like I said, I didn't go through all of Brad's Facebook, like years. I could, but so this, I guess, is another one that he is with Patrick, right? So it's March 20th, 2016. Yeah, I didn't go back that far. I don't think. I mean, randomly, but so that would be almost basically almost a year before the murder. It says, had an awesome meet and greet with David Hensley, Patrick Westfall. Awesome meet and greet. So this guy, they had this up in the group. So this is David Hensley, and then he's a molester sentenced to 40 years in prison. And it does say David is the same guy. So, I mean, the only reason I'm bringing it up, he's associated with them guys and possibly maybe likes younger people, so I just thought that was kind of interesting. Right. So, but thanks for sending me that, guys. That's crazy that I got them both at the same time. Wait, you have another one. Hold on. Jeremiah, it looks like you sent 2 things. Let me see what the other one is. Oh, I brought up this page on my video the other day. We went over this page. Thanks, though. Remember that long one I edited? Like I did with this one I'm going to show you where I edited it and I played it through where I was going through all the Facebook and where it has Patrick because he was in pictures with Brian James, and he's like the leader of all that, a lot of stuff. Yeah, where Patrick, or yeah, Patrick is in 2 of these pictures. Yep. But wait, is Messer in these? Is he? Because wait, your email says news articles with Messer, so he's in these too? I missed it. Wow, I had this days ago. Did I miss Messer? Well, I didn't know what Messer looked like though back then. Does it actually say Messer? Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me share what I'm looking at so you guys know. It's that one, this one right here. Right here. Remember, we were going through this because you have Patrick right here, and then he's also behind right here. But hold on, let me see what you're saying. Jeremiah. Is Messer's name in here or just that you recognize the picture? I can't believe I missed this. Dang it. And that was the only one that I wasn't able to find, and I had it the whole time. Okay, where does it say that? Which picture? Okay. You've only seen that one picture of Messer. Which one? I don't know. Is that him? I gotta look at him again, what that Messer guy looks like. Or is it? Hold on. Johnny Messer. Okay. Yeah. Ryan James. Which one is he? I gotta look at that other one because. Yeah, so that's the only. Is it hit right there? Maybe? Both of those? Hold on, let me see. It's hard because I can't, I want to be able to zoom into that because I have it on my small screen. Hold on. Is that there? Up there. So it's not him? Or no? Yeah? Okay. Because that's where it said it. It says it under this, and it looks like these are describing the one under it. Oh, he looks different, though, kind of. Oh, here's another one. I didn't even notice Patrick was right here. I saw him here and here, but he's here too. Okay. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Now I know what he looks like. He was the last one left. So none of the guys have poofy hair. Brad wouldn't have. Patrick doesn't. Elvis doesn't. Elvis is bald, unless if Elvis, you know how sometimes in his pictures he's got his hair even like it's thin, but he has it like sticking up kind of where he just like, but it doesn't look like that sketch at all. Not at all. This guy's bald. Remember, wait, let me look at it. Yeah. So none of them would have a nice like thick head of hair like that sketch. And none of them would, I mean, I wouldn't think that the person would see this guy and be like, oh, he's in his 20s or 30s. I think you would round up seeing this guy 30s to 40s, I would guess. So yeah, I don't know. I guess it goes down to some people's theories that it's Brad's son, Logan, but I don't know, guys. The more I think about all of that, it's just the more it's like absorbing, and I'm thinking out. I don't know why I'm like leaning more towards. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I'll just keep going back and forth. It's just, I don't even know what to think. It's just, nothing makes sense. Nothing freaking makes sense. No, Elvis doesn't look young. None of them do. what I'm saying is none of them. So here's the thing: that person that said they saw the sketch number 2. Why do law enforcement believe that whoever she saw that looks like sketch number 2? So I'm sure that person did see somebody that looked like that. But maybe he's not involved in the murder. Why does law enforcement think that that person is involved? What did she see about that person making him involved? Is it just because he's the only one that people saw that, and that other sketch that didn't come forward? You know what I'm saying? So, oh, this guy was there. Everybody else came forward and said this person didn't. So it's got to be him. I remember hearing back that they said that person said he looked kind of sketchy or something. But my question is they were making it seem like, at least Carter was making it seem like that second sketch was Bridge Guy. Was he not? Weren't you thinking that he wanted you to believe that it was kind of a merge of both, focus more on the second sketch, and that was supposedly Bridge Guy, which was hard to freaking understand how we could see how that could be Bridge Guy from what we thought Bridge Guy looked like. So my question is then, did the girl that saw sketch 2 describe that guy as wearing a blue jacket, jeans, something over his head? Because that sketch looks like the person saw his hair pretty clear. Make that make sense right there. We were supposed to believe that was Bridge Guy. We've been told that Bridge Guy is, wait, I forget what I was saying. Oh my God, mid-sentence, I just lost my thought. So we were told that was supposed to be Bridge Guy. Bridge Guy, we see him, duh, that's Bridge Guy, but how that was the sketch we're supposed to focus on. That's the guy. But I don't think she said that guy had a hat over, like the hood over his head, blue jacket and jeans. Why don't I think that was a different person? So why were they telling us that? Think about that. That's why I wanted to play the press conferences again. But I think I was busy looking at something when that parts came up, when Carter was talking about it. But so you guys could hear him talk about how that's the guy. This is the one we want you to focus on. I think it's in other interviews where yeah, it is. There's that one interview where he's sitting down where he explains that it's like a mixture. I don't think it's at a press conference when he explained it. That's the 2 sketches are like a combination of him. You know what I'm saying? It's both the same guy, right? At least Carter said that. And then, but focus more when that second sketch came out, focus more on that guy. And then they insinuated that he was Bridge Guy, right? By saying this is our guy, you know what I'm saying? And then this is the guy we're looking for. And then this is that guy, that first guy that looked like maybe that was supposed to be kind of like Bridge Guy, the drawing, the first sketch, you know what I'm saying? But oh, this is that guy, the second sketch. Oh, this is this first drawing, but this is more of an updated one. And it could be like a combination of both. And so we're led to believe that this young sketch with the curly hair is supposed to be Bridge Guy. So they had to be, that would throw us off. They had to purposely be lying. I mean, really think about that. Because they would know by her description that guy isn't the guy in the video, because I don't think she described that young guy wearing a blue jacket, did she? A blue jacket, something over, like a hood over his head, and the jeans. I don't think she did. This guy, you could see his hair and stuff. So I don't think it was, but I feel like we were misled. Why? Why did he, it was almost like a lie then. How did they expect to catch us, or how do they expect to catch him and us to help, the public to help, if they're like not even giving us accurate and true facts? It just doesn't make sense. Are you guys following me? Like, it doesn't. And that kid, it's almost like that was like on purpose. They lied because Carter would know. I'm sorry, Carter knew that that was not the guy on the bridge. That second sketch, because the guy on the bridge had something over his head, right? Am I missing something? Fill me in if there's something I'm getting wrong. That can't be the guy on the bridge, right? That second sketch. That's not supposed to be the guy on the video. I mean, bridge guy, right? But they made us believe it was. But I bet you the witness never would say no, that was a different guy. I do believe there's more than one person, but what I'm saying is that Carter, like, I feel like he kind of lied, and some of them lie that because that isn't the same guy. And then I don't even think, I'm pretty sure the witness would, when they would describe him, I don't think it would be this guy in the video. So that means, why didn't they tell us that? Like, when that came out, they should have been like, this is a different guy than the guy on the bridge. We're looking for this guy now, or we're looking for both guys. But that's not what they said. So it's just, this is all messed up. Because duh, why they didn't freaking solve the case till forever. And hopefully they got it right. I don't know, but because they weren't even given, I feel like they weren't being honest about who was who. So yeah, I think that young guy, who knows who that is? But if they're sure he's involved, then that would make two people right there. And if they're sure the bridge guy's involved, then that would be two people that's involved. But they're not, they've never been upfront and flat out told us that. Why? Wait, why, Alsane? You're saying don't move to Indiana or Idaho? What do you mean? I don't know anything about his son-in-law. No, yeah, it could be. But I'm just saying, I'm just going back because, like, the more I like go over old press conferences and go back through like stuff they said, it's more like I'm seeing that they deliberately lied to us on certain things, and I'm confused why they did that. So it is making me lean more towards maybe. Well, there's definitely something going on that's not right. Like, there's something that I hope during the trial we find out. And they're like, yeah, this was why we couldn't say here. No, this is what we know, and this is why we had to do this and here. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if we'll ever know. Yeah. Banter, are you talking about RL? Okay, so I'm going to play the rest of my Richard Allen video. Okay, so December 11th, 2016, it says, hubby and I had a great night shooting pool and spending time together at our local bar, and one of us finally got brave enough to sing karaoke for the first time ever and wasn't even drunk. And my husband has the moves like Jagger. Bah ha ha ha. And if you notice, it's December 11th, 2016, so it's 2 months before the murder, which is kind of interesting. Number one, that means he would have looked pretty similar to what we see in these pictures and the video I'll play. And also, was it already in his mind? If he indeed is guilty, I feel like a murder like this isn't going to be like a spontaneous thing, like, an act of passion where it just happens. This is going to be something that's in your thoughts, like that you are thinking about wanting to kill somebody. So 2 months before, I'm sure it's in his head. I'm sure he's already contemplating and thinking, wanting to do that. Whether or not he has any of the victims picked out by then, I don't know. But like I said, this is if he is guilty, because now with all these new documents, I don't even know. I think there's a good chance he's involved, because considering he was wearing those same clothes that BG was wearing, he was there that day. And if you think about it, when he came in and told him he was there that day and told him what he was wearing, he didn't realize that they had a video. So he's telling him, well, who cares if I tell him what I was wearing? So he tells him what he's wearing, not knowing they have a freaking video that'll end up showing that it's the same clothes that he said he was wearing. So I can't believe they missed that tip. So, I mean, I do think he's probably involved. Is he the only guy? I don't know. Is he the one that actually killed him? I don't know. Was he like the guy that was supposed to get him down the hill? I don't know. But it is pretty big coincidence that has the same clothes as the guy we see on the bridge. It's got to be something to that. So this is the video of them there at the bar. He's playing pool. I can't play the audio because it's got like a commercialized copyrighted song playing. They're like, singing, and he does this little weird little dance at the end you'll see, and he makes this noise where he's like woo or something. So if you guys want to hear it with the sound, I could send it to you personally if you email me. I just can't upload it because I'll get copyrighted. But yeah, look. This was 2 months before the murders. He's jumping around, happy guy, having fun that night, probably nice buzz. So this is November 28th, 2016. So this is about 3 months before the murder. It says, "It was so nice to have you with us again, Paulo. We really need moments of laughter and fun during the holidays to help it lift our spirits a bit, as we are missing an important family member this holiday season. Hope you had a good time during your visit. See you again soon." So not sure. Well, I just want to comment serendipity. Yeah, but he definitely doesn't have Keegan's body. Bridge guy's not that big. If you look, most of that bulk, it looks like it's stuff in his coat that I think he brought to help. Whatever he brought, the gun looks like there's a gun in his pocket, and then it doesn't look like it's because he's like his stomach is big. It looks like he's got like stuff. So I just don't think his body type matches Keegan. But if you look at sketch number 2's face with Keegan, besides like Keegan being a lot heavier, dang, that looks a lot. Remember I did the face comparison of Keegan with that? Like I did like a half Keegan, half that, and it looks, but I just don't think I don't think he's Bridge guy because he's just not built. Bridge guy's not, like I said, he's got like a really, even his legs are really, small. He's not really like, it doesn't seem like he's too heavy, but Richard wasn't at that time. He had a little beer belly, but not like real big. Or who that is. What do they call him? Paulo? But you see Richard sitting on his lap. Sorry, my chair is going to be making noises. I move a little bit and it makes noise, and I've been trying to edit those out, but sometimes it's just, I don't want to do it anymore. So if you guys hear a noise, that's what it is. This is that one where it looks like he's wearing that blue jacket. So this would have been a little less than 3 months before the murder. It says, "I had a great weekend with my hubby, went Christmas shopping at Castleton Square Mall, and Von Maur store is one of my favorites, especially during the holidays. They have a light pianist, and I love the shopping then. And I love the holiday decor and atmosphere. Ricky, however, about fell asleep waiting for me to finish shopping. Then I stalked him out in the parking lot waiting in our car. Had a great 25th anniversary dinner at Ruth's Chris in Carmel. Best steak ever." And we'll see another video of him it's the same day with that jacket that could be the jacket, Bridge Guy's jacket. This is that same day with him shopping, November 29th, 2016, which should make 3 months before the murder. I wasn't able to play the sound because of the music, but she'll pan over to him sitting on the couch with that blue jacket that looks very similar to BG's jacket. What do you guys think? Just want to make a comment. So this is all before. Do you see how I feel like he's in better spirits? Like he was jumping around, like having fun at the bar. I mean, you heard him like, woohoo, he's having fun. He's smiling here. Now watch after the murder, like how it's like he's like zoning out, like he looks miserable, like he's worried or thinking. Let me know if you guys see it or if it's just in my head, because like, could it be like because I'm looking for it? I don't know, but I don't think I have any other pictures of him smiling after the murders. Okay, this is from December 6, 2016, so 2 months before the murder, about the lost video from Thanksgiving feast day, Grandpa Kent asking Paulo about panning for gold in Canada. So you can see Richard over there sitting on the recliner.
Gold up there?
Yeah.
No?
Yes.
That's what you're in the heart of Gold Belt up there. Holy smokes.
Are you freaking kidding me?
$20, $30 a day panning for gold up there.
Okay, the next one is from September 23rd, 2018. You'll be able to hear Richard's voice actually a couple times, so just listen carefully. You can't see them. They're on one of those, I don't even know what you call them, but you can't see them, but they're talking. So it's Richard's wife talking to Richard. So this is a year, well, over a year after the murders. Because remember, February 2017 is when the murders, February 13th. So that would be a year and 7 months. So like around a year and a half after the murders.
Down, we're going down.
The cable snap.
Shut up. It's not gonna snap. I'm gyrating, but it's not gonna snap. Oh my god.
There's the wheelchair coming up.
What? Oh my god. Lonely wheelchair. Wasn't that interesting?
We are confident that you have told someone what you have done. Or at the very least, they know because of how different you are since the murders.
Here's another picture from that same day, September 23rd, 2018. A year and 7 months after the murder. Oh my goodness. His wife is always laughing and giggling at him. She had to notice a difference if it is him. I mean,
You're thinking like you lost your mind.
Ay, ay, ay.
I wonder where they're at. Is there places like that in Indiana? Okay, this is September 24th, so a day after that last one we just watched, 2018. So it's once again like a year and 7 months after the murders. And Kathy, Richard's wife, is trying to get him in the video, so he's on the horse behind her.
Tank and tank. Tank and tank. Yeah. We can go all day though if you want.
Saw you thinking like you lost your mind. Never thought it would be ending like this. Never thought I would be dreaming about your smile.
So this is September 25th. This is one day after the one we just watched. So September 25th, 2018. So this is like a year and 7 months after the murders. There's Richard taking a shot with his wife. All right, I'm going to play it with the sound now.
Ready?
Smell it. Smells like summertime. Beach on the beach.
On the creek.
You're right.
Oh,
so much better. You gotta start low.
That's good. That's good.
Saw you thinking like you lost your mind. Never thought it would be ending like this. Never thought I would be dreaming about your smile.
So I'm going to read some posts, whether it be in groups or Reddit or, so like I said, this is just different posts I came across looking into Richard. So this person says, I'm a local, like most everyone in town. I've been racking my brain, wondering how I didn't recognize him from the sketch or any warning signs. I'm a former bartender of JC's. I work closing shift every Saturday, tournament day. I had gotten used to Richard's reserved nature and Kathy's bubbly personality. I waited on them every Saturday. He was a really good pool player, always finished pretty high on the board. Well, this particular Saturday, I walked in at 4, as usual, and he had just lost pretty early in the rounds, rare for him. Well, his wife was still in and was having a really good day. It was slow, so I'd sit every so often with my regulars. Okay, here's another post. It says, known evidence taken from Allen's. Barbara McDonald has stated the following was taken. 2 bundles of dark clothing, look like clothing, a shoebox, a Macy's shopping bag, flash photography items in shed. There was digging around the shed. A vehicle, unsure of year and make. Okay, another post says, no family relation between Richard Allen and Keegan Klein, Tony Klein, or Ron Logan. I've seen some speculation going around that Richard Allen might be related to Keegan, Tony, or Ron. I'm an amateur genealogist and just spent a couple of hours tracing the genealogy of all of these men back several generations. I found no family connection whatsoever. Also, Richard's last name at birth was not Allen. Richard's mother remarried when he was a young child, and the name Allen comes from the stepfather. I guess it's okay because I'm not revealing information about anyone except Richard himself. His last name was Gorham at birth. Don't know if that's true. I'm just, like I said, take it with a grain of salt. These are posts, Reddit, Facebook groups, just interesting things I've found when I was looking into Richard and when it first came out that they arrested Richard. Then it was kind of weird that he had a picture. There was a picture of his daughter on the bridge and how much she resembles Libby. So that was a thing that everybody was talking about. Like, wow, his daughter actually kind of resembles Libby. And then there's a picture of her on the bridge. It's just creepy, to think about. Because, we still don't know the motive. Like, why? Why did he do this if he's the one that did this? Okay, another post that says, my friend has a source. I cannot reveal any names or identifying characteristics for these people other than to say that I've got a friend who lives in Brookston, Indiana, which is another small town not too far from Delphi. He has a personal source in Delphi political circles. I believe that every word of the following is exactly what he was told. I can't vouch for his source, but I do vouch for him, and I also trust his judgment of sources. I have met his source at a golf outing years ago and can confirm that he's not a crackpot and that he holds a position that would likely put him in a circle that would know otherwise unknowable things. My friend was told by his source that Richard came to law enforcement's attention by pure chance. No known connection to KK, Keegan Klein, or anyone else involved. It was not a tip, nor a result of investigative efforts. It was a chance function of standard Indiana law enforcement procedures. Apparently, Richard was accused of stealing some tools out of a neighbor's garage. He was caught red-handed with one of the items in. Let me stop right here. Remember when that was what they were saying at the beginning? So what is that? Was that even true? Because that's when it first came out, that's what everybody was talking about, how it was he stole something out of the garage, but now how does the whole thing where they were going through it and then they found that tip come into play then? Or did it take this? I don't know. Help me out, guys. Do you remember that? Because now knowing everything that we know now, was it that or was it just the tip and then? But would they have had to have more than just that, the tip, and then going back and looking at that, and then they make it seem like that they found something when they went and did the search warrant for this felony theft, that they found something that gave him probable cause. Do you guys know, is that true? I said, I forgot about this until I was making this video, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know. Anybody? Well, it wasn't a screw, wasn't it a, it was something over, money limit. But it was almost like that. I feel like they were maybe saying, some people were saying that they needed that for the excuse to maybe search, and then that let them to be able to search, and then to find something, they gave them probable cause. But then what about the search warrant for that we read? So yeah, I don't know. But this is what was going around when it first happened. So I don't know how. You never did? Really? Yeah, that's what I mean, that's what was said at the beginning. I don't know when it stopped, or I still don't know exactly how it came to be. I mean, I know that it's, that they saw that tip and then went back, but then I don't know how, because then they had to get the probable cause, the search warrant. So they had to prove that there was probable cause. So I don't know if this came into any play at all. I have no idea. Maybe just a rumor, but I feel like it was going around pretty strongly at first. But anyway, I'll finish.
Question. Though the tool was of relatively low value, entering the neighbor's attached garage is a felony, and he was arrested.
Oh, I lied. I thought it was the amount. I guess it wasn't. But wait, entering the neighbor's. So that would mean that the neighbor would have to press charges. Why would a neighbor do that? Well, I guess, yeah, if he's entering the house. But I'm almost wondering if somehow it was like if this has even happened, was it a setup to somehow be able to get something, to be able to get the warrant? But no, I don't know. I mean, we still don't know so much about this that, you know what I'm saying? Maybe there is some way that this played a part, but I'm trying to think if there's any way. No, because they said they ended up dropping this. That's right. I was gonna say if it's on his record, but I think it says they drop it. Let me see.
In charge, and as a result was forced to submit a DNA sample per Indiana law. Since relatively recently, apparently, which produced a hit for the unsub perpetrator of the Abby Libby homicide, which I don't know if that's true, because I thought it was that they just were going through documents and came across that and realized they missed it. So I don't know. Searches of his home yielded at least.
Oh, so it is true? Monticello near Tioga, Rick Allen reported the theft of construction tools from the location. Deputy. Wait. You're saying Rick reported it? Wait, why am I? Hold on, let me read that. Did I read that backwards? So here's another question that it makes you wonder. So they do the whole DNA thing. Do you think there is DNA on the girls? Because what they say under, I think Abby or Libby's fingernails. Do you think that there is his DNA? Because remember, there's a rumor, oh, they have DNA. Is that true? Have you guys heard anything? So this whole last part, which produced a hit for the unsub perpetrator, if they have DNA that links him there, then there you go. But I don't know if that's true. Remember, like I said, I remember hearing past rumors the whole time that they had DNA. They have DNA. But I always thought that I didn't know if I fully believed it, just because they were so weird about it. But I'm talking about now if they have Richard's DNA on the girls, but possibly they may have the girls' DNA in Richard's car, maybe somewhere in Richard's house. If they had both, that would be huge, but I don't know. But let me read what this says again, but this is saying Richard was accused, though. So I'm confused about your post, Jeremiah, because you're saying Rick reported the theft from the location. But this is saying that I don't know. I'm a little bit confused. I just remember people were talking about it.
Tested for one of the girls' DNA. Other items were also found at his residence that are linked to the homicides as well, though the source either didn't know or did not say what they were. According to the source, the original felony, breaking and entering, misdemeanor theft, and RSP charges were withdrawn. See, I do remember hearing that. So why? I thought Anthony said that they were just going through old the old tips and then realized that they missed it.
I
Where
heard
did that
that
come
too.
from? I always remember hearing this originally, but I'm trying.
Dang, I wish I would have included that. So I had I don't think I included it. I could be wrong. Maybe I did end up including it. But I have a screenshot of it was some lawyer that was saying how it was the dump of like all the records that linked Richard's phone number linked up or something like that. Because it was like right around the time, when Keegan took the plea and all that crap. So like there was also rumors about that's how it all came about because it was like at the same time. Do you remember they were searching the river, the Wabash, the other river that from the whole Keegan Klein stuff, and then it was like in the matter of days, then they arrested Richard. So it was like there has to be some kind of connection. How is this all like the whole Keegan thing? Something happened, and then all of a sudden they arrested him. So I remember there was that was going around. That had something to do with it. So I don't know what it was. They're being so gosh darn secretive. I mean, who freaking knows? I mean, I guess it could just be they were just like it could be as simple as I guess they were just going through it and found it. But I feel like there's something more that they had for some reason.
I think any of the new documents, if it did clarify. Also, according to the source, the family was blindsided and is devastated. They have gone into hiding and apparently have legitimately no knowledge of Richard's involvement in the murder. The only connection Richard had to the investigation, according to the source, was that he came forward voluntarily within a week of the murders to tell law enforcement that he had been at the trail that day and that he took a walk within the time frame of the murders. The source does not know whether Richard claimed to have seen anything unusual, just that he interjected himself into the investigation. My guess is that he was covering himself in case someone else saw him there. This is everything I know.
Today is not a day to celebrate.
I just played clips. I don't know why.
But the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day. And an arrest has been made.
Here's when.
Real quick, I wanted to play because I forgot to also include this that I wanted to put into the thing where somebody said, hold on, let me show you. I just want to play. Hold on one second. I just wanted to show you one thing. I'm pretty sure I forgot to. Wait a minute. Yeah, that would have been in that folder. Just give me 1 minute. It's gotta be. Wait a minute. No, I guess it's not. Oh, here it is. Okay. So somebody said that his wife, so somebody posted back in, so it would have been a month. It was 11/22. So remember it was October 30th that he was arrested. Well, October 31st was the press conference. So was it October 31st? So on November 22nd, somebody posted his wife is just a wonderful, wonderful person and she loves her husband. They've been married for over 30 years. They were basically high school sweethearts. They love each other and she fully supports him, Baldwin said. So that's what somebody posted. Okay.
When they confirmed the arrest, it says, breaking. We feel confident now to confirm on the record an arrest made in connection to the 2017 murders of Libby German and Abigail Williams in Delphi. Richard Allen booked into Carroll County Jail today and then moved to a state facility for his safety. I reached out to his family and we have several crews in Delphi. Stay tuned as we get more information. This is not a name that was ever on our radar with this case. Well, it should have been since he came to you.
At least will be.
And as we just heard,
we just got done watching.
This is not a name.
Oh my God, it won't stop. Oh, it won't make you guys watch these press conference clips because we just got done watching a lot of them. Okay. Oh wait, maybe that's the hold on, that might be the part. Let me see which part that is. It might be the part that I missed that I wanted to actually hold on. I am gonna play it because I just want to see.
Let that
Sorry.
go. And it just shows before moving to Delphi, Allen lived in other parts of Indiana, including Peru.
During the course of this investigation, we have concluded the first sketch released will become secondary as of today. The result of the new information and intelligence over time leads us to believe the sketch, which you will see shortly, is the person responsible for the murders of these two little girls. We also believe this person is from Delphi, currently or has previously lived here, visits Delphi on a regular basis, or works here. We believe this person is currently between the age range of 18 and 40, but might appear younger than his true age.
Wait, what's wrong, Patronus? What are you saying? I used to be a oh, never mind. I thought you were wow, never mind. I thought this is something else. I was like, wait. Okay.
Or is. So, yeah, they definitely underestimated it because
Yeah,
Richard
so
was
he's
45. So,
I
if
did
it
the
was
count.
Richard, he was 5 years older than the age range that
So I count yeah, so I have his birthday. So he would have been 45 when the murders happened.
they gave. Just shows you the other parts that he lived in.
Peru, is he linked
And
to
it says
Canada? I
Allen's
don't know.
apparent undistinguished life in the community stunned local law enforcement. I've been in our business, for a while, and I thought, boy, how'd I even miss that one? Carroll County Sheriff Toby Lesenby, who's been in law enforcement for 36 years and whose department assisted in the multi-agency investigation, told Indy Star, part of the US Today network. Lesenby suddenly found himself trying to recall any bit of conversation he had with Allen, the kind of pleasantries one has every day with someone ringing up a customer. So Libby's mom says, so many emotions tonight as I try to find my way to sleep. Our families have waited 5.5 years for this time to come. People ask me how I feel, and honestly, I'm a bit confused as how I feel. At first, when I heard an arrest was made, I just cried and cried happy tears, and then the anger set in. Why, I ask? Why would he do this? He's a father, a husband, a friend, a son. I'm just so full of anger as I should be happy and overwhelmed with joy that we are on the path to justice. I'm sad for his family as they too are affected by this senseless act of evil. So here it is, 8 hours before the press conference that will set a nightmare into reality. We finally have a name, an actual face to the sketch and video that we've shared all over the US for years, 5.5 years to be exact. I think I spoke with this person weekly and didn't notice. I hope Abby and Libby know just how hard we have fought for them, and we will continue to do so until justice is served. 10/28 was the day an arrest was made for our precious girls. Please keep our families in your thoughts and prayers. All have many more hard days to come. Justice for Abby and Libby. So somebody in one of the groups put this together. This is a while ago, but so it says, Richard Allen, aka Bridge Guy, interesting facts. Abby's grandparents drive by his house every day on their way to town. They have talked to him at the pharmacy. He went to the bar Anna and sometimes worked there. At times she would talk to him. A local attorney said that a few days after the girl's murder, Richard voluntarily checked himself into the local mental hospital.
Question. Anybody can confirm that that was true? Because like I said, this is the stuff in this video is the stuff that came out early on. I thought it'd be interesting to put it together, what like everybody was thinking early on. So all these posts were from early on. So did it, since now time has passed, have you guys heard anything about that? Is that true, or is that just some rumor? Or I wonder if there's any way we could confirm if that's true, because that would be huge. If that was true, that'd be a huge sign, right? That he checked himself into the mental hospital a few days after the murder. That would just be a huge miss that everybody missed.
Richard's wife shared a photo of their daughter on the same bridge in 2018 that eerily has a similar body type of Libby. Richard stole something. The police went to his house to look for it. They dug up into his yard and found evidence of the double homicide. He has no prior record that we know about yet. So it says, Richard Allen, aka Bridge Guy, interesting facts. So that picture right there where he's sitting with his wife, it says a composite sketch of him is behind him on the wall. So the sketch number 2 is behind him. Becky Palmer, grandmother to Libby, went to CVS to have the composite sketch printed of Bridge Guy. Richard was the one who printed them and did not charge her for them. Richard was a licensed pharmacy technician at CVS. CVS was 5 minutes from the Monon High Bridge where their bodies were found. And then this, it says, the defendant has admitted that he committed the offenses that he is charged with no less than 5 times while talking to his wife and his mother on the public jail phones available at the Indiana Department of Corrections. So, I mean, which it could be because he was forced to, but remember, in that memorandum, that was just a hypothetical. He didn't tell his lawyers that they made him confess. That there's a footnote that says that was just like a hypothetical, an example. So that didn't happen necessarily. At least Richard didn't tell them that. So, but I mean, it could be a possibility, but I don't know. I don't know what to think. It says, update, Fox 59 filed a records request to get the probable cause unsealed to learn what led police to arrest Richard Allen. In my 29 years of journalism, I can't remember a case where the PC was sealed. We have access to PCs daily. We will let you know how the judge rules, what we know about Richard Allen, his arrest, etc. 50-year-old Richard Allen was arrested and taken into custody at the Indiana State Police's post in West Lafayette on Wednesday, October 26th. He was formally...
Wait a minute. So the other one said October 28th. This is October 26th. I'll have to look. I have his arrest thing to see what the exact date is. That last one said the 28th. This is the 26th.
Charged with 2 counts of murder 2 days later on October 28th. Carroll County Circuit Court Judge Benjamin Diener was the presiding judge in the arraignment and ordered the probable cause affidavit sealed. Sources with firsthand knowledge tell Fox Allen came forward as a witness in the earlier stages of the investigation. Libby German's grandmother told me Allen made copies of photos of Libby for her funeral. He had different jobs at the local CVS, including pharmacy tech. According to his marriage license, Allen married his wife at the age of 19. She was also 19. Allen moved to Delphi from Mexico, Indiana in December 2006. That's when he bought the home he has lived in since. The home is not far from where the bodies of Abby and Libby were found. Russ McQuaid confirmed a search of Allen's home 2 weeks ago reportedly yielded evidence that led to his arrest. But he was also told Allen's name only resurfaced this summer about the time prosecutors in Miami County were in talks with Keegan Kline about a possible plea agreement. Kline was arrested on CP charges. He was also communicating with Libby via a social media person named Anthony Schatz the night before she was murdered. Remember when Carter says this? Listen, speaking directly to the killer.
Okay, I won't make you guys listen to that again. I already talked about that earlier. Okay. I'm getting tired too, so I didn't put this together. I don't know. So I forget if I do know. Do you guys know who did this? It's pretty good. The side by side.
Okay, so I'm going to put up a couple of the pictures that I haven't shown that we have of Richard. And then I'm going to play a couple clips from the press conference that kind of make you think that they do think that there's somebody else involved. But here's a few pictures of Richard.
I just thought of something I forget. Oh, the voice comparison. I wrote it down. So, I zoom in too quick where you can't see the dates. So most of these that I'm putting up are going to be after.
Saw you thinking like you lost your mind. Never thought it would be ending like this.
Yes, he is smiling a couple after. Look how much weight he gained. This is before.
I saw you thinking like you lost your mind. Never thought it would be ending like this. Never thought I would be dancing in the fire. They call us crazy, say we lost our minds. We dancing but surrounded by flames. Never ending till the blaze burns down.
So I think he probably, I don't know, because then that's assuming that he is guilty. I don't know for sure, but I feel like that's before. I feel like he gained a lot of weight after, so I wonder if it's stress eating, you know, and he drank a lot more. 'Cause he was kind of smaller before, and then this would have been before November.
Saw you thinking like you lost your mind. Never thought it would be ending like this.
All right, we're not gonna watch these press conferences again. KK weekend tool, he turned to mush. Second they hit a CP charges. Wait, what do you mean turn to mush? Like he just gave in? Are you sure? I mean, I feel like he was just very like gave in what way? I feel like we're reading his transcripts because we read them for a video. Like I feel like he was real like he didn't answer crap. He was, I mean, somewhat, but maybe you're talking about something else. I don't know. I know he had to. I feel like he was pitting against the court. Like he had to give in to some. Oh, the voice comparison. I'll just, you know what? I swear, I think I did one of him. I know I did one of the Tony and the bridge guy. If I didn't, I'm gonna do that of Richard. Let me look at my old videos. Hold on. I know I did the face with the bridge guy stuff with Richard, but why do I think I did the voice? So we only have those two little small parts when they're on that thing where he says two things and it's so low, but I feel like, I mean, we could try to compare it, but why do I feel like when I heard it, I felt, and even though I know, let me just first say, I know like the recording of that bridge guy recording is really hard to hear and it's kind of distorted and not good quality. But why do I feel like it kind of sounds like him? But I don't know if I'd be able to tell anyway with that little bit of both, like a little bit of bridge guy and so much little of him talking. We don't have a lot, so I don't know how accurate that could be, but I don't know why I feel like it kind of sounds familiar. I mean, it kind of sounds like it could be. Hold on, let me see if I did one. If not, I could do like a short. Maybe I could just do it right after this. I'll start it and see how tired I am. Hold on, let me find my Delphi playlist real quick. Where's my Delphi? Oh, there it is. Oh, I thought I had more than 40 videos on Delphi. I wonder if maybe my new ones I didn't add. Okay, let's see if I did one. So I have Delphi, new sketch. The text messages, past suspects. Delphi. Ohio. Give me 1 minute. Oh, here, I could show, here, I'll just like share it so you guys could see what ones I have. So I know I did that voice, Delphi visited. I did the Keegan Klein voice comparison. Wonder if it's on that. I don't. Oh, here we go. Voice comparison. I did. Cool. I didn't. I thought I probably would have. Oh, it's only a minute 23. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I didn't share audio. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I have to share the audio for that one. Give me 1 second. Cool. Well, that works. Don't got to do it all after all. Okay, stop. I got to do my next Courtney Klein video. How many in here have been following that case? I still have a couple or a few videos. I got to do a couple of the interviews still. I've been slacking with all this Delphi stuff. It's hard to like do like deep dives or like a lot of, multiple cases when you do so many of the same case, It's not hard. I mean, it's just a lot of time to try to keep up. Okay, so let's see. I don't remember how I did this. Now I'm kind of interested on how it sounds. Let's see. Okay, why can't we hear it? Oh, I forgot to add it to the screen. Oh my lordy.
Snap. There's the word shirt coming up. The cable snap. There's the word shirt coming up. The cable snap. There's the word shirt coming up. The cable snap. There's the word shirt coming up. Cable snap. Cable snap. Cable snap. There's the word shirt coming up. 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 Cable snap. Cable snap. Cable snap.
There's not really.
Coming up. There's the word shirt 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 coming up. Cable snap. There's the word shirt coming up. Cable snap. There's the word shirt coming up. There's the word shirt coming up.
I think it does. But I know.
Coming up. Cable snap. Cable snap. There's the word shirt coming up.
I know. I'm saying it is. Whoa! I played. Remember?
I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but
wait, which one is this? Oh, the letter. Okay, I wanted to read the letters because I forgot to include them in my thing. But let's watch
Richard Allen, aka possibly Bridge Guy from the Delphi Murders. I mean, most likely it is. I mean, that's what law enforcement's saying, so I trust them. They're pretty confident. So he wrote a letter requesting basically counsel. He needs a lawyer, and I want to read it to you. Okay, so it says, of course, to Carroll Circuit Court. I know.
I agree. T3. I think it does sound like them, but I know some people don't.
Or something. Oh, now going back editing it, I see what it says. It says, and those associated. Okay, so it's got the case number, and let's read it. So I don't know if this is supposed to be case, or case clause. I guess either can make sense, but I'll just read. I'm just going to read it how he has it written because there are a couple little mistakes, but I'm just going to read it exactly how it's written. So in the cause listed above, I, Richard M. Allen, hereby throw myself at the mercy of the court. I am begging to be provided with legal assistance in a public defender or whatever help is available. At my initial hearing on October 28, 2022, I asked to find representation for myself. However, at the time, I had no clue how expensive it would be just to talk to someone. I also did not realize what my wife and I's immediate financial situation was going to be. We have both been forced to immediately abandon employment, myself due to incarceration and my wife for her personal safety. She has had to abandon our house for her own safety. What little reserve there is will fail to even maintain the original residence. Again, I throw myself at the mercy of the court. Please provide me with whatever assistance you may. Thank you for your time in this most urgent matter. Sincerely, Richard M. Allen. So that's that. So I also wanted to read this document. Keegan Kline, motion to continue the jury trial. So we got State of Indiana, County of Miami, State of Indiana versus Keegan Kline. Is dated 11/8. So motion to continue the jury trial. Comes now the defendant Keegan Kline by counsel Andrew A. Akey and respectfully requests that this court continue the jury trial scheduled on January 18th, 2023 at 8 a.m.
Oh, that's just for
January
Keegan.
20th, 2023 at 8 a.m.
I'm gonna skip that. That's
Related-
just Keegan stuff. That's all pretty
Right.
much. I hope I read the other letter. Where's the other letter? If not, the one that
away.
the inmate.
The second time I even perceived him in less of a more information. So now when we look at him, we could actually look at him a little bit.
Wait, what's the?
Which is so I don't know. They have this highlighted.
Hold on a second.
These transcripts, even
Dang. I
Hey
don't have the
guys,
other
welcome to my
one. Oh
channel.
well. I could just read it. Did you guys remember the inmate that wrote the letter about what how he's being treated in prison, which is kind of interesting because not interesting, but like it's yeah, I mean they're saying that they witnessed well, they said it from the other inmates, but they're also mentioned like the guards, like they're not he's not being treated right in there. Here, I could read it. It won't take long. I have it right here. I know I've read it before. I guess I didn't read it on that video. But remember, guys, we don't know what I mean, they might have DNA. I don't know. Do they? Of Richard that links Richard? I mean, maybe they do. Maybe it's going to be a stronger case than what we think. Because if there's DNA, then yeah, that'll convince me. I mean, if it matches and it's reliable and stuff. But I guess we'll see. I remember the whole time hearing that they had DNA, but I always, for some reason, I always doubted it. It's like, I don't know. They're very hush hush about how they're saying it. Like they say they do, but then it's like weird. Where's the freaking letters? Hold on. I have them in a folder. I'm just trying to remember. Now now I have so many freaking Delphi folders. I just got to remember which one. Oh, here it is. It was the first freaking folder I brought up. Okay. Here we go. There we go. I can't believe I'm still alive. Whoa, almost 6 hours. Wow. Hey, she builder. Hey, Austin. Oh my God. I do that all the time. I just say hi to one person and then start going up the line. And I already said hi to you, Austin. So I don't need to say hi to you again. I did say hi to you, right? Hi, that Carly Armstrong. Wolfpack, Jeremiah. Who didn't I say hi? Miracle Hearts. I hit up some of the people I didn't say hi to yet. Well, it looks like everybody that's chatting I have, basically. Harlot. Yeah. Okay. So it says, Dear Clerk of Courts, I am an inmate at Westville Correctional Facility in the same unit that Richard Allen is being housed and waiting a trial. Richard Allen is being abused and mistreated along with other inmates in Westville Control Unit Restrictive Housing. There are corrupt officers and ranking officers calling Richard Allen a kid killer. Oh yeah, they're talking about the offer. That's right. He's talking about other inmates too. Sorry, I worded that wrong. It's just, yeah. Teasing him that he has a visit from his family. Phone is ringing on his GTL tablet. Inmates in cells A1 102, Logan Osborne, 207 Riley, 204, just naming all the different inmates, threatening to kill Richard Allen and telling him to kill him. Unalive himself. That's what we got to say. I know it's silly. Wait, hold on. Let me read what that says again. How do they word that? Are they saying that corrupt officers calling Richard Allen, teasing him, a visit from his family, phone ringing, inmates in cells? See, this is where I'm confused how this is worded. Are they saying that inmates? I know they're saying, he's getting abused by the officers, but on this sentence right here, I don't even know, where does it start? Dang it. It's all the way, I guess it's the officers, but they name, the corrupt officers, ranking, calling Richard a killer, teasing him, telling him he's got visits from a family, phone is ringing on his GTL tablet, and then it goes into saying, inmates in cells, and it names all of them. And then it says, threatening to kill Richard and telling him to unalive himself. So are they saying that inmates are doing that? Do you see what I'm saying? I think they're saying the officers are, right? No, because it's saying these, okay, wait. Unalive himself. Inmates have made these comments in front of Warden John. So I guess that part, maybe they're saying the inmates. The staff has recorded on camera these inmates making these threats, okay, and suggestions to unalive himself, and has not done nothing to stop it. But up here, they start off to say that he's being abused and mistreated along with other inmates. It says they are corrupt officers and ranking calling Richard Allen. So it's by both, actually. And they're not doing anything about the inmates doing this stuff too, which they shouldn't be letting them do it. You know what's going to happen? I mean, there are going to be inmates doing stuff to other inmates, and it does happen, but if they see it, if guards see it, they're supposed to stop it. They're not just supposed to let it happen. Of course, sometimes they can't, they're smarter and they're able to do it without them, getting caught. But if they see it, yeah, they're supposed to not let it happen. I have proof and evidence of assaults by ranking officers and officers on inmates. Abuse and mistreatment and grievance in the governor's office of Ombuds Bureau that have been something bureau that have been mishandled and covered up because the Indiana Department of Correction is allowed to police itself with their Office of Investigation and Intelligence. I recently sent letters to the U.S. Department of Justice from Indiana State Representative Dr. Vernon G. Smith and from the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee concerning the DOJ and FBI mishandling complaints on the Indiana Department of Correction and their facilities. On March 21st, 2023, while in the same unit as Richard Allen, this is just this past March, I attempted to unalive myself and spent 3 days in the hospital due to staff and officer abuse and mistreatment. On April 9th, 2022, he attempted it again and spent 4 days in the hospital in the intensive care unit. The IDOC or their mental health provider has provided me no mental health help or treatment. I corresponded with a New York Times investigative reporter and her team at the University School of Law and have made them aware of the assaults, abuse, and mistreatment going on here at Westville Correction Facility and other facilities. Please forward this letter to the judge in Richard Allen's case and to his attorneys because I have wrote to the organizations mentioned to expose the assaults, abuse, and mistreatment. Respectfully submitted. Richard Allen's attorneys just exposed the abuse and mistreatment in the news media and filed an emergency petition in the court. So yeah, there's no excuse for that. Guilty or not. I mean, he hasn't even had his trial yet anyway. You know what I'm saying? how is he supposed to prepare to freaking defend himself for his life, where he's being treated like that and he's just a mess, like. Yeah, exactly. So even if let's say he is the one, they could screw that up because they could screw it up where they aren't able, something happens where they're not able to, they're not treating him right. So he gets let go if, and he possibly could be the guy. Patronus, what do you think? Do you think it's the guy? Do you think it's him? I don't know. Like I'll like read something and I'll be like, oh yeah, yeah, I think it's him. And then I'll like read something else or think about the other stuff and be like, ah, I do think it sounds like him though. I do think that voice comparison, something about he has like a uniqueness to the tone of his voice. And I know the BG recording is very distorted in a way and bad, but I feel like I could still hear that tone for some reason. Um, I don't know. I do think it sounds really similar, but I know some people were in here listening and said it doesn't. So, I'm not an audio expert. I don't know. I'm just what I hear. It sounds like it. So, but who knows? Yes, Patronus, I do. I think so. I think that he could possibly had help. But here's the thing. If let's say he's the guy, why wouldn't he, if he did have help, why wouldn't he be doing some kind of deal or something? You know what I'm saying? Because at least as far as before these whole new revelations came out, he didn't stand a chance. He was getting defeated, and in his head, he probably should have felt like I'm screwed. So why wouldn't he have like did something? Unless if this is him behind this new stuff, and these are the guys, and maybe Richard has helped his defense in this, but yet they're trying to get him off. So they're trying to make it seem like he has no part in it. So then they're just going to push it all on that and act like he wouldn't know because he doesn't know these. Yeah, but that'd be risky because then if these guys would be like, no, if they get charged, it'd be like, no, I guess not, because they would want to deny it. And if they say, no, he was a part of it, then it's tricky. It depends on like who's weak and breaks. When you have a group of people, if it is a group of people, it's like sometimes they can all be strong. It's a lot of times there's like a weak one that's just like, okay, I'll take that. Yeah, because they'll be like, take a deal. But right now they're only charging one, so it's not like one of those scenarios where they're like, okay, well he's talking your friend, or getting one of them to break or whatever. So I don't know. It's I know, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Why keep it? But here's the thing. I think after so many years, or maybe even after a year, I don't know how long, where he just, if it is him, and he was just like, he got like cocky. Oh, they're not going to catch me. They would have already. I'm good. Maybe thinking, I already told Dubin or whatever his name is, Daniel. I already told him I was there, thinking he already related to the law enforcement, thinking, oh, I must be good. Nobody even wanted to talk to me or whatever. For a couple years, until when was it? 2019, whenever, until they talked to him. So like, what he might have been like, oh no, I'm good, and just, but yeah, you would think right away he would have wanted to get rid of him. I don't know, unless he wanted to keep it for like some kind of trophy, or maybe he figured, he knew nobody saw him and he figured he was good. But then no, he would have to get scared when he saw the video and audio came out, because then that he wouldn't know, ooh, how much more did they tape? You know what I'm saying? How much more is on that video? Maybe they do have more. So you would think he would want to hide all that. Like, oh, I better get rid of everything that links me to that. I don't know. That doesn't make sense, really. Unless if he's just an idiot, or he really just thought he he really wanted it that bad for some kind of like, trophy, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, this is what I wore. Or he didn't care if he got caught. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Why the heck wouldn't you get rid of it? The gun, I could understand. He didn't know they had a bullet that linked him. So he wouldn't know that he dropped that. So that I understand why he didn't get rid of, because he had no idea he dropped a bullet. But the coat, I don't get it. Why he wouldn't get rid of the coat. As if he just washed it and figured, a lot of people have a coat like this. And maybe he figured I already told them what I was wearing, so they already know I was wearing a blue coat, but the chance that there could be DNA, well, he probably washed it a bunch and thought, oh, there can't be no traces of DNA on it anymore. So yeah, maybe it was that, because remember the gun, he wouldn't have known that they had a bullet, so there would have been no reason for him to get rid of that. Oh yeah, maybe he just thought I already told him I wore that coat. So maybe he thought it would look more suspicious if I got rid of it when I already told him I wore it, so I better keep it. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I think I just made some sense in my head where I think that could make some kind of sense, So, man, he probably, if it is him, he's probably thinking after how many, let's say after the 5th year passed, he was probably thinking, wow, I just got away with a double homicide. I just wonder if he was planning on doing any more. If it was him. I know, it's just like, I have to be careful how I word it, because I don't know. If it was him now, do you guys think that he was planning on doing another one? Or killing anybody else, I should say. Or do you think he had any like urge, or do you think he was just thankful that he didn't get caught? Or did he kill anybody else? Because remember, before they arrested anybody, a lot of people thought that there was connective murders, that the person that was responsible for Delphi was responsible for possibly other ones. I'm tired, guys. I think I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Yeah. Oh, yeah, see through. Well, I don't know. I wonder if they were able to link, I wonder if they were able to find out how he knew, if he planned it, or did he know they were going to be there? I mean, we'll see what the state has, if there's some kind of proof or something that they were able to be like, okay, he purposely came here, he knew the girls were going to be here, or if they never found anything like that. If it's him, I mean. Like, was it just random? The guy, the person's there was just looking for anybody, possibly, like, if kind of a crime of opportunity, if, young girl or two end up showing up and I'm in the right, spot and I'm able to do it, then I will. Or was it knew they were going, but then it goes, if he did know they were gonna be there, how did he catfish them, and how soon did they know they were going there? Because remember, when we were talking about this the other day, somebody said that remind me that maybe the day before, like this, some people say it was like spontaneous, they didn't know they were going to go until it happened, but then there was something about maybe it wasn't. Remind me, guys. Because if it was just like a spontaneous type, like, how the heck would he know? But I swear somebody said that they heard like maybe it wasn't for some reason. I forget what you guys said. It's just so weird to think if it was just like a crime of opportunity type thing, if it wasn't planned, he was just going there if, but he had all that, like, I feel like he had stuff in his coat ready. So did he just, whatever he had in his coat, like, I feel like there was a gun, but I feel like there was something else, other stuff, rope, I don't know. So did he bring it thinking, okay, well, just see if, there's opportunity, I'll be ready. And then if it's him, and then he purposely, they said he backed into the CPS building, close against the building, which isn't really, sometimes people park there that go to the bridge and stuff to that area, but they usually don't park like on that side. They park closer to the park area. You know what I'm saying? Closer to the other side. And he was like backed in right up against the building, like close to the building, which they said was odd. So, I mean, I guess he could have thought, okay, yeah, I'm gonna see if the opportunity arises. Or is it bigger that he catfished him somehow? And then it's gonna make you think, okay, catfish. It was Keegan? Is Keegan? I mean, could it possibly be that Keegan some kind of deal and like he did? Like on his either gave him Alan's name or whatever he gave him access to had the number, and it was like a link, like I said in the video, like some kind of link that hit, or maybe that's the one I didn't add. Yeah, where the post a screenshot where it says that it was just like the phone number hit, some kind of link where the phone number came up and matched Richard from the Keegan stuff. It was right around that time, which is just, is that a freaking coincidence? I don't know. Yeah. That specific, well, they had an unexpected day off, but wanted to go to that specific place. So wonder who they all told about that. Yeah, but I mean, okay, so that's the thing. If they did try to meet up with Anthony, that is the angle, then was it just like a coincidence that Keegan was never even planning on meeting him, but just, yeah, set something up? Or did somehow Richard get that information from Keegan somehow? I know I do, I'm saying. I do. Yeah, I would like to. No, I won't be able to like stream it where I go there personally and like stream it, but if whoever, like if like Law and Crime, of course, or whoever. Yeah. No, I'm planning on it, yeah. Or Law and Crime does it or whatever. I know Anthony's talking about doing, but I don't know if he would let me like stream it because I want to do it live. Yeah, I definitely would like to do that. I'm yeah. I just hope we're not disappointed like in what we actually get to see. I never did pay Anthony's videos, but it sucks because I won't be able to listen to him first. So maybe another time when I'm able to hear which one, because he uses a music thing that I don't have a license to play the music, so I don't want to get copyrighted. I use something else different, so he wouldn't copy. It's the place, like, you pay for like a subscription to something and you get like a license for those songs, but I don't have a subscription to the same thing he has. I have a different one. I use a different site. I use 2 different sites. I need to cancel the one. I never freaking use it. I'm usually only using the one site. Oh, so you guys, I got access to the whole 8 passenger, so I'd be able to get connections too. Probably. It's probably on there. So I'm trying to think how I want to do, like, I could do like a really long live and go through some clips, but see, it's years of the Ruby Frankie and Jody. You know how the channel is down? You know, it got down. Well, I have like I have their whole channel. Like all the videos and stuff. So I'm trying to think, there's no way I'm able to go through all of them. So Stacey, you're going to help me, right? But I was going to try to go through some and just see if there's any like interesting clips. Well, I was already going through some old ones that, oh my God, they all look so different. Like the kids are so young. It's so weird seeing Chad, right? Chad, like so young. It's weird seeing him so young. But I don't know. How many of you guys in here that are following that case? Because I'm wondering, would you guys be interested in even maybe watching some clips of it where it's not necessarily oh wait, never mind, did you send me an email? It's not necessarily like anything like ooh suspicious that we should be looking at, but just kind of maybe just to watch some of this stuff or not. I do want to find to see if there's anything like interesting, like you know how people are going through to find if you could find any like clips where it looks like she's like having some weird parenting, but I don't know. I'm trying to think about how to go about it and look through this stuff because that could take a while and I don't know which I don't know. Yeah. Wait, Jeremiah, it showed that I got you email me, but then when I go to my email, nothing's coming up. Shoot. I don't know. Did you email me? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, that's that one. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, it's just like, would you guys, if you could find, okay, a few interesting ones, but would you be interested in even watching, if you know, parts of some of the older ones just to watch or no? I don't know. So to find more interesting ones, I think I'm gonna have to go to the more recent ones, like when they're older, because watching the younger ones, I'm getting the impression, and I've only watched like really small parts. I haven't really watched a ton of it yet because I've been busy with this Delphi stuff. But just watching a few parts of like the old ones when they first started, it makes me feel like the fame went to her head because it makes me feel like I have to watch a little bit more of the old ones to make sure I'm not just like being fooled and she is still like that. But from what I've seen, the little bit that I've seen of like the first year of their channel, it almost seems like she was like a lot nicer, a lot better of a mom, just like different. And it's making me think like the fame from the channel went to her head. But I don't know yet. I need to watch more of them. So that could even be interesting to observe when she, like the first year she started, to kind of see like, wait a minute, okay, how was she when she first started this? Of course, it could just still be an act. So, I mean, she might still have always had that, you know, and it might not have been like the fame. Maybe she was always there, but like when she first started, she wanted to just be super, you know, she wanted to build an audience. So she thought she had to be like fake and so nice. I don't know. It could be that. But I think it's maybe more likely that the fame maybe went to her head and she started off as like a maybe decent, okay person, and then the fame. Because I mean, you think about that could change people, don't you? I think, you know, no, I don't even know why I'm asking. Of course it can. Fame and money. And then all of a sudden it starts off being like, maybe they're a regular family night, you know, she's an okay mom, and it starts off like, oh, you know, we could do this. Let's do this vlogging. And then all of a sudden it's like it turns into this, whoa, wait, they're making a lot of money. And then, oh, and then it turns into like, you guys are my property that makes me money. I need you to perform. Like, this is our money maker. So they're almost treated like money, property, like it's not about like them, a family, like turns into something else. And I could see that happens to people. And I feel like that's what some of these vlogging, family vlogging channels, it could start off that they could be decent, okay, healthy families, and then it turns into like all of a sudden it's like, oh, they have to keep topping themselves and like, oh, you have to perform like we're filming, and then it turns, oh, money, they're seeing money, and it's like, oh shoot, what are we gonna do tomorrow? Okay, you gotta do this and that, and it just turns into this thing. I'm just talking about in general, like they keep topping themselves, and then so that means that these kids that are just like young kids are not performer. You know what I'm saying? They're not supposed to be working, but now it's like, oh, now you have to make it better, and you have to be, you know what I'm saying? They might not want to be filmed, but you have to, and it just turns into this big monster of a thing where it might not have started out that way, is all I'm saying. Um, so I don't know. I just thought it was interesting because I'm like, wow, she seems a lot nicer back then, but yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, yeah, we talked about the Sarah Boone case. Is there anything to keep up with? Did the trial already start? Wait, am I missing the Sarah Boone trial? Did that start? I thought she kept firing her lawyer and stuff. I wanted to watch that when it was on, but I thought it got pushed off because her crazy. Like, let me see. Is that already? It's not on yet, right? Yeah, I definitely when it, you know, it doesn't look like the trial started yet, right? Well, what's there to keep up? What has happened? So, has there been an update? So many different things. Like you get, like once you get into like one, like it's hard, and then the other cases are stuff's happening, you miss it. Like Taylor Business, she got sentenced today. Didn't even know that was gonna be on today because I was too engulfed in the Delphi stuff. If I would have known, I would have live streamed it. Didn't even know till it was like half the day, you know, and it was too late. So I was like, dang it. Um, yeah, she keeps losing lawyers. Doesn't she keep firing lawyers, or she keeps like, do they keep quitting? Or is it a mix? She's crazy. Um, oh, she didn't get sentenced today, so it's gonna be on tomorrow again? Dang, maybe I should live stream it tomorrow. But now everybody already has, I'm sure, the person they're watching it with. I always miss the first day or second day of trials and stuff, and then I feel like everybody's already kind of set with who they're watching, and then it's like I feel like it's almost too late. But I shouldn't feel that way. Could still do it, but I watched some of it with the big thing. Why does she have it over her head? Oh, she does, Peyton? Oh my lord. So I saw uh oh my god, what's his name? I am drawing a blank. I'm tired, guys, so just forgive me. Hold on. I can't even think of his name that she killed. I hate when that happens, when it's like I know it and it's just like blank. I can picture his face and it's blank. My head. But anyway, I saw where his dad came up and gave his thing, and his dad was so sweet. His dad's like, I want Taylor to see the light of day again. Like I want her to get out. I want her to be able to get out someday. And I think she's a good person. I forgive her. I was surprised. And then the uncle was like, the uncle said something like, oh wait, how did he word it? He goes, basically you deserve to be your hero or whatever. Jeffrey Dahmer, you deserve that fate because he got killed in jail in prison. So he's like, I hope you have his same fate. And going too crazy. Yeah, he did all sane. But yeah, so he's like basically like piece of crap. Like, what do you call her? Like shit business or something. But then the dad comes up and it's like, I forgive you. You're a good person or whatever. Like, I want you to, I hope the judges let you be able to get out. Like, he wanted her to be able to get out someday. So, oh, she was sentenced to life with no parole. Yeah, no, I know, Soul. Oh, thanks, Soul. That's awesome. Um, I just know our trials are like they take 8 hours every day. You know, which is like using a lot. You're streaming 8 hours, so it's like a lot. So, for one thing, with my algorithm and my views, it's like way down. And then second, if I would start late, then it would be like so. I mean, sometimes it's like, is it worth it? Like getting up early every morning and then not being able to do anything else because my computers are tied up live streaming for 8 hours. So sometimes, I have to weigh the pros and cons if it's going to be worth it. How I do it is if it's a trial that I'm going to watch anyway, and then why not? Because I'm going to be taking the time to watch it. But otherwise, yeah. Because even before all this, I never did my trial. Like when I've only done a few trials where I followed them all the way through as far as live stream. But I never get a lot of views. Like I get like 60 or 70 or 100, in every day in the trial. I never, and you see other ones having like thousands, 3,000, 2,000. So I never was one of those that ever got that many views for trials. So I think that's another reason why it's like sometimes it doesn't. It's almost like not worth it because like then I don't have time to edit because what I'm saying, my computers are tied up. I can't even do anything else. But like I said, it is worth it if I'm going to watch it anyway. So Sarah, I do plan on watching it. Delphi for sure. So I'm going to be watching it anyway. So I definitely will stream it because I'm going to be sitting here watching it. I'd rather watch it with you guys. Sarah probably depends on when Sarah ends up being, but I'm interested in that case, so I probably would do that. What other trials are coming up? Courtney Clowney, when that comes, I'll definitely do it. I have to because I became so invested with this with all those the documents that I ordered. So like I said, I gotta put out another Courtney video. But otherwise, if it's just like a case that I'm like, and I mean, you guys understand. Sometimes it's just not worth it because then I'm not able to use my computers to work or anything. Because I only have now the two computers I have they're on its last leg. So, oh, it's not my year, guys. My freaking green screen won't stay up. It's about to fall if I move my chair. You guys can't tell. It looks normal, but it's like hanging over like this. This has been a heck of a year. Not a very good year for me at all. Doing gavel, gavel here for your unique perspective. Wait, what? No, oh, well, thanks. Yeah, she definitely probably should have got life with no parole. Yeah, the year's almost over. I was saying, hopefully next year is a better year. All right, I think I got to take a shower. I might take tomorrow off. As much as maybe it doesn't look like, but I have been working this whole time. Like last night, I was up till 3, just because. I mean, you got to find the stuff, research, and edit, and just editing that Richard video took hours. And then I also edited, which I might not use now. I edited myself reading the probable cause affidavit. I added a little visuals and stuff, but I don't even know if I want to. Afterwards, I'm like, wait, this is gonna be boring. I've already read it before. So I'm like, why did I waste my time doing it? I don't know. I'm silly. I know. Oh, I have been, Patronus. I have. I'm trying. because my views went down so much, I have to even put out more to try. I'm really trying to hopefully build my channel back up. I know. I mean, I lost a lot of subs, but it's like mainly like the views that really. So I'm really plummeted. So I'm hoping by putting out more, but it's not seeming to work too good. But oh well. Can't give up. You know. Jeremiah, you're silly. No, I know. I appreciate everybody here. I'm just saying, because this is what I do to support myself too. So, so it's like my job is really slow right now. Like I took a big hit, so it's yeah. But I do appreciate everybody is here. But I'm still trying to build it up and gotta survive. And this thing is driving me nuts. Yeah, oh yeah, maybe I should. I have to export it. I don't even think yeah, I didn't even export it. Maybe I'll do that. I was going to take tomorrow off, but since I already have that recorded, all I have to do is export it. Maybe I will upload it tomorrow. So therefore, it'll be another video. Oh, well, the least it could do, it just won't get views. It can't hurt, right? So yeah. And then I could do, I should just put out maybe one of the interviews from Courtney Clenny that I don't have to add anything to really, besides like maybe an intro. Because the ones that are just audio, I like to add like visuals and stuff. And that takes, I make such hard work because some people will just put up like one of those audio movers or whatever and just like one picture. And sometimes I do that. But a lot of times I want to like put up a bunch of different things. But maybe sometimes I should not do that so often. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. But I like to usually add like a bunch of different stuff. So it does take a while. But maybe I'll put out the one too. So at least I still got the Courtney Clenny videos coming out. The one where it's just the interrogation where I don't have to really add anything. I should just put that out too. I know that other people already have that out, but at least, since I'm doing the case, it'll have, everything all on my channel. And then when the trial starts, I'll probably redo some of the stuff. Since this first round, it's not getting very many views, and there's some good stuff. So when that trial starts, it's like interesting information that I feel like people, since I bought these files, they were really expensive too. And since it's actually, stuff that's not public, I mean, it is public, but you have to actually go through the process of getting them. So when the trial starts and people are, more interested in it, I'm going to probably re-upload the videos because there is some interesting stuff. I feel like that people are just not really interested in it right now because you know how it is when the trial comes and Law and Crime gets their millions of people watching stuff, then everybody's into it, and then people are looking up, videos of that case. So I'm hoping when that happens, people will be interested. Because these were actually even more expensive than the Letitia files, but. And then well, never mind. I'm not going to say anything about that yet. All right, guys. Well, I am going to take a shower and then. Oh, Stacy, so you really want to help me go through. So do you know when I say look for interesting things, do you know what I mean by that or no? I'll explain it. It's hard. Why do I always like hate? Sometimes it's hard to say goodbye, especially when I'm like on a 6-hour live. Why is it hard for me to end it for some reason? It's like the longer I go, the harder it is to end the stream. All right. Why do I feel like I'm always whining at the end of the live? I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to tell you what I'm trying to do and where my issues are and stuff. You know, the people that are here support me. I'm trying to think if I don't know what I'm trying to think. Okay, good, because I'm not trying to. Oh, we should start singing the Boys to Men song. Yeah. It's so hard to sing. I used to jam. I used to have the cassette Boys to Men. I used to love them. And then you think, wait, what did I say? You would think, I don't even know what I was gonna say. Oh my god, that's been happening a lot. What about Stacy the other night? In the middle of a text, I forgot what I was like mid-text. It's like I have no idea what and it was one of I don't know if you remember Stacy, but it was one of it was like a text where it was like it seemed like it was like something like the sentence was like the ending would have I don't know, it should have been I should have remembered. You know, one of those like it was like build up and it was like and then it was just nothing. Thanks, Stacy. That means I'm a whiner. You're saying, dude, you're not whining, you're being you. No, I'm just joking. Thank you, TX, T3, T3X45, M4D3. What does your name mean, by the way? I must know. It was, oh my god. Did you guys, like, did you ever used to, like, okay, like, remember you had your like, cassette and headphones, and then you're singing along, and it really sounds like in your head that you're singing just like, oh, I'm sure you guys have done that, right? Get some Whitney Houston, Boys to Men, you think you're like a singer, like, because you know, I mean, where you really, it sounds to you like you're right on when you have it in your ears, right? You guys have to know what I'm talking about. And then so, you know, when I'm younger, you know, I'm just little girl here. I'm thinking I'm gonna record myself. I'm thinking that you know I want to see what I sound like because in my head, as you're singing, you you think you sound good. So I remember one time I recorded myself. You know how you do it on your little cassette tape where you hit the two buttons, like you do it because I used to have like a stereos, and then so I would have the Walkman, and then the stereo. You hit the two buttons to record. So no, I sucked. Oh my lord, I listened to it back. I was like, oh my god, I'm never doing that again. Oh, Texas made. Okay. Nice. I see. Yeah, singles. I had them all the time. The singles came in like the cardboard. A lot of the times, I don't know, maybe they not weren't all, but I remember like a lot of the singles I got were just in like the cardboard sleeve. Um, yeah, I realized, oh my god, but like you think and you just sound so good. And you know, you're young, so you're like, oh, I must be good. Let me record myself. And I'm like, oh, I better not do this in public or anything either. I sound horrible. Oh, I used to jam out to Whitney Houston. I mean, this is like grade school, like second, third, you know, like really young. Like, oh my god. So we used to have this CD my mom had. It was the one where she the Whitney Houston, the like, I want to dance with some, you know, that the one that had that on there. What is that called? Whatever that album was, you know, like old school Whitney. I remember like jamming out and then so I had my own little stereo up in my room, but then downstairs we had like a big one. I remember like jamming out to that. It's like such upbeat songs. And then what else? What other old school ones? Uh, but one of the ones I tried to record myself, so it was Boys to Men, and it was so maybe I overestimated or I over wait, what's the word? A little bit overly ambitious for the I will always love you. Yeah. I tried it, listened, we're a little overly ambitious. I mean, that's like that's a no, you not anybody could just go and sing those notes. Oh my god. Really? Where at? That would have been good. No way, Yasin. Maybe that's why I am more shy singing around people because I know what I sound like from recording myself. It's not pretty, guys. It's not pretty. You don't remember? Wait. I mean, I remember CDs too, obviously. CDs are more attached to my high school years, even though they did exist, I feel like in grade school. But I mean, I like when I think about the eras, it's like cassette, I remember like grade school, young cassettes. And then when I think of CDs, I think of high school. But you don't remember cassettes, Hossein? You're not that young, right? New Kids on the Block. That would have been my first concert. I already told you the story where me and my sister were, oh my god, huge New Kids on the Block fans. We had the posters, pins. We had there was two VHS tapes, Nuclids, that we watched. So we watched consistently. And we'd be like, oh, I was a Donnie fan. I like the bad boy. My sister liked Jordan. But I thought they were all like, whoo, they're all cute. They were all whoo, but Donnie was my favorite. But so we had tickets to the concert, and they basically gave us, so it was gonna be me and my sister. I don't know if it was just me, my sister, my mom, or I think maybe all four of us. Why do I feel like my mom and dad and then me and my sister were gonna go? And but then there was this trip. So basically my parents asked, okay, listen, we could go to Florida for vacation, but it's gonna land, we'd have to miss the New Kids. Because I feel like maybe it had to be that day, the Florida thing, because maybe it had to do with work for my dad. It was like a work trip that turned into vacation, maybe, because there was some reason it would be those dates. And but we picked Florida. We said, okay, we'll go to Florida because that's like a whole week long compared to one night. So I never got to go to the New Kids show. Never went. But I was a big fan. Donnie would always pull a girl up on stage for Cover Girl. You always dream, what if you pulled me up? And then he sings to her and gives her a kiss, sometimes on the cheek. Oh, that video, remember he kissed her on the cheek? Did you know, though, guys? Didn't even know until like months ago. I remember I was telling Juliet about this. So this was like, I think like the first month we were talking, because I remember it was when I went up. No, it was like in January when I went to visit or whatever. I was like, leading up, I was like, I've been watching New Kids on the Block. I was like, I didn't realize that I think even till today, they tore, they got back together and they were touring like consistently. So when I thought they broke up back in the 90s or whenever they broke up, I didn't know that I knew they got back together for like a quick reunion tour. I remember where they heard, oh, they're getting back together. But before that, even they were consistently touring and doing shows, and I think they still do. And I was watching these videos, and I was like, man, they're actually like really good performers. Like still, like, I was like, oh my god, like they're really good. Because I thought, they're just like a fad. Like I was little, but I was like, they're actually really. I was like watching them like entertained for hours, like all night one night. And I heard Julia's like, oh, I want to watch. I was like, they're really good. And so when I went there, we were watching some New Kids. Because I mean, they're the dancing is like, and I'm talking about like performing, like with their dancing and just how they're very high energy and just like the whole performance. I'm like, wow, they're very entertaining. So it's like, okay, so there was a reason why it wasn't one of these like one hit wonders. Like there was a reason why that they were so popular. I mean, they were very good at doing what they did. I'm not saying they were the best ever singers, but altogether, performance wise, they're very entertaining to watch. Like dancing and their energy and even the singing was, pretty good. Yeah. Really? Are you sure I was watching what was he on? That show that he's on. I think last time I watched it, maybe it was a year or two ago. He looked normal to me. When was? I mean, maybe I in the last year. Luke, or wait, what is that show he plays on? Is that show still on? My mom and dad watched it all the time, and then I would watch it when they had it on. I can't think of what it's called. Blue Bloods. Yeah, he didn't look like he had surgery. He didn't look like he had anything done. He looked normal to me. Huh. Yeah, he didn't look like he had like work done. I mean, me. Oh, you're talking about Donnie. Oh, yes, he did. I thought you were talking about Donnie, Wahlberg. Oh, Donnie Osmond. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. Okay. But yeah, Donnie Wahlberg. And then, yeah, because even when he was still on the show, they were doing tours and stuff. It's like, whoa. Like, it's weird because he plays such a different character on the show, and then he's up there, doing these corny dances, but it's like entertaining. And like even like the newer music. Now I'm talking about newer music. I mean like 5, 6. I don't know. There was a few years ago, maybe even 10 years ago. Thought like 10 to 5 years ago or whatever, when they were like, not their old songs, which those are the ones I know because growing up, but like when they were consistently like still putting out new music, it wasn't bad. It was like, okay, they're keeping up with the times, kind of like evolving, and it was good. It was like not like, oh, this is amazing, but it was like music that made you feel good, like kind of like feel good and energy. And when you're watching it in the show, it's like gives you that good feeling that music does. And it's like, oh, this is pretty decent. Never would have expected New Kids. I just thought it was like back in the day. Oh, I'm gonna look at it, it's gonna be cheesy, but it wasn't too bad. I mean, Um, oh, you like Donnie too? Wait, who was it? Okay, who else was a Donnie fan? You were are you serious? You were too, Soul? Donnie was your favorite? Hold on, are you being serious? Wait. Yeah, I mean now, like Marky Mark, are you talking about Marky Mark, Donnie's brother Mark? He he was cute too, yeah. Yeah, his ripped jeans. Yes, Donnie. Yep, he had the ripped jeans and he was like the bad boy of the group. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Marky Mark. I mean, he was cute, but I mean, I guess, I know his music, but I wasn't really into his music as much as New Kids on the Block stuff. Um, so who was your least, if you had to pick who was the least attractive to you guys? Danny would be mine. Well, let me take that back. Back then, now my tastes have all changed as I got older, as I get older, I feel like, but back then, if I had to rate him in order when I was obsessed with him and I liked him, like when I was younger, was still listening to him, Danny was on the last. He was my last favorite. So it went Donnie, Jordan, Joey, John, Danny was my order of cuteness. Oh my god. Oh, no, see, Jonathan he was low on my list. But now I'm trying to think if I look at him now as an adult. I gotta look at him again because Donnie's definitely not my number one. Like as they grew up, as they got older. Actually, I don't know. I mean, Donnie's not, because we're older now. So for a old man like we are old now, like he's not. He's a nice average looking man, right? Hold on, I forget what Jonathan looks like now. I want to look him up. See what I think. Because why do I feel like John? Did he age well, John? Let me see. New Kids on the Block. Let's do 2023 and see what they look like. Oh, I should have brought it up on my thing and we could look at it together. Dang it. I really should take a shower though. Of course, it's blurry. I don't know. Who is that? Wait a minute. I don't know, that's tough. What do you, I don't know. It's, yeah, Joey was the youngest with his high voice. Because when he first started, he didn't go through puberty yet. His voice was still, so it was so little voice, and then his eyes got so high when he could get those high notes. Yeah, look. Oh my God, look how young. Wait, hold on. Can you guys see this? God, because I have it on my phone now, but look how young Joey. Look how young Joey is there. Oh my God, look how young they all are. Oh my God, don't even get me started with Joey Lawrence. He was like a huge crush. So I used to have a big poster of him in my room. Whoa. From what was the show he was on? I used to have a big poster of him. Oh, he was like one of my, like, so that would be, I think, after the New Kids on the Block. Yeah, because that was after when we moved into the Colonial Hills house. So that would have been after the whole New Kids on the Block stuff. I had my next heartthrob, or whatever. What do you call those crushes when you're younger? Was Joey Lawrence. Just have a big poster. Blossom, yes. Oh my God. He was cute. I want to see what he looks like now. Hold on. I don't know if I've looked at him recently. Oh, I think I have seen him like grown up, but not like in the last 10 years. Let's see. Yeah, he's still a nice looking guy. I'm trying to, I'll show you, but I don't know which one is like a more recent one. Let's see. Trying to find one that looks like. Oh, you guys probably know what I mean, if you could just Google it. But I don't know how recent. Oh, this says January. Wait, hold on. That just exited out. Stupid commercial. I don't know. Can't you? No, Barbie website. I can't even look at the picture. It's bringing up a freaking Barbie commercial. All right, hold on. Oh, stupid commercial again. I give up. Well, here, I don't know how recent that is, but I think that it says 2023. But yeah, he's still cute though. Yeah, hold on. Let me show you a picture back. What would he look like when I had a poster of him? Hold on. I haven't seen. Well, it's been forever. I don't even remember. I kind of do. I remember the poster. Yeah, I wonder if I could find that. Well, here's a good example of like some of his posters. I remember this one actually. I don't think this is the one I had hanging in my room, but let me see if I could find the one I had. But here's a good example. Can you guys see? I'm sure you guys all know who it is, right? Oh, John Stamos, he was cute too. Yeah, I always thought he was like when I watched Full House and stuff. He definitely was cute, but he wasn't like anybody had a poster of. That's Payne. You're like younger than me, right? That's weird because I feel like the reason because he was a little like John would have been a little bit older, which is fine, but maybe a lot older at the time. You know what I'm saying? So that surprises me, even though like there's been older guys that have like Patrick Swayze, like you know what I'm saying, but. Yeah, so never mind. I guess it just depends. But no, yeah, John Stamos, my mom always really had a thing for and Patrick Swayze, but Dirty Dancing, Patrick Swayze, I was like obsessed with him. Oh my god, in that movie, I mean, not obsessed, but like we'd watch that movie and we were like, oh, in love. Me and my sister and mom. At the end where he's singing to her, so cute. Oh, Sting? I never had a crush on Sting. Oh, Jonathan Taylor Thomas. He was cute. I don't know why I never had it. He was a little, I feel like, younger, but I never. He's cute though, but he was never. I mean, I always thought he was cute, but he was never one that was like real. But yeah, he was cute. Oh man, what is that show? What is the show called? I can't even think of it. With Tim Allen? Why can't I think of the name of the show? But yeah, that was a great show. I loved it. Tool Time. But what was the actual show? Home Improvement. Yeah. George Clooney. Yeah, he's cute, but that wasn't like somebody that sticks out in my head. But definitely cute, nice looking guy. And same with Jonathan Taylor Thomas was a cute guy too. Unstein was cute. Whose brother was on Boy Meets World? I love that show too. But whose brother? You said who are you talking about? His brother. Stacy, I don't know whose brother you're talking about. Oh yeah, he had a couple brothers. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Joey was the cutest one. Well, didn't he have a couple brothers? I know he had that one. Why do I think he had two brothers? But I could be wrong. Let me see. Maybe it was just one. I don't know. Is it two? Hold on. No, they're showing three, but the other one doesn't look familiar to me. Ooh, that other one doesn't look familiar at all to me, so maybe I didn't know. Yeah. So I never seen that other one at all. But yeah, the other one. The one that was on there, you're right. The other one doesn't look anything like any of them. He's not cute, the other one, at all to me. And he doesn't look like it's crazy because Joey and his other brother, I forget what's his name, look like brothers. They look a lot of the same. And I remember they sounded the same. They have that same voice type, like something with their voice and the way they talk. But that other brother looks like you would never be able to tell he's their brother. Huh. Anyway. Well, trip down memory lane over here. Crushes. Oh, Breakfast Club. That was so good. Really? So you did like the older ones, Peyton, huh? Everybody you've named is like a lot older. Not that. Yeah, but Emilio, yeah, I never had a. He's okay, but definitely not even. Yeah, definitely low on my radar, Emilio Estevez. I'm not saying he's ugly, but he never really did it for me. But I love the show Breakfast Club. It seems like you. Yeah, Wonder Years, heck yeah.
Loved it. Judd Nelson, yeah. True crime. You came in the right time. We're talking about our crushes growing up. Who was yours? So you've been listening, so you know. Um, who else, guys? Name something. Somebody. Oh, what Leonardo? See, I liked like Basketball Diaries. Have you guys seen Basketball Diaries? Oh, such a good movie. But I like drug movies and stuff. There's another one too. Hold on, that he played in. An old one that I really liked. Oh, what is it? But Basketball Diaries, that was one of my favorites he did. That dude's brother is also on Boy Meets World. What dude's brother? Bossane? It is crazy, Basketball Diaries. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Whose brother is on? And then in Monster, you guys are Kevin Arnold. Yeah, oh my god. See, with Wonder Years, there was no like nobody like Kevin is not like, ooh, Heartthrob so cute, but he was cute in his own way, you know. But that was just like more for. It was just a really good movie or show. Sorry, why did I say movie? It was just it was really good. Okay, big two are Angelina, Meg Ryan. I don't know Joe. But Meg Ryan, I could see, yeah, Megan Ryan's pretty. Angelina. See, I feel like Angelina she seemed like cool in her younger years, and then she got all weird. I feel like now she's just all, I don't know. Like, I feel like she was so much cooler before she got with Brad. And I don't think it was Brad that made her not cool. I think she started just I don't know, before that, maybe a little bit. I don't know. Yeah. Something about her. I'm not a big fan of her anymore. Really? John Travolta? In Greece, probably. I think it's hard for me to even John Travolta, I mean, there is a cute, like, in Greece, and he's got the cute little there's some cute things about him, but now, like, after hearing some of that stuff about him, now, like, when I think about him, I'm just like, ugh. I don't know if it's true, but yeah, just some of the claims about him. I guess I shouldn't just believe the rumors but I feel like there was a lot to back that up, a lot that came out. So even like there's some, I don't know. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Do you think that stuff was true that came out about it? Because I didn't like that. Just made me like, and then the fact with the whole Scientology stuff, I don't know. That stuff turns me off when I hear somebody, oh, shoot, I shouldn't talk all that stuff because there might be some people in here that are in it, huh? I don't like sensitive, but I don't know. I just don't agree with it. I know there are people that join. I just, I don't know. Heard too much crap about that. So it's just hard when you hear like these people that are big into it. It's hard to even, but that's not what I'm talking about with John Travolta. I'm talking about those other claims that came out about him, like stuff that he almost like used his power and whatever, took advantage of somebody and was just a jerk basically. And they would fall under like SA. And you know what I'm saying? Ian doesn't seem like he was like a mean person and SA'd somebody. So I don't know if that's true, but that was what's going on. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but yeah, plus he's big into Scientology. So okay, Fred Savage. Oh, you're talking about are you talking about when you were saying Boy Meets World, you're talking about Fred Savage's brother.
Is that what you were talking about? That just because Fred Savage's brothers in Boy Meets World. That maybe is that what you guys were talking about earlier? Did you guys watch the new ones that was on Disney? What was it called? Girl Meet. Wait, hold on. It was with his daughter. So it was Boy Meets World. So it was basically Corey's family with Topanga. It was about their daughter. Their daughter's like life and stuff. Did you guys watch it? Me and Randy used to watch it when we would just watch Disney and stuff. It was good. It's called like Girl Meets World. Is it Girl Meets World or something like that? Is it Girl Meets World? Okay. I had to watch it and I loved it because growing up watching Boy Meets World, it's just, you have Topanga and Corey and then what's his name? What's Corey's friend's name in it? He even makes some appearances. So you get a lot of all the old people and make appearance. Even the teacher, you see them all in it basically at one point. So it's like it's good, growing up with something and then being able to see it later, like a redo or whatever. It was awesome. I loved it. Fuller House, yes, I watched that. I love that. Wait, what wasn't as good? Well, of course, none of them are going to be Sean. Yes, none of them are going to be as good as the original. But it's kind of like because growing up, it just is like it just brings back a lot of stuff, and it's cool seeing everybody together. Again. Yes, Karate Kid. Did you watch? What is it called? The Karate Kid stuff, the new stuff. I know it's not. I watched those. Those are good. Actually, I think they came out what season they're on, because I haven't watched the newest couple seasons that have been on, but I watched it up until like the one season, and then the next one wasn't gonna come on for like a year or whatever, and then I never ended up watching I think I watched all of them, but the last season that was out is where it was. Cobra Kai. That's really good because get to see a lot of those people. Yeah. Well, actually, there's not a ton of the same people now. There's only like a couple, but with like the Girl Meets World, I think they all end up making an appearance. That's cool. Fuller House, of course, they're basically all in it. But like with Cobra Kai, there's only a few, but it's still good. Yeah. Oh. You guys, I gotta go. 30. Oh my God, it's 1:40. I got an appointment tomorrow too. I definitely gotta go because I still gotta take a shower. Or do you watch Cobra Kai True Crime Investigation? Yeah, it's really good. I should catch up on that last season I missed. Wasn't digging that. That's one I know. I actually on a trip when I was on one of the trips with Juliet is when I discovered that show. I think she was taking a nap and I was like watching the Netflix. I was like, or I don't know if it's Netflix or Hulu or whatever it's on. I was like trying to find something to watch. I'm like, what is this 90s show? So I started watching it and I was like, yeah, it's okay. And then when she woke up, she's like, oh, I heard about this show. I was like, yeah. And so she watched a little bit of it. And I don't know. I wasn't, but maybe because I wasn't huge into that 70s show. I watched it here and there, like when it was just on, but I wasn't like as much into it as like, growing up with you know what I'm saying? I think at that time when it was on, I don't know. Yeah. That's probably why. I mean, I know the show well enough, but wasn't as into the 70s show as the others probably. Do you really like the 90s show? Yeah, Friends is always that one, but that show that he came on after, that wasn't there. I don't even know if that's still on. Yeah, it is cool. I am so tired, guys. All right, I gotta go. I'm gonna take a shower. All right, see you guys. Yeah, tomorrow. I don't think I will live tomorrow. I might put out those pre-records, but besides that, I think I'm just gonna take off because I have an appointment and then But yeah, look for the pre-records because I want to put that Courtney Clenny interview because I got to keep up with the rest of those files. And then I'll do the She Builder since you asked. I'll just put out the recording of the whatchamacallit. I can't even think oh my gosh, I can't even think what the document's called. The one that I said I recorded, but I never, I didn't know if I was going to upload it. She Builder told me to upload it. Whatever that is. On the tip of my tongue. It's a Richard Allen document. All right. Oh, the PCA. The probable cause affidavit. All right, I'm going to go, guys. Bye, everybody. It was fun chatting with you. Eric and Thomas. Yeah. Real quick, though, I was going to actually do a video. I know I'm true crime, but this would be kind of true crime because the whole Daniel Masterson? Why am I like thinking that I said that wrong? But did you see how Ashton like came out and like was sticking up for him, by the way? What do you guys feel about that? Especially how he's into the, he's big into like the trying to think of the something like how I could say it without, because you know how you can't say those words. The I don't even know what it's called, but it's his where he's helping like internet CP type stuff, his organization or whatever. He's big into that, and then he makes a statement supporting Masterson after what he was charged with. You know what I'm saying? So how do you guys feel about that? Did you guys see that? And do you guys even know about any of that stuff? Yeah, it would be true. Yeah, that word. But there's no code word for that. What do you guys think of that? Yeah, I was disappointed. Because maybe if you don't want to talk trash, that's one thing, but like just don't say anything, maybe. I don't know. I guess, that is his friend. Maybe he has reason to believe he really believes that he's innocent. So, yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch the trial, so I don't know how, I guess I don't have room to talk because I didn't watch it, but I know he did get charged, right? So I don't know all the details, but I just thought I was like surprised because you would think, maybe just don't say anything, but maybe he's I was gonna say confident he didn't do it, but then no, I'm sure he did do it, right? How many watched the trial? I feel like there was enough evidence where he did it, right? Because he has he has like a lot of respect and power, Ashton, for that type of thing, and so for him to come out and say that, to put your name on the line like that, I feel like it didn't look good on him because I feel like it's pretty strong that Daniel did that, right? Wait, what? Right, don't address it, leave it alone, but to stand up for it, then stand up for some accused or whatever. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, he's your friend and you don't want to bash him, but then just don't say anything, but to actually stand up and like almost like condone it. No, not condone, I don't want to say condone, but like basically it's almost like calling the victims liars that you didn't think that, almost like insinuating like what he was charged with is not true or something, that he's a good guy and he wouldn't do that. But then that means you're calling his victims liars. Aren't you know what I'm saying? Don't you usually stand up for the victims? So that's why I was a little bit confused. Wait, one of the victims of Danny has dirt on him and she's holding it over his head. Wait, has dirt on who? What? But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, maybe I should have said anything because I didn't watch the trial or anything, but I feel like I did talk to people that did watch it, and they're like, I mean, they said like, well, yeah, there's a lot of evidence and stuff. So, oh, so you're saying that she's making Ashton's come out and say that? That makes no sense. But does she build her? Does that have something to do with his statement? I'm a little bit confused how that relates. I didn't know he's involved in a murder or something. What? When? Yeah, I guess I'm behind. I don't know really anything about that. All right, I'm gonna go, but I just remembered that, and I was like, you know what, I meant to ask you guys if what you guys thought about that, but now, whoa, murder? What? Ashton? Well, now I guess. Wow, I didn't know. Who? Oh, yeah, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna go, guys. Excuse me, hiccup. All right, well, thanks for hanging out. Wait, Danny or something. Oh, that he's afraid that Danny's gonna like turn it, like say something about. Oh, that could be the case. Because you would just think, usually celebrities, you know, they have a reputation, and you know what I'm saying. So it'd be cool, but like he could have just not said anything, and it would have been fine. So maybe Danny is like, please come say something, good, or like, do you think he blackmailed her or something? I don't know. I know. No, it's not even only on Delphi true crime. It's not necessarily. It could be any case that I'm covering. I don't know. I didn't live stream yesterday. Did I the day before? And then I'm probably not going to tomorrow. So, you know how people live stream every day? Well, the only time I've live streamed close to every day is maybe a week of the Kylie case or two. I mean, I know I got accused of like streaming every day, but I'm not. Well, a lot of people stream every day. I usually don't. I think maybe 1 week of that I did, or maybe 2 weeks at the most. But I've never been an everyday streamer. So when I do, when I like do end up streaming, sometimes I do them for long periods, but then I don't for days, sometimes days. So I feel like kind of like balances out. And actually, I've been streaming the last week maybe or two, a little bit more, because since my algorithm has went down, I was trying to get it up. So normally I don't even stream this much, I would say, but I might start. Normally I'm like, maybe once or twice a week streamer. On a good week, maybe 3 times. So yeah, sometimes they end up longer. But a lot of people that do it every day. I've never been an everyday streamer because I try to have some time to do pre-record. I don't know how people have time to stream every day and then do any pre-recordings. I mean, you would never even be able to get off to your chair. I feel like I barely get off the way I am. I mean, I try, but I mean, it takes a lot of time. Well, true crime. It takes forever to do stuff, and then you got to research stuff. So that you're doing that stuff, and that people don't even see that part. All right. Oh, that's good. I need something on to keep me on track sometimes. So now I'm doing it good. Like in the last 2 weeks, I've been trying to be as consistent as not as trying to get as much out to get the algorithm back up. And also, I think before even 3 or 4 weeks ago when I started doing these Kylie ones. So before that I was putting out a lot of pre-records, and then when I got demonetized, just 2 weeks ago, I was like, I better try to do more lives to get it back up. So now I've been doing more lives, but she's been working, she works a job, and it's like getting up early, and then
She's like busy. Yeah, so she's been busy, but I know now I don't feel like showering. Gosh, I have to though. Oh, I have to get this stupid appointment tomorrow. Oh, I'm dreading. What can I listen to when I go in the shower? Last time that's what helped me stay motivated. Like, okay, I'm gonna watch or listen to I listened to that Murder Sheets. What can I hold on? There was something I wanted to sucks because you gotta think of something that you could watch that you only need to hear. And most of the stuff I watch for fun, like comedy or, most of that stuff you almost need to see it. Oh, cool, thanks. So wait, all of the links? Okay, yeah, sorry. I still haven't done the Cash App, and I was like, oh, maybe you could just do the rest of the links and not the Cash App. But no, I could send you PayPal. Yeah, I could send those all. It'll take like a second, but I didn't do a Cash App yet. Wait. I know the Kylie ones were really long, dude. Do you think this was long? True Crime Investigates. I was doing like 8 or 9 hour like consistently during the Kylie case. Oh my lord! And then, like for instance, when we did Johnny Depp, the trial, I started do. You know what I'm saying? Those were like 8 hours a day, but that was like trial. I'm trying to think what other case that I ended up doing really long ones. But yeah, this is getting too long. I'm sorry, guys. Well, hey, the other day I did like I feel like I did like an hour one. I'm trying to like keep a good variety. There's like a downfall though, true crime doing these long ones. Now, these will be really hard for people to rewatch because they're going to look at the time and then a lot of because I get messages, so I try to do a lot of pre-records. They'll see the time that's so much and they won't even click on it because it's overwhelming, which I understand. I feel the same way. So it's not necessarily a good thing because it hurts the rewatch. So I probably won't get much rewatch because it'll turn people off from wanting to click. They'll be like, oh my God, 7 hours, I can't do it. So instead of just watching a little bit, they just won't want to watch it because it's too long. So it's not always smart to do long ones. That's why sometimes I try to do short ones. But, sometimes it's just like hanging out. So it's like, you know what? I'm going to just be here for the people that are here in the moment and enjoy it. And I should do some streams where I like go out, take you guys out. You know what I could do? When I know I was talking about before, I just got to get something in my car to put it in my car so I could be able to keep my, phone. But when I go on my trip, so I'm not struggling to stay awake. I know I talked about it before, and then it sleeted the whole time, and I didn't need anything to stay awake. I was like all like so scared. Remember, but I should do the next trip. For my birthday, we're gonna meet. So in a couple weeks for October, I think October. My birthday's October 11th, so this trip's gonna be a short trip. It's gonna be what 10th, 11th, and 12th, but it's really only like 2 nights. And if you think about it, it's only like a day and a half because you get there halfway. Your check-in's like at 3, so you have half of that day, and then you have the full next day, and then you have to leave, check out. It's like 11 the next day, so it's really only a day and a half. I hate those. I don't hate them, but I'm like, I want more time. But then we're supposed to meet up again 2 times in October, or the next one is going to be late October. We're going to go see a haunted house. Or go to a haunted house, like, one of those haunted houses you walk through. And we're supposed to be able to do 3 nights for that. But anyway, so I should live stream either on the way there or the way home or both, because I know I've told you this before, I cannot stay awake. So like sometimes I'll talk to Stacy, and other times if I'm not, or if it's early in the morning and Stacy, I know you're a night owl, or so like on the way there, I'm usually so I'm like it sucks. I'm like slapping my face, like shaking my head, but it's just I love road trips, but since I'm somehow developed this narcolepsy as into my adulthood, it's just can't do them anyway. And it sucks because being in a long distance relationship and normally I would love freaking road trips,
So it would be no, that'd be awesome. No big deal. Just drive and listen to my music or listening to whatever, and it'd be awesome. But like the fact that I struggle to stay awake. So it's like every time it's like a struggle and it sucks. And it's like, God. But the last trip on the way home, it got so bad that I pulled over and took like, because she told me, she's like, just pull. If it gets so bad, just pull over and just take like a 15-minute nap. And I'm like, yeah, but it's just going to make me more tired. What's 15 minutes going to do? She's like, it'll just recharge you. Like with narcolepsy, it's just something that's just going to like recharge you. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to make you refresh. So that's what I did. It was more like by the time I pulled over, I think I got like a McDonald's. So it was like 45 minutes altogether, but sleeping, I probably slept maybe like 25 minutes, and it did. It made it doable where I was able to do it. I still struggle a little bit, but I was struggling so bad where it's like, so anyway, but if I'm talking on the phone, I'm fine. Isn't that weird? Like if I'm talking to Stacy or if I'm doing a live, I'm totally fine. Like if I'm talking to somebody. So my point is maybe I'll do some live streams then and talk to you guys. It'll be like a 2.5 hour, or no, 3. It'll be like almost like probably. I'll do like a 3-hour one. You guys could be my like narcolepsy saviors. See, I'm not anxiety at all. I don't have anxiety necessarily. It's just the sleeping thing. Sucks. I hate it. I can't do it. I hate it. And it's like you could be like, stay awake, stay awake. I mean, your body, I don't know with narcolepsy, you can't like it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter if you drink an energy drink. It doesn't matter if you got a good night's sleep. It doesn't matter if you but it's like in the car, it's like it's trigger for me to fall asleep, and like if I'm on the highway. Doesn't matter if I have coffee. I mean, it just doesn't make a difference. It's freaking sucks. I just wish, I didn't, because then I would just, if I was good, like I just like drive to New York. Like, she's working, and I just drive to New York more often. And who cares if she's working? I would just like go visit her more often and drive all the way there, since I love road trips. But it's just like it's like scary, So at least when we meet halfway, it's not as long. But even though, I mean, I'll still go to New York too sometimes, but I would just go more often. No, I know, but I mean, in the morning, you help me usually on the way home, but on the way there, it's usually early. So no, that's fine. Like maybe on the way there, I don't know there'll be somebody up in the morning that I could live stream, right? What I'm saying is, so if I do like this, if you guys, usually I leave. It depends what check-in. Sometimes if I could get an early check-in. So usually like depends, it's 6 to either 8. I leave either sometimes at 6, sometimes at 8. So if you guys see me pop on like a morning live stream, that's where I'm at. But it's not going to be any of you guys. You guys are all the night owls. It'll be all the other morning people. Right? Wait, no, some of you guys work in the morning. So do you ever have your phone, like Osane or Peyton? Are you ever allowed, I know you two, are you ever allowed to be on there? Like, would you see it if I went live? Well, I'll let you guys know when it gets closer to the time. But it won't be like, it will probably just be chatting like this, because I'm not going to be able to share my screen or anything. Well, we could probably talk about whatever's going on in case-wise. I got to go, though. Oh, no, yeah, it's totally worth it. But my point is if I didn't have it, I would even go more often and would just like drive all the way there. Because like with my job, I don't have a schedule. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to be like, oh, I have to be here. I could do it, whatever. So I mean, she has to work there. So I would just like go, maybe sometimes just drive all the way up there and be like, oh, I'm just going to go visit her or whatever. Even if she's working or whatever, I would do it more often. Like, we meet halfway, but I would do like an extra trip to go. But it's just a thing, man. I hate it. Yeah. Share your windshield. I know I have to get the medicine. See, there's just issue with that. I'm not going to get all into that, but there's a reason why I might not be able to get the, a good narcolepsy drug. Well, there's a few reasons that would be an issue. So, all right, I'm going to go, guys. I'm like holding my light switches. I keep meaning to like clip them off. All right, I'm going to go. Bye, guys. I did it. Oh, real quick. I looked at that. Oh, so I tried that the other day, but I did a live that was too long, and they're like, so at least I think it was Opus Clip. When I tried it, it said I think an hour was the max, or maybe 2 hours. But my live that I tried to do in clips just to see how they would clip it out, it was too long, and then I never found a shorter one to do, and but I'm gonna do that. I will. And I want to look into those other AIs because I need to put more time into learning them better, because obviously I must be missing something. So I just need to learn how to do it. I'll get there, Anthony. I need to hire somebody like a assistant to help me get caught up. Well, no, I know. So you help me with some things, but like somebody here maybe to help with some things too, or you know what I'm saying? Where I guess, do they have to be here? I don't know, but like an actual like assistant. But no, I'm too slow right now to hire somebody. I feel like for that, but so it's just I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. But it's a lot. It's time consuming. I'm not complaining though. I'd rather be doing this than anything else, than any other job, So, but I'll look into new job. I don't know which one that I'll have to see. Maybe that would be a doable one. I'll see. There's some aspects I have to make sure about what. Yeah, I'll look at that one and see if that would even be something that I'd be able to take. Oh, Kerr, what up? How have you been? I've been all right. Been busy doing the same old thing. What about you? I'm about to end it though. I'm on freaking 7 freaking hours. Oh my Lord. Just about to end. Oh, have you been good? Are you still doing your thing? I'll have to stop over. I don't get around that much on the YouTube streets. I don't know how you find time, man. I feel like I can't even keep track, or I can't even keep up with what I'm doing, and then I don't know. Maybe I can't multitask as good as you guys do. Like if I'm doing one thing, for me to be focused, I can't like do something else. I don't know. Maybe I'm not as good of a multitasker as some of you guys. Okay, I still watch. I switched to night shift. Okay, work nights, watch. Yeah, I need to be better at that. All right. I know, I was saying. I really do. I really do. I really do. I know. This is the longest ending in the history, huh? But remember, no, I don't know. I've had some long history. I've had some long endings. This might not be my longest ending. Think about some of my endings. I don't know. I might have a longer one, but this is one of the top. It's hard. You guys are fun to talk to, and then like new people, Kurt, I haven't seen you forever. Now you're here, so now it's gonna be harder to leave. It's all good life grab that sometimes keep killing it. Oh, thanks. Yeah. It's life is crazy. Isn't it crazy? Like if you think back, like at one point in your life, and then how I don't know, just how's it could change so much, and then, but you're like used to it. But then at that moment, you would think like, no, this is the way it is. Like you can't. It'd be hard to think of it being different. And then a year later, you're like, whoa, this is normal now. Wow, that was like life's weird. I don't know. I'm thinking too much. All right, I'm gonna go. I was saying I'm really gonna go. I know, she builder. Yeah. All right. That's why I need an assistant to come over here and hit. And they would have hit it 2 hours ago. They could come over in my computer, be right here and hit end. All right, Tiff, you're done. I'm ending it. That's what I need. For sure. Okay. No, I really am. This is gonna help. I'm gonna do countdown from 5 and then I'm gonna end it. This time for real. All right. So bye everybody. See you guys later. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end. Remember, it's on a delay. It's ending, right?